Chapter 752. Under the starlight, everything was clear. In a dark place under the ancient tree, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. Looking at the shining star in the sky, he knew that it was Long Chen, who killed his son. When he arrived, he saw this guy cultivating here. Because he was afraid of being discovered, he came here in the middle of the night. At this moment, Long Chen had almost finished cultivating. That person was Chen Yang. Chen Yang gently took out the army-piercing arrow and the cloud-piercing bow from his Xueqi pouch. The cloud-piercing bow had great power. If it could be drawn to the fullest, the power it would explode with would be endless. As for the army-piercing arrow, its most famous characteristic was that it was silent. The army-piercing arrow could reduce the speed after moving at a high speed to the lowest level. It was most suitable for sneak attacks. Normal cultivators would find it difficult to detect the attack of the army-piercing arrow. This was also the reason why Situ Yao gave it to Chen Yang to kill Long Chen. Even a cultivator in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm would find it difficult to dodge the army-piercing arrow when being ambushed. At this moment, Chen Yang was a bit nervous. He knocked the army-piercing arrow on the cloud-piercing bow, then closed his eyes. He looked at the star in the sky and prepared to attack. At this moment, he was 1 mile away from where Long Chen was. From this distance, it was very difficult for Chen Yang to determine Long Chen's position. However, it just so happened that Long Chen was cultivating the 7 Glorious Stars technique, so he automatically locked onto his target. Just as Chen Yang prepared to attack, the starlight disappeared. Long Chen had already completely finished cultivating the 7 Glorious Stars technique. It's over. Chen Yang was not in a hurry. He only missed a chance. He believed that Long Chen would definitely continue cultivating. At this moment, he still did not know that Xueqi was beside Long Chen. 200 meters away from Chen Yang, there was a bold man in black. He stood firmly on a leaf. He was Situ Yao, who had already disguised himself. He was only waiting for Chen Yang to take action, and then he would snatch the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. Of course, Long Chen and Xueqi had gone up very carefully. Even Situ Yao did not notice Xueqi's existence. From his position, he could only see Long Chen's streak of light. The starlight was extinguished. Long Chen had successfully cultivated the 7 Glorious Stars art. What the hell is Chen Yang doing? Situ Yao was a little speechless. He had followed Chen Yang here, and more than a quarter of an hour had already passed. However, Situ Yao was not in a hurry. He knew that it was not that easy to cultivate the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. Long Chen still had to stay here for a very, very long time. Situ Yao had plenty of opportunities to make a move. From the situation just now, he was completely certain that Long Chen had obtained the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. Situ Yao was filled with excitement when he thought that he could unknowingly obtain the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. He was waiting for the moment Chen Yang made his move. He would go to where Long Chen was. As for how to deal with Chen Yang, Situ Yao actually had other plans. He had a tracking method. He had left his own traces on the cloud-piercing bow and the army-piercing arrow. This way, no matter where Chen Yang escaped to, Situ Yao could kill him. Once Chen Yang died, Situ Yao could sit back and enjoy the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy without any worries. Even if he failed, Situ Yao could directly leave. After all, Bai Lan's great foundation needed his own protection. Situ Yao could completely escape with only Situ Yu. Although it was very risky, it was all worth it for the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. At this moment, he discovered that the place where Long Chen was previously had lit up again. However, the light this time made his blood boil. This is the legendary 3000 star domain. Situ Yao let out a low growl. His Adam's apple moved as he looked at the 3000 star domain and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The light of the 3000 star domain was actually very gentle. It did not give off a sharp feeling. Situ Yao knew that it was the 3000 star domain, but Chen Yang did not. However, he could vaguely see where Long Chen was based on the light of the 3000 star domain. However, there was another figure not far in front of Long Chen. As for who that figure was, Chen Yang did not know. No matter who it is, I can frame Long Chen's death on you. Thinking of this, Chen Yang suddenly raised the cloud-piercing bow and aimed at Long Chen's heart. Unable to dissuade the other party's request, Long Chen could only helplessly take out the 3000 star domain. He could not use the 3000 star domain for now. The only thing he could do was casually wave it around. He would probably need the 7 glorious star body to have the power to stand on the same level as the 3,000 star domain. A total of 3,000 stars appeared on the surface of Long Chen's body. Then, these blue lights gradually gathered in Long Chen's hand and condensed into an exquisite, brilliant blue divine spear. Xueqi shrieked when she saw this. Girls had no resistance to beautiful things. Even if it was just a weapon, it could be seen from the little stars in Xueqi's eyes that she was completely immersed in the beauty of the 3,000 star domain. She stared blankly at the 3,000 star domain and couldn't help but reach out towards it. Long Chen felt a sense of resistance from the weapon in his hand. It seemed like the 3,000 star domain did not want Xueqi to touch it. Sure enough, a gentle force gently pushed Xueqi's finger away. Xueqi's face was full of bitterness, but she was not angry. Instead, she said, "This is the most beautiful weapon I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it doesn't want me to touch it. Fortunately, it's quite gentlemanly and just pushed me away." She comforted herself. "That's for my sake. Otherwise, it would have cut off your finger." Long Chen smiled and threatened her. "All right, I'm going to cultivate the 7 glorious star body. Next, I'll use the astral energy. Astral energy is a terrifying thing. You'd better go somewhere else." To be honest, this astral energy made Long Chen tremble with fear. However, for the sake of the 7 glorious star body, he decided to endure it. "Let me look at it one more time. Don't be in a hurry to put it away," Xueqi said coquettishly. A black line flashed across Long Chen's forehead. He could only continue holding the 3,000 star domain for her to look at. Xueqi looked with great interest. In her eyes, there was only the 3,000 star domain. She had completely forgotten about the astral energy that Long Chen had mentioned before. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. "Long Chen, there's an arrow behind you," Kitten in the Great Void Realm warned in a panic. If even Kitten was so flustered, it was clear that this arrow was absolutely terrifying. At this moment of life and death, Long Chen didn't have any time to think. Because of Kitten's warning, he didn't have to sense the direction of the incoming danger. This could save him a lot of time and also win him a chance of survival. Long Chen suddenly turned around and placed the 3,000 star domain in front of his heart without thinking. He knew that he couldn't dodge. At this moment, Xueqi was standing in front of him. Although Xueqi was strong, her perception wasn't as accurate as Kitten. If Long Chen dodged, the terrifying arrow would pierce Xueqi's body. Long Chen was a principled person. This arrow was aimed at him, so he couldn't let Xueqi get hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Bai Lan. After all, Long Chen had asked Xueqi to accompany him. Long Chen finally understood that there was no lack of greedy people in this world. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. This was a universal principle. Although Long Chen hadn't offended many people, he was destined to be the mortal enemy of countless people precisely because he had obtained the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Just like today, this terrifying attack was aimed at killing Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen's hair stood on end. Vaguely, Long Chen saw a black steel shadow appear in the night. He knew that this was the source of the danger. The speed of this black shadow had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, the only thing Long Chen could do was subconsciously place the 3,000 star domain in front of him. At this critical moment, Long Chen already felt like he was suffocating. This was the first time he had seen such a fast attack. The next moment, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The steel shadow happened to collide with the 3,000 star domain. He had originally thought that he would be sent flying by a huge impact, but he hadn't expected that he wouldn't feel this power at all. He looked down and saw that the black arrow had started to melt half a meter away from the 3,000 star domain. It instantly turned into black iron powder and completely dissipated in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He knew that the power of the 3,000 star domain had saved him. Otherwise, he might have been penetrated by this terrifying power. This thrilling moment made Long Chen break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Xueqi, who was behind him, also understood what had happened. Her face turned extremely pale, but she finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Long Chen had actually used the 3,000 star domain to resolve this attack. However, what appeared next was monstrous anger. Under her protection, there was actually someone who dared to assassinate Long Chen in the demon race's territory. This was simply too audacious. Moreover, judging from the situation just now, If Long Chen hadn't happened to have the 3,000 star domain, wouldn't Long Chen have already died? Xueqi's eyes instantly erupted with murderous intent. Chapter 753. Only then did Long Chen realize that there were two people trying to kill him. One of them was holding a bow and arrow. Judging from the power he used to attack the 3,000 star field, he should be in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. The one who was rushing towards him was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such speed. The 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Xueqi also saw the person rushing over. She didn't chase after the other person. She stood in front of Long Chen. The person rushing over was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. She already realized the importance of the matter. At that moment, Long Chen made a prompt decision. He said to Xueqi, "You help me stop this 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm cultivator. The most important thing is to see through his identity. In this Cyanwood Sky City, you definitely know him. I'll chase after the other one." "What? You can't go?" "The other one is also very strong. Judging from the power of the army-shattering arrow, the assassin should at least have the strength of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How could Long Chen possibly deal with him?" But at that moment, the black-clothed person had already rushed in front of them. He finally saw Xueqi. When he saw Xueqi, surprise flashed through his eyes. But very quickly, it was suppressed by ruthlessness. From that, it could be seen that this person definitely knew Xueqi. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the land of demons? You're looking for death." Xueqi suddenly moved and pounced towards the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person's disguise was very good. No matter if it was Long Chen or Xueqi, they couldn't see who he was. As for the other person, he was probably already on the run. Xueqi had already stopped the black-clothed person. Long Chen knew that he couldn't delay anymore. Xueqi told him to stay there obediently, but Long Chen didn't do that. Since the other person had already come to his door, it was different from Chen Su's provocation. It was a direct assassination. That kind of assassination was very terrifying. Long Chen absolutely wouldn't allow such a person to continue to live and assassinate him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate. Blood escape. At this time, Long Chen suddenly used the blood escape. He only moved a little more than a kilometer before he immediately stopped. Standing in this world of leaves filled with clouds and mist, Long Chen suddenly operated the spirit-devouring demon pupil. Soon, he saw that the archer was not far from him, only less than 100 meters away. Sure enough, this man probably thought that he had killed Long Chen and was running away. At this moment, Chen Yang's heart was filled with doubts. Initially, he thought that killing Long Chen would be a simple matter. But why did a man in black head towards Long Chen's direction the moment he made his move? It was as though he was going to pick up something. From the shape of the man in black, Chen Yang seemed to have guessed that it was a person. But of course he couldn't be sure. Could it be that this Long Chen actually has a treasure on him and Situ Yao has his eyes on his treasure? Chen Yang thought like that. After guessing to this point, Chen Yang already understood that he was probably being used by someone else. Now that he had killed Long Chen, he had to quickly leave the Cyanwood Sky City. He had enough confidence in his attack just now. Long Chen was only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It was completely impossible for him to block the attack of the army-shattering arrow. As he ran away, Chen Yang was thinking about what Long Chen could have obtained. He suddenly thought of the starlight on Long Chen's body. He suddenly thought, that old bastard Situ Yao definitely wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. There are only a few precious treasures in this primordial cemetery. Since that Long Chen is valued by the Patriarch, could he have obtained the inheritance of one of the 7 lords, the 7 brilliant star lords? When he thought about how Long Chen actually wanted to cultivate under such a high starry sky, he felt that it was more and more possible. Damn it! I was tricked by that old bastard Situ Yao. I killed Long Chen and he went to pick up treasures. If I were to be caught, I would definitely die without a burial place while he could obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. Although he felt a bit helpless in his heart, he was already very happy to be able to kill Long Chen and avenge his son. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt a person quickly chasing towards him. Chen Yang turned his head to look and that appearance instantly stunned him. It was Long Chen. During the day, Chen Yang had seen Long Chen a few times. He would definitely not be wrong about Long Chen's appearance. Didn't he die? Why did he catch up? Could it be that my broken army arrow didn't kill him? Then where is Situ Yao? Thinking of this, Chen Yong hurriedly looked towards the place where Long Chen was previously. There was an intense battle there. Under the starlight, because of the sparks from the battle, there were no leaves blocking the way. Chen Yong finally saw the two people in the battle clearly. One of them was the strange black-clothed person who attacked. When the black-clothed person attacked, there were no traces of Situ Yao. However, Chen Yong knew that Situ Yao had learned a lot of things. It was very easy for him to disguise himself with battle techniques. The other person was the demon's first princess, Xueqi. I never thought that Princess Xueqi would actually cultivate together with Long Chen. No wonder I didn't succeed just now. However, a cold light burst out of Chen Yang's eyes. The sudden situation had caused his efforts to be in vain. However, what made him pleasantly surprised was that the idiot Long Chen actually chased after him. This is a hard-to-buy opportunity. Situ Yao is being held up by Xueqi and the others don't know. I can use this chance to kill Long Chen and obtain his 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Then I, Chen Yong, will also have a day where I can look down on everyone. Thinking of this, Chen Yong was very excited. He never thought that there would be a time when the heavens would care for him like this. Long Chen, oh Long Chen. I thought you were very smart. I never thought you were an idiot. At that moment, Chen Yong didn't advance. Instead, he retreated. After putting away the piercing cloud bow, he advanced instead of retreating. He actually turned around and rushed towards Long Chen. I knew this guy would do this. So it's actually Chen Yong. I killed Chen Su, so it's normal for him to come after me. But who was the black-clothed man before? Long Chen believed that Chen Yong definitely knew the identity of the black-clothed man, so he chased after him. Behind him, Xueqi and the black-clothed man were both in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Xueqi's advantage was that the battle skills she learned were all-powerful. She received the teachings of Bailan and could use the battle skills of some demon gods and emperors very well. The black-clothed man's advantage was that he had a lot of battle experience. Every move he made was very vicious. For a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Long Chen wasn't worried about Xueqi, but Xueqi was very worried about Long Chen. When they were fighting, she was mostly focused on Long Chen. Because of that, her opponent was obviously hiding his true strength. Because Xueqi was distracted, she wasn't able to defeat him quickly. At that moment, Long Chen and Chen Yong had already started fighting. You're courting death. Chen Yong sneered. He took out a black saber from his Chenkuan bag. It was a saber that looked exactly like Chen Su's. You killed my son. I'll let you die under the same saber. Chen Yong laughed ferociously. Who is the black-clothed man? Do you know? Long Chen wasn't scared at all. In the process of advancing, he had already gradually used the Dragon Soul transformation. The blood-red scales completely covered his body, making it seem as if his body had instantly turned into a killing machine. Today, Chen Yong came to assassinate him, and there was Xueqi as a witness. Long Chen could totally use his hands and feet to fight to the death with Chen Yong. However, Long Chen wanted to know who the black-clothed man was. He felt that the black-clothed man should be even more terrifying. The devouring demon pupil had the effect of controlling souls. However, Chen Yong was a warrior in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. If Long Chen couldn't gain his trust, he couldn't control his soul at all. As for Kitten, it was even more impossible. Right now, he was using the illusion of the dream demon. At most, he could make someone in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm fall for it. The higher the opponent's level was, the stronger their martial spirit was. Kitten couldn't do anything. Chen Yong was too lazy to tell Long Chen. In his opinion, Long Chen was already a dead man. As a person, he had to hold back. If he revealed Situ Yao's identity today, if he was caught by Situ Yao in the future, he would definitely lose his life. What he didn't know was that Situ Yao's original plan was to kill him. It was just that because of an accident, it caused such a complicated situation. When Xueqi and the black-clothed man were happily fighting, Long Chen had already finished fighting with the opponent. Chen Yong ignored Long Chen's question and directly used a forceful attack. What he wanted was to kill Long Chen in the shortest amount of time and snatch away Long Chen's things. That way he could escape without a trace. 7 Slaughter Tiger Saber Technique. Kill Heart. This move was probably the Chen family's inherited saber technique. When Chen Yong used it, the 7 slaughter tiger saber technique became even fiercer. The saber auras suddenly turned into ferocious tigers and fiercely pounced towards Long Chen. Each of these saber auras contained the powerful power of a warrior in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. If Long Chen used a forceful attack, he would need to use a lot more power. 7-star steps of the Big Dipper was instantly used. Originally, Long Chen didn't really want to use this technique because he was afraid that Chen Yang would see that it was the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. However, the opponent's attack of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm was too fierce. Left with no other choice, Long Chen decided to use it like this. Many times, life and death were separated by a thin line. Many battles were a subconscious response. One couldn't think too much. 7-star steps of the Big Dipper was used. Long Chen's body flashed on the astrolabe and he quickly dodged all of the opponent's attacks. Chen Yang was stunned. Through this strange technique, he was even more certain that Long Chen had the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. The magic of the 7-star steps of the Big Dipper allowed Long Chen to completely dodge the opponent's attacks. The 7 slaughter tiger saber technique actually couldn't even touch a hair on Long Chen. Chapter 754. His attainments in swordsmanship were much stronger than his son's. His spiritual qi was also many times stronger than Chen Su's. It wasn't easy for Long Chen to deal with him. Even after transforming, Long Chen's spiritual qi had reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Long Chen still fought very carefully. Long Chen kept using the Big Dipper steps, so Chen Yang couldn't hit him at all. He could see that Long Chen was stalling for time. Chen Yang was here to assassinate Long Chen, so the longer Long Chen delayed, the more dangerous it was for Chen Yang. When the others arrived, he wouldn't have a share of the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. I should be ruthless. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill Long Chen at all. Chen Yang thought as he looked at the black-clothed man fighting with Xueqi. The black-clothed man probably saw the situation over here. Seeing that Long Chen was still alive, he definitely knew that all his plans had failed. At that moment, the black-clothed man was fighting with Xueqi while looking for a chance to escape. A quick battle is the way to go. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Thinking of that, Chen Yang didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly used his swordsmanship and fiercely slashed at Long Chen. 9 consecutive slashes. This move was an advanced king-level move. It was a top-notch move, so Chen Yang didn't teach it to his son. The power of the 9 consecutive slashes was too great. Under Chen Yang's attack, 9 black sword qi soared into the sky and suddenly slashed at Long Chen. There were 9 sword qi in a row. From 9 directions, they directly controlled Long Chen's front, back, left, right, up, down, and down. I don't believe you can escape under such an attack. Chen Yang let out a sneer. He madly poured out his qi, wanting to kill Long Chen in an instant. Situ Yao, who was high up in the sky, was about to leave. Once Situ Yao left, Xueqi would catch up, and Chen Yang could only wait for death. Therefore he had to be fast. Die! Chen Yang roared, his face contorted. Long Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. The 9 black astral blades shredded all the leaves around him. When the 9 astral blades arrived, Long Chen closed his eyes and used the Big Dipper steps again. This time, however, Long Chen's speed on the astrolabe increased by countless times. The astrolabe suddenly rose up and rotated at a high speed. Meanwhile, Long Chen completely disappeared from the astrolabe. Boom boom boom. The 9 saber beams missed the astrolabe and collided in midair. The astral saber beams were all destroyed by his own power, but they did not harm Long Chen in the slightest. At this moment, Chen Yang, who had placed all his hopes on the 99 consecutive kills, was dumbfounded. While he was dumbfounded, the black-clothed man had already escaped from Xueqi's restraints. He instantly fled towards a dark place and quickly disappeared into the night. Damn it! Who is it? Xueqi didn't notice at all. It should be said that the opponent was too cunning. When he saw that Xueqi was here and Long Chen was not dead, he already had the intention to retreat. Therefore, his fighting style was very smooth. Both of their strengths were about the same. Therefore, when Xueqi wasn't paying attention, he slipped away. This black-clothed man had a lot of battle experience. Although Xueqi was confident that she was stronger than him, she didn't have the strength to kill him. She could only watch him escape and couldn't chase him. After all, she still had Long Chen to protect. The identity of the black-clothed man became a mystery. However, to Long Chen, he had a rough guess in his heart. However, he wasn't sure. As for Chen Yang, he was from the devil race. If others arrived, it would be difficult for Long Chen to kill him. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen chose to kill him. Using the Big Dipper steps to dodge the opponent's attack was extremely dangerous. "Be careful, Long Chen," Xueqi cried out in surprise, only to discover that Long Chen had actually executed the Big Dipper 7-star steps, and even that terrifying cultivation method was directly blocked. At this moment, under Xueqi's astonished gaze, Long Chen charged at his opponent. On his right palm, a golden light appeared. It emitted a resplendent light and a huge golden seal appeared in Long Chen's hand. Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal. A huge golden Emperor seal swept across the sky. It blotted out the sky as it headed straight for Chen Yang. This huge attack was in no way inferior to Chen Yang's attack when it was cast by Long Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yang, who was shocked, could only use the 9 consecutive slashes again. The 9 astral blades collided with Long Chen's Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal. A huge explosion came, shaking the entire Cyanwood city. The power of the two attacks were about the same. Long Chen had the advantage of being able to use royal battle skills while his opponent had the advantage of having abundant true essence. "Long Chen, I'll take care of him." Xueqi was already very shocked by Long Chen's strength. With Long Chen's battle prowess, he would have no problem fighting against someone at the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. However, Xueqi was worried about his safety, so she said that. Hearing that, Chen Yang's expression changed. He already knew that he had completely lost his chance. Even Situ Yao had chosen to escape. If he continued to stay here, he would simply be courting death. Just as he was escaping, he discovered that Long Chen, who was not afraid of death, had actually chased after him. He did not even respond to Xueqi's help. Instead, he directly chased after Chen Yang. At this moment, Chen Yang turned his head and saw Long Chen's blood-red eyes in the night. This youth suddenly had a feeling that made him tremble. "I can't let him hold me back. Otherwise, if Xueqi catches up, only death awaits me." Chen Yang was extremely shocked. At this crucial moment, he could only choose to be like his son and throw the saber in his hand at Long Chen. "Go die." The explosive power of the saber was so close to Long Chen. In Chen Yang's opinion, even if it couldn't take Long Chen's life, it could still block their way forward and even injure Long Chen. However, what he didn't see was that when he threw the saber, Long Chen seemed to have expected it. At this moment, in his hands, there were actually 2 Emperor Seals that lit up at the same time. They were the Red Emperor Seal and the Gold Emperor Seal. In the martial aperture of his right hand, the 2 kinds of power had reached a state of balance. Red Emperor Sky Burning Seal. Gold Emperor Sky Covering Seal. The 2 Emperor Seals quickly formed in Long Chen's hands. The power of the 2 Emperor Seals instantly shocked Xueqi. She was closer to Long Chen, so naturally, she could feel it. The fusion of the 2 Emperor Seals had a terrifying power of destruction. And a warrior in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm like Long Chen could actually control such power. Originally, when Chen Yang threw the saber towards Long Chen, Xueqi was a little worried. However, after seeing the power of the fusion of the 2 Emperor Seals, Xueqi stopped. She really wanted to see if the fusion of the 2 Emperor Seals could directly kill Chen Yang. At that moment, the saber suddenly exploded in the air, making a loud bang. The energy formed from the explosion and countless pieces of steel rushed towards Long Chen. At the same time, it was accompanied by Chen Yang's laughter. From what he saw, Long Chen didn't dodge at all and continued to rush forward. The explosion of the saber could very likely kill Long Chen. What he didn't know was that the same tragedy as last night was happening here today. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He lightly threw the power of the fusion of the 2 Emperor Seals forward. It was exactly the same as yesterday. All the energy was swept towards Chen Yang by the power of the explosion of the 2 Emperor Seals. The difference was that the power of the attack today was almost 10 times stronger than yesterday. The huge branches and leaves along the way were all crushed by the attack of the 2 Emperor Seals, turning into powder that floated in the dark night. In Chen Yang's eyes, it was like the entire sea was rushing towards him. The terrifying power of the metal and the fire mixed together. The speed and strength of the attack was something that Chen Yang couldn't imagine. He could already feel the destructive attack. That kind of attack could definitely smash him into pieces. He suddenly realized that his son, Chen Su, had probably died in Long Chen's hands like this. Impossible. He's only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How can he have such power? I can't accept this. At the brink of death, Chen Yong thought mournfully. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. However, he was powerless. The power of the 2 great emperor seals immediately caught up to him, turning his body into pieces bit by bit. No, I can't let Long Chen have it easy. Chen Yong suddenly thought of this when he was about to die. He was powerful, had a mysterious identity, and even had the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Long Chen was simply a proud son of heaven. Chen Yong swore that he would destroy Long Chen's things even if he had to die. So, at the last moment, he exploded the last bit of power in his body and roared. Long Chen has obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Long Chen, the 7 brilliant Star Lords. It's absolutely true. The voice of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm was quite terrifying. He emphasized the names of Long Chen and the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Immediately, the entire world rumbled. In the Cyanwood Sky City, there were probably only a few people who couldn't hear that voice. After roaring, Chen Yong was directly engulfed by Long Chen's attack. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble the roar would cause to Long Chen, to Chen Yong, it could be considered as revenge. Long Chen's final roar caused Long Chen's expression to change. He didn't expect that Chen Yong would actually roar out the news when he was about to die. With that, probably everyone in the Cyanwood Sky City, including the Demon Race and Thunder Clan, and even the ordinary martial artists knew about it. If the people of the Cyanwood Sky City knew about it, very quickly, the news would spread throughout the entire primordial cemetery. Chapter 755. If Bai Lan wasn't willing to put in the effort, Long Chen would probably be in danger. However, Long Chen wasn't worried for now. After all, Xueqi still needed him. As long as Xueqi needed him, Bai Lan wouldn't give up on Long Chen. He would also help Long Chen deal with all the troubles. There was nothing to be afraid of. When the news spread, Long Chen became calm. The most depressed person would probably be Situ Yao. At that moment, Situ Yao hadn't left. He was hiding a few miles away. After hearing the news, his expression changed. He punched a tree trunk and his expression became incomparably sinister. Chen Yong, that idiot. He actually shouted this out. Damn it. It won't be easy to get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Even if the 2 patriarchs don't have any ideas, the 7 sons of thunder and the 8 elders of the demon race will. Today's plan has completely failed. I didn't expect Xueqi to be up there as well. I didn't expect Long Chen to still be alive. Damn it. Situ Yao, am completely screwed this time. He could only quickly change his attire. He could feel that there was such a huge commotion up there. It even involved the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. At that moment, almost everyone in the Cyanwood City was mobilized. Their only goal was Long Chen up there and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords up there. Among them, the 8 elders of the demon race and the 7 sons of thunder ran the fastest. The position of the 7 sons of thunder in the Thunder Clan was similar to the 8 elders of the demon race. They were all at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In the Thunder Clan, only Lei Ji knew that Long Chen had the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. There was a total of over 1,000 people. They were heading towards where Long Chen was. Long Chen didn't even need to think to know how big the commotion would be down there. What should we do? Everyone is jealous of the 7 Lords' legacy, including the 8 great elders. Now that everyone knows, what should we do? Xueqi couldn't make up her mind and could only helplessly look at Long Chen. She originally thought that he was only strong in alchemy. She didn't expect him to be so strong as well. Long Chen's last move was something that even Xueqi was afraid of, so she vaguely regarded Long Chen as her pillar of support. Go down, don't worry. Long Chen's expression did not change. Now that things had come to this, he could only play it by ear. He originally thought that his trip to the Cyanwood Heavenly City would be very smooth. He never expected that 2 days after he came here to cultivate, 2 incidents would happen. The speed of his descent was very fast. Before the crowd could even descend, Long Chen had already landed in the sky above the Cyanwood Heavenly City. In the dark night, everyone saw the appearance of the youth. Only then did they stop their footsteps and did not continue to move. At this moment, Even the ordinary martial artists had swarmed into the inner city of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. There were over 1,000 ordinary martial artists. Under the drive of greed, they didn't care about anything else. All of them worked together. Even the people from the Devil Clan and Thunder Clan couldn't stop them. However, there was a lack of experts among the ordinary martial artists. So they didn't dare to act rashly. At most, they came to watch the show. When Long Chen looked over, the heads of the people were moving. All of them were looking at Long Chen with greedy and fiery eyes. Even the beautiful Xueqi beside Long Chen didn't have many people drooling over her. Within this group of people, the experts from the Devil Clan and Thunder Clan quickly gathered together. They formed into 2 groups and stood on the left and right of Long Chen. Among them, the 8 great elders of the Devil Clan and basically all the elders in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm had arrived. The situation of the Thunder Clan was also similar. The only ones that weren't here were probably the 2 great clan chiefs. From the Devil Clan, even the little girl Xueqi came out. When she heard Long Chen's name, she quickly rushed out. Only then did she see Long Chen and her sister standing together. The 2 of them were a perfect match. The man was mighty and the woman was graceful. They looked like a match made in heaven. Xueqi felt sour in her heart and suddenly felt a little sad. However, she still clenched her teeth and walked towards Long Chen. Big brother. When Long Chen heard the clear and melodious voice, he saw Xueqi. So he smiled and said, why are you here? Big brother has some trouble. Xueqi, you 2 go back first. He didn't want to trouble these 2 girls because of his own matters. No, at this time if I leave, they will be unscrupulous. Don't leave either. Xueqi made a prompt decision. She looked around and knew that these guys must be coveting Long Chen's inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Only because Xueqi was still standing here and Bai Lan hadn't appeared, they could endure it. If even she left, these people would probably directly come up to fight for it. In the archaic cemetery, in front of treasures, everything seemed very pale. Xueqi nodded obediently. She could also see what was going on, so she quickly stood in front of Long Chen to protect him and looked at the others vigilantly. The 2 daughters of the demon patriarch were both protecting an outsider. This scene was quite strange. From the eyes of these 2 beauties, everyone could see their seriousness and determination. Some young men immediately felt extremely envious and jealous. These 2 princesses were the lovers of their dreams, but now they were standing by Long Chen's side. What was going on? At this moment, the 8 great elders of the demon race looked at each other. This was a guest of the demon race. They could not let the Thunder Clan take the lead, nor could they let the noisy ordinary cultivators take the lead. As a result, one of the 8 great elders immediately stepped forward and said to Long Chen loudly, Long Chen, my young friend, I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Do you know that the 7 brilliant Star Lords are one of the 7 Lords? The inheritance is extremely precious. In the hands of a powerful person, it can help them expand their territory and protect their country. In the hands of a weak person, it will only lead to a reign of terror and countless deaths. You're still young and can't use the power of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Our demon race is on good terms with you, and the 2 princesses have a good relationship with you as well. Why don't you hand the inheritance to us for safekeeping? When you have the strength to use it, we'll return it to you. How about it? These words sounded dignified, but there was only one meaning. Hand over the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Hearing the old man's words, the others cursed in their hearts. Of course, other than the demons, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords could no longer belong to a single person. Instead, it belonged to a race. None of the 8 great elders could monopolize the inheritance, unless they were like C2 Yao and used a scheme to snatch it without anyone knowing. Long Chen's eyes did not look at the old man. Instead, he looked past him and at C2 Yao behind him. At this moment, C2 Yao's attire, expression, and actions were no different from the other elders. It was very difficult to imagine that he had transformed into a black-clothed man to snatch Long Chen's things. Long Chen had the spirit-devouring demon eyes, so he was already very familiar with the aura of C2 Yao's soul. He was about 80% certain that C2 Yao was the black-clothed man from before. Of course, he could only suppress this matter in his heart. After all, C2 Yao was probably even angrier right now. Furthermore, the 8 great elders had openly asked for the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Apart from the demons, the ordinary cultivators only dared to curse in their hearts. Before things got chaotic, they did not dare to make a move. As for the people of the Thunder Clan and the 7 scions of the Thunder Clan, they were extremely silent after arriving. They did not say a single word, so no one knew what they were talking about. The Thunder Clan actually had some intentions of attaching themselves to the demons. Even now, they probably followed the demons' lead. However, they definitely had their own thoughts. Everyone looked at Long Chen, waiting for his decision. Uncles, don't be anxious. My father and Uncle Lei are not here yet. There's no rush to deal with this matter after they come. After all, they are the patriarchs of the 2 races, right? Only the patriarchs can decide on something as important as the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Xueqi was very smart. She knew that if she pushed the decision to the patriarchs of the 2 races, the 8 great elders and the 7 scions of the Thunder Clan would have nothing to say. Among the 8 great elders, the expression of the old man who had spoken earlier sank. He continued, the patriarchs are very busy, so we'll handle this matter on their behalf. In order to prevent any accidents from happening and causing innocent deaths, Long Chen, it's best if you hand the inheritance over to us 8 great elders as soon as possible. Everyone understood that Long Chen was the savior of Bai Lan's daughter, and he would continue to do so. Once Bai Lan arrived, it might be over. Bai Lan had always been unfathomable. The 8 great elders only wanted to take action first. What was done could not be undone. Xueqi froze and revealed an angry expression. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Long Chen stopped her. Long Chen could already sense that Bai Lan and Lei Ji were already nearby. Looking at their expressions, Long Chen knew that there was nothing to worry about today. These past few days, Bai Lan had allowed Long Chen to cultivate in the sky, so she probably knew that such a day would come. However, at this time, they were watching from the sidelines and didn't seem to have any intention of rushing over. At this time, these 2 fellows were pointing at the people on the stage, discussing something, and from time to time, a vulgar smile appeared on their faces. Long Chen discovered that even though they were nearby, they did not discover them. This showed just how impressive the methods of the Heaven Realm were. At this moment, the 8 elders were waiting for Long Chen's reply. Their eyes were filled with threats, and their intentions were very clear. If Long Chen was unwilling to hand over the 7 brilliant Star Lords' legacy, they would take it and keep it safe for him. Long Chen looked at them coldly. Only when everyone could not wait any longer did he say slowly, "Who said I obtained the 7 brilliant Star Lords' legacy? Do you know what happened just now? It seems like someone called Zhao Qinyang tried to kill me, but I killed him. Do you really believe that some people play tricks before they die?" Chapter 756. However, the 8 great elders weren't that gullible, especially Situ Yao. He knew the truth. When the old man saw Long Chen reneging on his promise, the 8 great elders looked at each other and made a decision. They didn't want to waste any more time. They could only take it by force. If Bai Lan showed up, they didn't know what would happen. Therefore, the 8 of them looked at each other and moved. They didn't care that Xueqi and Xueqi were still there. They moved towards Long Chen. The 8 of them were in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen couldn't even deal with one of them, let alone 9. Xueqi was the only one, so she could only deal with one of them. However, they didn't dare to hurt her. Let's do it. The 8 of them moved in a flash. Their speed was so fast that it was an eye-opener for everybody, especially those ordinary warriors. They wanted to get a share of the loot, but now it seemed that they didn't have any hope. Xueqi and Xueqi were extremely worried. They hadn't thought that these guys would be so shameless. At that moment, their faces were red with anger. "Big brother, be careful," Xueqi reminded Long Chen. She didn't know that Long Chen could even kill cultivators in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. When he said that he killed Chen Yang, she thought that it was Xueqi who killed him. However, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. This was because he saw that Bai Lan and Lei Ji couldn't bear it any longer. Just as the 8 great elders were about to attack, Bai Lan and Lei Ji suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Bai Lan gently waved her hand, and suddenly, an invisible light wave spread out in all directions. This invisible wave directly sent the 8 great elders flying. They staggered on the ground for a while, and almost fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. Sure enough, it was Bai Lan. Bai Lan didn't seem to be giving them any face. No matter what, they were working hard for the sake of the devil race. It was fine if Bai Lan didn't help them, but how could she block them? She didn't give them any face. At this time, the 8 great elders had gathered together, coldly glaring at the indifferent smiles on Bai Lan and Lei Ji's faces. Somewhat angry, one of the 8 great elders took a few steps forward, and under the puzzled gazes of the other demon race disciples, he directly questioned Bai Lan. What was the meaning of the patriarch's actions just now? We elders only wanted to add another 7 monarchs' inheritance to the demon race and increase the demon race's strength. Why did the patriarch suddenly act against us? As soon as he finished speaking, the other experts of the demon race began discussing. They also hoped that they could get a share of the 7 brilliant Star Lords' legacy after the demon race obtained it. Within the crowd of the demon race, Situ Yu was hidden. He was originally waiting for Situ Yao's good news, but he didn't think such a big thing would happen. When he arrived, Situ Yao had already returned to his original clothes and stood together with the other elders. Situ Yu thought for a long time, and after hearing what Long Chen said, he finally understood what exactly happened. It must be that when Long Chen was cultivating, Su Shui was actually by his side, and that caused his grandfather's plan to fail. But what he couldn't believe was that Long Chen actually killed Chen Yang. That was too exaggerated. Before, Situ Yu thought that Chen Su could kill Long Chen, but he didn't think that Chen Su would die, and then Chen Yang would do it. Chen Yang was in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, the same level as Situ Yu. If Chen Yang died, didn't that mean that Situ Yu was no match for Long Chen? This Long Chen is actually so abnormal. If he can kill Chen Yang, maybe he can even fight me to a draw. However, I'm only a little bit away from the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. When I reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, hee. At that moment, everyone looked at Bai Lan with puzzled gazes. Another elder said, Patriarch, are you going to protect him just because he saved Princess Yen Er's life? Between the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords and the life of a mere daughter, which one is more important? Patriarch, you should know clearly which one is more important. If you lose the public for personal reasons, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince us. That person's words were very sharp, and many people strongly agreed with him. The demon clan had risen because of the inheritance of the demon god emperor. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords could make the demon clan's strength reach an unprecedented level. If Bai Lan gave up the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords because of his daughter, perhaps the others would have a problem with it. Soyun was so angry that she cried. It was the first day that she realized that these uncles who were usually very good to her were so hateful. They actually wanted to use her life to exchange for the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Bastard! Su Shui could not help but curse. She was about to argue, but Long Chen told her to keep quiet. He knew that Bai Lan would have a solution. Although the other side was overbearing, Bai Lan always had a faint smile on his face. Everything was probably under his control. At that moment, Bai Lan's gaze turned and swept across everyone's eyes with a profound gaze. Only then did the one who had spoken out of the 8 great elders worry. Only then did he remember that Bai Lan was a cultivator in the 2nd level of the Sky Martial Realm. He might even be the strongest cultivator in the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. Bai Lan's smiling gaze did indeed hide a trace of bone-chilling killing intent. Only then did everyone remember that Bai Lan was famous for doting on his daughter. He looked young, but he was already several hundred years old. He had been immersed in the path of martial arts for all these years, only marrying a wife 20 years ago and giving birth to 2 daughters. As a result, he doted on his 2 daughters very much. In his heart, they were even more important than the entire demon clan. Yet, the 8 great elders wanted to sacrifice his daughters for the sake of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. If Bai Lan had nothing to worry about, perhaps he would have killed everyone to vent his anger. However, he could not do that. After all, he was still the patriarch of the demon clan. He had to inform the race that had been passed down through generations. As a result, while everyone was pressuring Long Chen, Bai Lan laughed loudly. He extended his hand and pulled Long Chen to his side. Only after looking around did he say mysteriously, "You must be joking with me. Don't you know that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords has long been ours?" Everyone was rather confused by Bai Lan's words. "What does the patriarch mean?" asked the great elders in confusion. "You really are a bunch of idiots. You can't even understand such a simple question." With that, Bai Lan suddenly pulled Su Shui over. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Bai Lan held their hands together and said, "All right, since there are so many people here today, I'll make an announcement. From today onwards, Long Chen is my son-in-law. We are engaged today, and the wedding will be held on a later date." Long Chen is a member of my Bai family, as well as a member of the demon clan. Now that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords has recognized him as its master, doesn't that mean that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords belongs to the demon clan? Bai Lan's words left everyone dumbfounded. Under Bai Lan's great strength, Long Chen did not resist at all. He held Su Shue's soft fingers together. He could sense that Su Shue also wanted to struggle, but Bai Lan did not allow it. While the two of them were still in a daze, Bai Lan's soft voice rang out. Don't move. This is the best method without bloodshed. I don't want the demon clan to have internal strife for the time being. Just pretend to sacrifice yourself. Since it was just an act, Long Chen did not mind it too much. He could only cultivate the 7-colored star body in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Furthermore, he had to stay here to help Su Yen survive for 100 days. So, it did not matter what kind of identity he was given. Long Chen also did not want to make things difficult for Bai Lan. After all, he was the patriarch of the demon clan. Everything he did had to be done in the interest of the demon clan. If he did not do this, it would not be good for anyone. Su Shue also understood Bai Lan's meaning. But to be arranged like this, and to be held by an unfamiliar man in front of so many people, Su Shue's heartbeat sped up and her face turned red. The others had yet to react. The only one whose heart was broken was Xueqi. In front of her, she saw Long Chen and Su Shue being pulled together by her father. She immediately felt like the world was collapsing. Big brother. Big sister. Seeing them together, Xueqi suddenly wanted to cry. She did not know why, but she felt very sad. However, no one paid attention to her. Patriarch you. The elders were rendered speechless by Bai Lan's words. Indeed, they kept saying that they were doing this for the sake of the demon race. Now, Bai Lan was very straightforward, directly making Long Chen the son-in-law of the demon race. This was similar to marrying into the demon race. Long Chen had already become a member of the Bai clan, so wouldn't his 7 brilliant Star Lord inheritance also belong to the demon race? In reality, everyone knew that the most precious 3,000 star domain had already recognized Long Chen as its master. Unless Long Chen was killed, it could not be changed. Long Chen was the son-in-law of the demon clan's patriarch. He was already a member of the demon clan. How could they do this? Moreover, there was another very important problem. If the owner of the 3,000 star field were to change hands, who would be the successor? None of the 8 great sect elders were willing to submit to anyone else. Therefore, it could be said that Bai Lan's move directly suppressed the 8 great elders' words. What? You can disregard my daughter's life, but you also want to kill my son-in-law? Then let me ask you, is it the demon clan that needs the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance, or is it one of you who covets it? Do you really think that I, Bai Lan, am a pushover that anyone can bully? Chapter 757. Bai Lan was an expert in the sky martial arts realm. Now that he was in the right, it was time for everyone's tragedy. Long Chen suddenly felt that from Bai Lan's body, an abnormally strong qi suddenly burst out. A power similar to the devouring world of blood took effect in this space. All the demons were completely enveloped by this domain. Long Chen was aghast. This was the domain of the sky martial arts realm. In this domain, Long Chen felt that Bai Lan was simply a godlike existence. Although this domain didn't affect him, from the pale faces of the others, he could see how terrifying this domain was. The power of the domain made the 8 great elders take a few steps back. At this time, their faces were quite ugly. Under the domain of Bai Lan, they all crazily operated the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but they sluggishly found that even with their combined strength, they couldn't resist this power. They all retreated, staggered, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The 8 grand elders looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. They didn't expect Bai Lan to be so strong. They hadn't seen Bai Lan fight for a long time. They had gradually forgotten his strength. After today's experience, they all felt a kind of creepy feeling. Only now did they understand that although they were only a little bit away from the sky martial arts realm, Bai Lan could still easily kill all 9 of them. This was the gap between the sky martial arts realm and the earth martial arts realm. The earth martial arts realm only comprehended the bottom of martial, while the sky martial arts realm had reached a higher level. A level completely incomprehensible to the earth martial arts realm. After casually injuring the 8 great elders, all the demons gasped and looked at Bai Lan in the middle. At this time, Bai Lan's cold eyes swept over all of them. His cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Remember, the patriarch of the demon clan is in my hands. I have the right to decide. I have worked hard for the demon clan all my life. My contribution to the demon clan is more than 10 times that of all of you combined. But today, because of your greed, you want to kill my daughter. Haha. Today, I will say it here. From now on, whoever dares to touch Long Chen, no matter where you run, I will kill you. No matter you are in the 1st or the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Bai Lan's words scared everyone and made them take a few steps back. At this time, the 8 great elders were frightened by Bai Lan. Usually, this guy looked very kind, but when he really flew into a rage, he was so terrifying. No one dared to threaten the authority of his words. If anyone dared to touch Long Chen, he would really kill them, no matter if they were an ordinary person or one of the 8 great elders of the demon clan. After saying that, Bai Lan withdrew his domain. At this time, everyone relaxed and breathed heavily. Just a moment ago, every one of them felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. At this time, their eyes were full of fear. Long Chen was also a bit speechless. He didn't think that this Bai Lan would be so terrifying when he was angry. Even the 8 great elders who were acting so mighty just now were pale. At this time, while no one was paying attention, Xueqi had already pulled back her pure white hand. She didn't dare to look at Long Chen and could only angrily glare at her father. By chance, she suddenly saw that Soyan's expression wasn't good, so she quickly hugged Soyan and softly asked, "Yan, what's wrong?" "Big sister. Is Big Brother going to become my brother-in-law?" Soyan asked in a daze. Seeing her little sister's expression collapse, Xueqi was shocked. She quickly softly said, "Yan, don't think too much. This is Daddy's plan to protect your big brother. I only know Long Chen. How could it be possible? Don't think too much, is that so?" Soyan shook her head and said, "But I see that you seem to like it." "Bullshit, that's impossible. The situation is urgent. Wait for me to go back and explain to you, okay?" Xueqi anxiously said. Soyan nodded. She looked at Long Chen and pursed her lips. No one knew what she was thinking. At this time, Bai Lan's gaze fell on one of the elders. This was the one who wanted to sacrifice Soyan. "Huang Zhong, what do you think of what I said?" Huang Zhong was shocked. He took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen and Xueqi. "Huang Zhong has nothing else to say, but we are all waiting for Long Chen and Princess Xueqi's wedding. I hope Patriarch won't disappoint us. Our demon race will have another outstanding young prodigy. This is definitely a good thing for us." Huang Zhong's words had a hidden meaning. The matter of Long Chen and Xueqi was too sudden, so they needed to see the truth, and that was the marriage. Don't worry, in any case, it won't be long. Getting married in the primeval cemetery is something that has never happened in the past, right? Haha. Bai Lan roared with laughter in an unbridled manner, and then he swept everyone with his gaze and asked, "If any of you still have any objections, then stand out and speak frankly. Is anyone displeased with me, Bai Lan?" Whether it was the ordinary warriors, the demon race, or the thunder race, all of them were silent. However, when Bai Lan was about to leave with Long Chen, a voice suddenly came from the crowd of demons. "I'm not satisfied." Situ Yao's expression changed. He could tell that this voice was Situ Yu's. Sure enough, under everyone's strange gazes, Situ Yu walked out from the crowd with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a murderous aura. He walked in front of the crowd and boldly looked at Bai Lan. "Oh, little guy, what are you not satisfied about?" Situ Yu's action made Bai Lan curious. At the same time, Long Chen was also curious about how this guy could be so daring. In fact, Situ Yu's heart had been tormented to the extreme. Even Situ Yao didn't dare to speak in front of Bai Lan, but he was not satisfied. That's why he had said those words just now. However, he was not an idiot. After following Situ Yao for so many years, he still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. At this moment, he had some ideas, so he took the risk. So, Situ Yu raised his head and looked at Long Chen with provocative eyes. He said, "Princess Xueqi is in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. She is the most outstanding young disciple of the demon race. Only the most outstanding man in the demon race is worthy of her. Not a weakling in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. So, I'm not satisfied. Also, I remember that the Patriarch once told me that when I reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, He will betroth Princess Xueqi to me. Now, he is going back on his words. How could he let Princess Xueqi marry someone else? Situ Yu dared to say those words at this time. He was extremely courageous. Long Chen originally thought that he was just an idiot. He didn't expect him to have such a crazy and bold side. His words made Bai Lan faintly smile. He felt that Situ Yu was a bit interesting, so he asked, "Let me answer your question. First, Long Chen is not a piece of trash. Everybody knows that Chen Yang, who was in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm, was killed by him. His real fighting capacity is far higher than the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Second, have you reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm?" After saying the first words, Bai Lan didn't immediately kick him out. Situ Yu became a lot more courageous. He really couldn't bear the fact that Xueqi was married to Long Chen. Long Chen had taken away the position in his dream. He had always wanted to marry Xueqi, this enchanting beauty, and become Bai Lan's son-in-law. He even had the opportunity to cultivate the secret technique of the demon god emperor. But now, this position was occupied by Long Chen. How could he be satisfied? The peerless beauty in his dream was going to be with Long Chen. Thinking of this, Situ Yu's heart was about to explode. Therefore he boldly stood out, which was beyond everyone's expectations. After the initial nervousness, he quickly got into the mood and answered Bai Lan. "I can answer these two questions. First, who saw with their own eyes that Long Chen used his real strength to kill Chen Yang? Maybe he used some dirty tricks. How could such a despicable person be the son-in-law of the patriarch? How could he be worthy of Princess Xueqi? Second, I, Situ Yu, haven't reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm yet, but it seems that I'm not far from it. I don't know if the patriarch can give me a short period of time." Bai Lan became silent. He looked at the young man and smiled helplessly. He thought, this little guy is really scheming. Yes, he has inherited Situ Yao's talent. He provoked Long Chen in public and questioned Long Chen. "I want to establish Long Chen's image. The only way to do that is to let Long Chen fight with him. That's probably his goal." Thinking of this, Bai Lan smiled and asked, "Situ Yu, in your opinion, how do you think I can convince you?" Situ Yu was waiting for Bai Lan to say this, but he didn't know that Bai Lan knew what he was thinking. So Situ Yu boldly said, "It's very simple. Since Long Chen has the strength to kill Chen Yang, who is in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm, let him fight with me. If he can defeat me, it will prove that he is indeed qualified to be the son-in-law of the patriarch. Among the young men in the demon clan, I am the strongest. If Long Chen can defeat me, then the other young men in the demon clan will be convinced." Situ Yu established his position on the position of all the young men in the demon clan. Immediately, many people agreed with him. They said that Bai Xueqi was extremely beautiful. In the demon clan, there were only a few young men who didn't have feelings for her. But Long Chen, an outsider, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched away her love. Who would be willing to let a pig overturn cabbage? Therefore, the crowd voiced out their support for Situ Yu. Chapter 758. Tonight was definitely his most resourceful night, and also his most awe-inspiring night. This was because he could make Bai Lan, who was terror-stricken by his name, speechless. At this time, Bai Lan was still looking at the young man with a smile and didn't speak. After a while, when Situ Yu was still a little scared, he said, "Who is qualified to be my son-in-law? Is it up to you, Situ Yu, to decide? Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Situ Yu was a little regretful. Of course, Bai Lan didn't take Situ Yu seriously, but from now on, even if Long Chen could marry Bai Xueqi, it was estimated that many people would despise his strength. This was Bai Lan's difficulty, because he didn't know how strong Long Chen was. The other side's provocation could only be dealt with by the young man himself. So, at this time, Bai Lan looked at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that Situ Yu would let him make the decision. Regarding Situ Yu's provocation, should Long Chen accept it or not? At this time, Situ Yu gathered his courage and continued. If some people are not sure of themselves, they can extend the time of this battle for a month, and work hard during this month. Maybe they can really get lucky and improve a lot. The some people he was talking about, naturally, was Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen wasn't afraid of provocation at all. His temper was very straightforward. The Situ Yu's face was cheap. Long Chen couldn't wait to beat him up. But the problem was that when he was fighting with Chen Yang, he used the two great emperor seals, which consumed a lot of Zhan Yuan. Now, fighting with Situ Yu, it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. After a month, Long Chen's 7 glorious star body would have reached grand completion. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to beat this guy up. In front of everyone, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. He didn't show any weakness. He looked at Situ Yu and lightly said, "After a month, then after a month, I, Long Chen, will accept your challenge. If you want to challenge me, then just say it, don't talk so much nonsense, it will only make me look down on you." Situ Yu's face darkened, but fortunately, Long Chen finally fell for it. Hearing Long Chen's words, Situ Yu was very happy in his heart. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "So, you actually agree? But, you are really brave. Then after a month, let all the young people of our devil race see how strong you, Long Chen, are and whether you are qualified to marry Princess Xueqi. If you lose, I guess you won't have the face to marry Princess Xueqi, right?" Situ Yu's words were even more cunning. He directly grasped Long Chen's weakness. If Long Chen really lost, under the contempt of the crowd, he might really be unable to bear the psychological pressure and marry Xueqi. This was Situ Yu's purpose. Previously, Bai Lan said that Long Chen was his son-in-law, so the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lord belonged to the devil race. But if Long Chen wasn't his son-in-law, then wouldn't it mean that he could make a move on him? This move was neither fearless nor ruthless. Even the 8 great elders had to admire Situ Yu at this moment. This matter could only be done by him. No one else was suitable. After all, no one else had the strength to fight against Long Chen. Even Situ Yao secretly laughed. Now, everyone was looking at Long Chen, waiting to see how Long Chen would answer. If he lost a month ago, would he still have the face to marry Bai Xueqi? Everyone thought that Long Chen would be conflicted and angry, but they guessed wrong. Long Chen didn't have any emotion at all. He looked at Situ Yu indifferently as if Situ Yu was an insignificant matter. He said indifferently, "As you wish. If I lose to you, I won't marry Bai Xueqi and give the opportunity to you, Situ Yu." "Very good. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Now, everyone can hear what you said, Long Chen." Situ Yu was incomparably excited in his heart. Under the witness of everyone, he was already foolproof. After a month, all the glory would belong to him, Situ Yu. This was the agreement between Long Chen and Situ Yu. If Long Chen lost, even Bai Lan wouldn't be able to say anything, and even Bai Lan couldn't do anything to Situ Yu. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen actually agreed, while admiring Situ Yu's ability, everyone despised Long Chen. This Long Chen is too stupid. He was fooled by Situ Yu's provocation. The patriarch wants to protect this Long Chen, but he didn't expect that this Long Chen is an idiot. He actually agreed to Situ Yu's words. He is really a complete idiot. Just watch. In a month's time, this Long Chen will definitely be defeated by Big Brother Situ. When that happens, he'll be crying. Yeah, I think it's better to just give the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords to Big Brother Situ. After all, Big Brother Situ has wisdom, talent, and strength. He's the most suitable candidate for the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. He's also the one who's truly worthy of Princess Xueqi. Everyone began to discuss. Bai Lan didn't mind hearing this. He sized up Long Chen and asked with interest, "Are you really confident?" Long Chen said, "I'm not confident, but if I don't agree, would I still be Long Chen?" These words couldn't be considered arrogance. Bai Lan saw a tenacious undying spirit in this youth. He suddenly felt a bit dazed. He felt that with this kind of temperament, he would definitely do some shocking things in the future. Perhaps he, Bai Lan, would even be rewarded for helping Long Chen today. Not bad, Bai Lan praised him. Bai Lan gave him a very direct praise. After saying this, he turned to the crowd and said, "That's all for today. You can all go back for me." That's right, after Situ Yu's promise, today's matter had come to an end. Under Bai Lan's orders, everyone left one after another. As they left, they discussed what had happened today. What they talked about the most was the battle in a month's time. Unknowingly, everyone began to look forward to the battle in a month's time. What would happen in a month's time? At that time, who would the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords belong to? Let the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords stay in the hands of Long Chen for a while longer. Countless people muttered in their hearts. After they left, only the 2 chiefs, Long Chen and Xueqi were left. Lei Ji didn't say anything from beginning to end. He looked at Long Chen and said, If you work hard for the next month, I think Situ you might really be able to break through to the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If that's the case, it'll be a little troublesome. Yeah, why should we accept this challenge? Said Xueqi worriedly. Lei Ji shook his head and said, Little girl, you don't understand. For a man, this challenge has to be accepted. All right. Have a good time with your family. As an outsider, I'll leave first. After saying that, Lei Ji didn't stay any longer and directly left. After he left, the 4 people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Bai Lan suddenly laughed and said, All right, don't be so gloomy. I was just casually talking about the marriage. Whether or not you two want to get married is your own business. You can continue chatting, I'm leaving. After saying that, Bai Lan was about to leave, but halfway through, he suddenly turned his head and said, In the future, when you go up there to cultivate, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on you. You just need to focus on cultivating and quickly refine the 7 brilliant star body. Got it. Got it. Thank you, Chief. A look of gratitude appeared in Long Chen's eyes. To tell the truth, this Bai Lan was truly good to him. Moreover, Long Chen really liked Bai Lan's personality. She was straightforward, not bothering about trifles, and so on. Long Chen had always been a person who would take revenge for enmity and repay kindness for kindness. Now that Bai Lan was treating him so well, he would definitely repay her kindness in the future. After a while, Bai Lan finally left, leaving behind Long Chen and the 2 sisters. In the dark and windy night, the 3 were a bit embarrassed. Soyan was the first to say, I'm leaving. After saying that, she quickened her pace and ran to her courtyard. Only now did Long Chen realize that Su Yan seemed to be a bit sad. He looked at Su Shui, and Su Shui glared at him and said, I told you long ago to keep a distance between me and my sister. Now that she is sad, you can do as you see fit. If my sister's mood is always bad, you don't need me to be nice to you. After saying that, she also left, leaving Long Chen alone. Long Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. Women were really troublesome things. He still wanted to study the 7 brilliant star body, but now it seemed that he had to deal with this little girl, Soyan. Entering the wooden house, Long Chen gently knocked on the door and said, Yan, can you open the door? After a while, Soyan opened the door with her eyes red and swollen. She didn't dare to look at Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen sighed. He also didn't have the heart to hurt this little girl. Matters of the heart couldn't be forced. If Long Chen didn't make it clear to her, then it would only make her sad. Therefore, Long Chen directly pulled her into the room. Big brother, what are you doing? Soyan was a bit stunned. Long Chen broke into her boudoir like this. Wasn't this a man and a woman alone in a room? But he was her sister's. Big brother, you should go out. Thinking of this, Soyan quickly said. Seeing this little girl's nervous appearance, Long Chen helplessly smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Sit down. I'll tell you a story. Do you want to hear it? Soyan was stunned. She quickly nodded like a chick pecking rice and said, Okay. Long Chen pursed his lips. He pondered for a while. Then, he slowly told Soyan about his and Lingxi's matters. Just treat it as a memory. Long Chen didn't know why he inexplicably said it. In fact, there was no need to say it to a little girl. It was more because in the process of saying it, he had a very carefree feeling. He had accumulated a lot of resentment and unwillingness in his heart. At this time, he vented it all out. After he finished speaking, Long Chen's eyes were already a bit red and swollen. Chapter 759. Following Situ Yao's footsteps, Situ Yu and Situ Yao entered Situ Yao's residence. Situ Yao didn't say anything along the way, so Situ Yu was a bit nervous. Although he was very proud of what he did today, he didn't know what the older generation would think. At this time, Situ Yao finally turned around and looked at him. In Situ Yao's eyes, Situ Yu saw a trace of admiration. He relaxed, knowing that Situ Yao was quite satisfied with his performance tonight. It's a pity that I didn't know that Su Xue actually went up with Long Chen, and the army-piercing arrow didn't kill Long Chen. That's why everyone knows that he has the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. It's really difficult for us to get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Situ Yu was also depressed about this matter. Although his last wits saved a certain chance, it was really too difficult to get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Grandpa, Do you think it's possible that if I defeat or even kill Long Chen in a month, the Patriarch will give me the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? After all the elders of the 8 great sects want the inheritance, and no one can accept it. If I get the inheritance and become the son-in-law of the Patriarch, the others will probably have nothing to say. Situ tentatively guessed. That's a good idea, but if you want to realize it, you need to deal with a lot of accidents. The Patriarch won't let you kill Long Chen, but Long Chen seems to be an impulsive person. Maybe you can really kill him that day. Your performance tonight is very good. It's beyond my expectations. However, you must guarantee that you can kill Long Chen in a month's time. Situ Yao said with a deep look in his eyes. Situ laughed and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I have recently touched the edge of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. If you help me during this time, I will definitely be able to reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm within a month and reach the same level as you, Grandpa." Looking at his confident grandson, Situ Yao was a bit emotional. Reaching the 9th level of the Earth Martial realm at such a young age was already considered a peerless genius. If Situ you continue to cultivate like this, within 10 years, it would be possible for a strong person in the Sky Martial realm to appear in the Situ family. It was even possible for him to reach the 2nd level of the Sky Martial realm in his lifetime, and reach the level of the Demon Clan's Patriarch. Are you really sure that you can reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial realm in a month? Situ Yao asked with a bit of surprise. It's absolutely true. This feeling can't be wrong. Long Chen was in the 6th level of the Earth Martial realm. Although I don't know what strange method he used to kill Chen Yang, I am much stronger than Chen Yang right now, not to mention I will be in the 9th level of the Earth Martial realm in a month. At that time, I will probably be able to kill him with one move. But Grandpa, just to be on the safe side, I want to ask for another thing from you, said Situ Yu while looking at Situ Yao with expectation. You mean, you want the Spear of Million Melting? Said Situ Yao with a smile. The Spear of Million Melting is the strongest weapon of the Situ family. It is the only primary level divine weapon of the royal family. If I have the Spear of Million Melting, I can kill Long Chen with one move. I think that even the Patriarch can't save him in such a short time. The Spear of Million Melting can transform into millions and millions of people. How can a little Long Chen resist it? Said Situ Yu proudly. At the same time, he looked at Situ Yao with expectation. If Situ Yao could agree, then it would really be foolproof. Long Chen is only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial realm. His true essence is far from being able to use the 3000 star field. If the 3000 star field is used, I naturally can't let you take the Spear of Million Melting. The Spear of Million Melting is no match for this legendary divine weapon. But since Long Chen can't use the 3000 star field, you can take the Spear of Million Melting. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely work hard to kill Long Chen and take the 3000 star field for Grandpa to use, said Situ Yu with incomparable excitement. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and laughed. There was a bit of unbridled madness in their laughter. Grandpa, since it's like this, I won't waste any more time. I will go cultivate and try to reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial realm in the shortest time possible and then give everyone a surprise. In one night, Long Chen told Xueqi everything about himself. Telling Xueqi was not his purpose. His purpose was to find someone to talk to. In one night, he completely untied the knot in his heart. At this time, Xueqi also understood Long Chen. It was undeniable that she felt that she had a good impression of Long Chen, but his good impression was insignificant compared to the previous relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi. It was so insignificant that even Xueqi herself could only hide it in the depths of her heart. She didn't dare to take it out again. Looking at this tough young man, Xueqi's voice was a bit hoarse. She had already shed a lot of tears, but at this time, she still couldn't help but comfort Long Chen. She said, "Big brother, don't worry. With your ability, you will definitely be able to find Sister Lingxi. Yan believes that you can do it. You must do your best." Long Chen smiled helplessly. He didn't know why he said this to a little girl, so he said, "Yan I've only told this to you. You can't tell anyone else. I'll be laughed at." "Of course not. This is a secret between us." "Hee," said Xueqi happily. For her, Long Chen only told her, but not her sister. This was enough for her. "I told you this because I don't want you to be sad. If I am still alive, one day I will leave you in this place." Long Chen clearly said to her. He didn't want this little girl to miss him for too long if he suddenly disappeared one day. Okay. Suyin nodded her head obediently and said. For Soyeon to be sensible, Long Chen was already very satisfied. After explaining it to her, Long Chen and Su Shui would talk to each other. Once this little girl understood the inside story, she probably wouldn't be sad anymore. In fact, Long Chen didn't know that at this time, her heart was even more sad. It was just that she didn't explain it clearly. Well, I still have to fight against Situyu in a month. I'm going to cultivate. In a few days, I will feed you blood. Haha. Big brother, are you sure you won't leave me in 100 days? Soyeon nervously asked. That's for sure, because this is my promise. I think that Situyu wants to kill me. So even if it's for you, I can't die in his hands. Really? Soyeon smiled happily again. After chatting for a while, Long Chen left. At this time, the sky was already completely bright. What happened last night quickly spread through the entire Cyanwood Heavenly City. As more and more cultivators left and arrived, the news gradually spread through the entire primordial cemetery. Probably in a few days, all the experts in the primordial cemetery would know that there was a young man called Long Chen who obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord and then became the son-in-law of the demon clan's patriarch, Bai Lan. At that time, Bai Lan would probably be envied by the other patriarchs. After all, anyone would be envious of him for obtaining the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord so easily. During the day, when the sun appeared, the light of the stars and moon would be suppressed. So, Long Chen couldn't absorb the astral energy to cultivate the 7 brilliant star body. However, during this period of time, he could consolidate the knowledge of the 7 brilliant star body and astral energy. At the same time, he could comprehend the martial god tablet diagram and improve his true origin. In the following month, the 7 brilliant star body and the martial god tablet diagram would be Long Chen's main direction of attack. The most perfect state would be when Long Chen not only completely cultivated the 7 brilliant star body, but also comprehended the martial god tablet diagram and reached the 7th level of the earth martial realm. In that case, no matter what trick Situyu played, Long Chen would be able to defeat him. As he progressed earnestly, the night gradually descended. The starlight that filled the sky appeared once more, and it sprinkled down onto the land that was filled with greenery. Long Chen had already taken advantage of this time to arrive at the top of the ancient tree. This time, he didn't need Su Shui to accompany him, because Long Chen knew that Bai Lan was already protecting him from the shadows. Bai Lan was the most supreme expert in the primeval cemetery, and with his protection, Long Chen would be completely free of worries. Bai Lan was indeed good to him. This kindness, Long Chen firmly remembered in his heart. Sitting on a leaf at the top of the mountain, Long Chen silently began to operate the 7 brilliant star technique. Very soon, the starlight filled the air and completely enveloped his body. In Long Chen's body, the 7 brilliant star chi quickly flowed in the 18 martial veins. Astral chi. The destructive aura of the astral chi is even more terrifying than the gold-devouring chi. What I need to do is actually to absorb the astral chi into my body and use it to temper my body. I need to transform the astral chi into my own power, allowing my body to receive an absolute strengthening. From there, I can form the 7 glorious star body. This 7 glorious star body is a middle emperor battle skill. It's extremely powerful. However, the more powerful the battle skill, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The 7 brilliant star body was the same. Just absorbing the stellar chi was terrifying enough for Long Chen. If he wasn't careful, his body would probably be smashed into pieces. Therefore, when cultivating the 7 brilliant star body, Long Chen had to be extremely careful. Advancing forward courageously was the hard truth. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. Given Long Chen's body, how could he possibly withstand the astral energy? Chapter 760. A space of astral chi was formed around him. In this space, no one could get close to Long Chen. After all, the astral chi was too terrifying. Long Chen's entire body was bathed in the astral energy. Although the astral energy was terrifying, Long Chen was familiar with the method of guiding the astral energy in the 7 glorious stars art. He could let the astral energy enter his body bit by bit. The most important thing was the blue heart-shaped stone that Long Chen had obtained from the ancient tomb in the starry sky. At this time, Long Chen took this blue stone out of the great void realm. This thing is the core of a huge meteorite. The core is the foundation of every star. If I don't have this core in my body, I won't be able to successfully cultivate the 7 glorious stars art. This core is the real key. The first thing I need to do is to integrate the core into my heart. In Long Chen's hand, the blue astral river was floating. This core was actually the heart of the entire planet. Long Chen had integrated it into his body. At this time, he was integrating it into his heart, turning his body into a small planet. This way, he could accommodate the power of the stars and use the astral energy to forge his body. Long Chen was using this astral river to further control the astral energy. Precise control of the astral energy was the key to whether Long Chen could forge his body with the astral energy. At this time, in the palm of his hand, the 7 glorious stars qi gushed out. It was like a stream of water, completely enveloping the blue astral river. The blue astral river was swimming on the qi. Rays of deep blue light were emitted from the runes on the surface of the astral river. Under the illumination of the runes, Long Chen's face flickered with a blue fluorescence. This should be enough. The 7 glorious stars qi came from Long Chen's body. Long Chen could take it back at any time. At this time, under the cover of Long Chen's 7 glorious stars qi, the blue astral river began to melt. Soon, it completely melted into Long Chen's 7 glorious stars qi. Only the deep blue runes remained. They surged in Long Chen's qi like a small boat in the sea. It's time. Long Chen calmed his mind, and then slowly moved the 7 glorious stars' true essence in his hand towards his heart. When it touched his heart, the true essence actually turned into a liquid that gradually melted into Long Chen's body. Long Chen suddenly felt a scorching energy fusing into his body. After the blue energy fused into his body, it quickly rushed towards Long Chen's heart. Soon, the blue energy completely surrounded Long Chen's heart. Is the astral river starting to fuse with my heart? Long Chen waited expectantly. He could see that the runes on the astral river had already attached themselves to Long Chen's heart. The blue energy followed the runes and gradually fused with Long Chen's beating heart. As time passed, Long Chen's heart gradually turned blue. This made his heart look like the original stone. Long Chen felt a powerful energy flow into his body. This was a scorching and vast energy. It was similar to Long Chen's understanding of the power of stars. In fact, under the corrosion of the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline, Long Chen's body and even his bones had completely turned blood red. At this moment, only his heart had turned blue. It was like the brightest star in the night sky. The fusion of the astral river and Long Chen's heart made Long Chen feel as if he already had the power to control the stars. At this moment, the billions of stars above his head were incomparably clear in his heart. At this moment, Long Chen also felt as if he was one of them. The astral river had almost turned him into a human-shaped planet. Next, I will use the power of the astral river to attract the astral energy in the sky and slowly train my body. The fusion of the astral river was not dangerous. In fact, it was very smooth. The dark blue runes had already attached themselves to Long Chen's heart, providing Long Chen with a steady stream of star energy. This power allowed Long Chen to have some control over the stars in the sky. At this moment, he was preparing to start absorbing the astral energy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he used the power of the astral core, a change actually occurred in his body. As his heart beat, his dark red blood surged throughout his body and then returned to his heart. In his endless blood vessels, a dense blood-red dragon shadow actually appeared at this moment. It was as if millions of blood-red divine dragons were advancing towards his heart at the same time. This was a rebellion that belonged to the bloodline. The bloodline of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was extremely powerful. How could it let a mere 7 brilliant Star Lord inherit it? The tiny astral river occupied the most important part of the bloodline, the heart. Hence, in Long Chen's body, the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline was enraged. Countless blood-red dragons surged towards his heart at the same time. Suddenly, Long Chen felt his blood boil. The countless blood-red dragons rushed into his heart in an instant. Before Long Chen could react, the blood-red dragons had all fused into his heart. Immediately, countless dragon inscriptions appeared on his heart. The originally blue heart completely turned blood-red after being covered by these blood-red dragon inscriptions. The mysterious runes that had originally belonged to the astral river still existed, but they had been completely dyed blood-red by the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen could sense that the power of the astral river that had originally belonged to the astral river still existed. In fact, with the support of the blood-red power, it was even more powerful than before. However, what made people speechless was that no one could see the power of the astral river in Long Chen's body. This scene was similar to when the remnant soul of the Golden Crow had entered Long Chen's body. The originally Golden Crow fire had turned red. Under the control of the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline, Long Chen's body could only have one color, blood red. Both the Golden Crow fire and the astral river had been completely covered in blood red in the end. This was just a small interlude. It didn't affect Long Chen's ability to attract the astral gang qi in the sky. After the transformation of his body was complete, Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly attracted the power of the astral river, using the 7 glorious stars' real essence as a guide to attract the astral gang qi in the sky. Under the control of the astral river, Long Chen's perception spread across the starry sky, extending to the distant stars. The astral gang qi was a kind of dark purple gas that surrounded the surface of the stars. This gas had a terrifying lethality. Similar to the gold-devouring gas, it looked like it was composed of countless densely packed small blades that could move freely. When an ordinary person encountered this astral gang qi, it was roughly the same as encountering the gold-devouring gas. The end result was inevitable death. Whether or not he could attract the astral gang qi required a very long period of time. Therefore, Long Chen didn't succeed at the beginning. There were countless stars in the sky. The only thing Long Chen could do was to try again and again. This was not a simple matter. According to the description of the 7 glorious stars' body, it actually took several days to successfully attract the astral gang qi. However, Long Chen's situation was a bit special. His martial spirit was in the form of a dragon, not a human. Martial spirits and perception had a great relationship. This also meant that Long Chen's ability to communicate with the astral gang qi was also different from ordinary people. After about 4 hours, Long Chen had already attracted a trace of the astral gang qi towards his direction. This astral gang qi was very little, but after all, it had already started. This speed was much faster than what was described in the 7 glorious stars body art. This trace of astral gang qi was not much. It wasn't even enough to surround Long Chen. Long Chen carefully moved it from the endless void to his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked at the trace of purple gas in front of him. This purple gas, under the control of Long Chen, was still constantly changing its shape in front of him. It was as if this gas had intelligence. At this moment, it was constantly twisting and changing into birds, beasts, and even fish, prawns and monsters in the rivers and lakes. Each of these forms was full of malevolence. Looking at Long Chen, it was as if Long Chen, who was controlling its body, was its enemy. The boundless world is really mysterious. Even this astral gang qi seems to have its own consciousness. Long Chen sighed to himself. In fact, there were only 2 tricks to cultivating the 7 glorious stars body. Long Chen had already reached such a high place and successfully fused with the star core. Now, he only needed to do 2 things to complete the 7 glorious stars body. The first was control. He needed to precisely control the astral gang qi so that it could train his muscles, bones, blood vessels, and organs without harming himself. This would strengthen every part of his body. The second was patience. Those who could cultivate the 7 glorious stars body would definitely have astonishing willpower. As long as they endured the torture of the astral gang qi time and time again and forged their bodies through the torture, they would be able to succeed. Throughout history, there had actually been many people who had obtained the 7 glorious stars body. The 7 glorious Star Lord was not the creator of this cultivation method, but most people had suffered too much torture to cultivate this cultivation method. As a result, they ultimately failed in the end. Even if they succeeded, they had to endure it again and again, wasting a lot of time. Long Chen didn't have much confidence either. Chapter 761. A month's time. I can't drag it on any longer. I only have a total of 3 months in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. In these 3 months, I have to make all the things I have obtained a joke. Otherwise, how am I going to find the God Race young master and bring Xiao Lang out? With pressure, there would be improvement. Xiao Lang was still in the hands of the God Race young master. It was unknown what kind of torture he would be subjected to. This was the pressure in Long Chen's heart. Thinking of all the things that needed to be done by himself, Long Chen clenched his teeth. At this moment, he carefully controlled the astral energy and directed it towards his left arm. The muscles there were the strongest and it was not as weak as the organs. Therefore, he could give it a try first. After all, when the 7 glorious star body reached the large success stage, Long Chen would still need to use the astral energy to refine his brain and heart. Those were the most dangerous areas. Therefore the left arm was the safest. As for why Long Chen did not choose the right arm, it was because his right palm still had the 5 emperor seals. If he did not control it well and destroyed the 5 emperor seals, it would not be worth it. That malevolent astral energy neared Long Chen's arm. Even before it neared, Long Chen could already feel the sharpness of the astral energy. It felt as though countless blades were slicing at his arm, causing him to feel a burning pain. Long Chen paused for a moment and then continued to control the astral energy. At the same time, a lot of 7 glorious star true essence surged out from his 9 martial apertures, completely wrapping around Long Chen's arm. This was a long attempt. Although Long Chen was very courageous, he knew the principle of being hasty and not eating hot tofu. His movements and control were very slow. Although it was slow, if he succeeded, his speed would be much faster than others. In history, the fastest person to master the 7 glorious star body had spent more than 40 days. There was no need to talk about ordinary people. There were people who spent a year or 2. And the pressure that Long Chen gave himself was to complete it within a month. Although this was a very difficult task, Long Chen had no choice but to do so in order to win the battle in a month's time. There's still a month left and there are a lot of variables. Situ Yu is so bold, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have any trump cards. If Situ Yao wants him to win, he will definitely give him a lot of good things. I can't be careless. Besides, I heard him say that he is about to enter the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen could not afford to lose this battle. So he gritted his teeth. At this time, the terrifying astral energy, surrounded by Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, gradually approached Long Chen's arm. At the last moment, the astral energy was like a beast, directly pouncing on Long Chen's arm. If it weren't for the fusion of the 7 glorious stars' true essence, then this astral aura energy would have completely crushed Long Chen's arm. In the first moment, Long Chen felt a severe pain, but Long Chen didn't transform into his dragon soul metamorphosis. This was the cultivation of his body. If he used the dragon soul metamorphosis, then those dragon scales might not be able to obtain the fundamental cultivation. Only when the astral energy and the 7 glorious star body essence fused together could it forge Long Chen's body and not destroy it. However, the pain that the two caused to Long Chen was actually similar. At the beginning, Long Chen's complexion changed. He clenched his teeth and did not let himself cry. At this time, the astral energy and the 7 glorious star body essence had completely entered Long Chen's arm. It was as if there were countless blades piercing Long Chen's arm. The burning pain made Long Chen want to use the star nucleus to control the astral energy and throw it away. However, when he thought of the battle in a month's time, Long Chen clenched his teeth and did not choose to do so. Although the pain was intense, it was not to the extent that he could not bear it at the beginning. Long Chen knew that the longer he endured, the greater his progress would be. Under the intense pain, Long Chen could not withdraw the astral energy. He had to control the astral energy and let it enter the other parts of his body. While the astral energy was forging Long Chen's body, it also fused with Long Chen's body, turning his body into a battle body full of astral energy. When the true 7 glorious star body was completed, Long Chen estimated that his entire body would be filled with astral energy. It could be imagined how strong his body would be at that time. Among the inheritance of the 7 glorious star lords, the 3000 star field was the most famous weapon. Below the 3000 star field, the 7 glorious star lord was most famous for his 7 glorious star body. Back then, countless experts in the sky martial arts realm were directly defeated by his 7 glorious star body. This bit of astral energy was only enough for Long Chen to train a small part of his arm. However, it still took a total of 2 hours. Long Chen clenched his teeth tightly. After enduring for 2 hours, the astral energy was finally exhausted. Long Chen also felt that a small part of his left arm was actually spitting out purple astral energy. The strength of his body could be said to be countless times stronger than before. Ever since he had once cultivated a kind of Zhanwu demonic body before reaching the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen had not cultivated body-refining battle skills for a long time. Therefore, this time's cultivation directly improved a small part of his body by countless times. It could be imagined how terrifying his body would be if he completed the entire 7 glorious star body. The worst inheritance of the 7 glorious star lords, the Big Dipper steps, was now Long Chen's trump card among trump cards. After the astral energy was exhausted, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. When he recalled the feeling just now, he also felt a kind of creepy feeling. However, it had to be said that the strength of his arm had indeed increased a lot because of it. Although the feeling just now was so terrifying that Long Chen could not bear to recall it, in order to continue to become stronger, Long Chen knew that he could not give up halfway. When he treated this kind of pain as normal pain, or even felt numb, that would be when he truly succeeded. I can't relax, nor can I recall it. I can only continue to face it. At this time, there was still some time before dawn. Long Chen gritted his teeth and continued to use his perception to perceive the existence of the astral energy in the endless starry sky. This time, it was much easier than the last time. After all, the last time was the first time, and this time, the astral energy Long Chen attracted was more than 10 times that of Long Chen's before. From this, it could be seen how great Long Chen's determination was. Only at night would he be able to activate the astral chi. However, this astral chi wouldn't disappear during the day. Long Chen was prepared to spend an entire day to digest this 10 times more astral chi. Actually, the process of digesting the astral chi was to allow the astral chi to temper his body, and finally, completely fuse it with his body. A large mass of purple astral energy descended from the sky. This astral energy, under the control of Long Chen's Star River, revolved around Long Chen. This purple astral energy gradually turned into a sphere, completely enveloping Long Chen within it. For him to attempt such a terrifying attempt on his second time, it could be seen to the extent of Long Chen's mental fortitude. In the same place, Bai Lan and Lei Ji stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, watching Long Chen cultivating. At the beginning, they were still talking and laughing, but when they saw that Long Chen had attracted so much astral energy, both of them were dumbfounded. This kid is too crazy. Just a little bit of astral energy took him 2 hours, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. I thought that he would stop tonight and rest for a while before continuing tomorrow. I didn't think that he would be so reckless, using so much astral energy. Does he think that using astral energy to refine his body doesn't hurt? Lei Ji said in a puzzled tone. Bai Lan was also startled. Before Long Chen was completely enveloped by the astral energy, Bai Lan glanced at Long Chen's eyes. His eyes were indifferent and persistent, without a trace of fear. Hey, old brother, how much of this astral energy do you think Long Chen can use? Lei Ji nudged Bai Lan's elbow and asked with interest. What do you think? Bai Lan didn't answer, but asked back. I think 10% should be fine. 10% is the amount he used just now. Judging from his previous situation, 10% should be his limit. In another 2 hours, he definitely won't be able to hold it in, Lei Ji said confidently. Bai Lan smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll bet that he can completely digest it. Lei Ji was stunned as he replied, old fellow, you overestimate him too much. How could there be anyone capable of doing this? Even we wouldn't be able to do it. That astral chi. Even I was afraid of approaching it, let alone that brat. Bai Lan said, I like to be short. Since you're betting 10%, I'll bet all of it. What about it? Do you have the guts to bet with me? Lei Ji smiled and said, why wouldn't I dare? Let's use 50% as the limit. If it's more than 50%, it's your win. If it's less than 50%, it's my win. Tell me, what do you want to bet? Bai Lan had already calculated it and directly said, I know how much you have. Those that I like are all treasures passed down by your ancestors. You can't give them to me. Since that's the case, let's bet. Whoever loses will shout I, Lei Ji, am a big idiot in the sky of Cyanwood Sky City at noon tomorrow. What do you think? Lei Ji punched Bai Lan and said angrily, motherfucker, you're such a coward. You're already so old, yet you're still playing such childish games? Bai Lan staggered a few steps and said with a smile, who said it's childish games? I'm asking you, do you dare or not? Do you dare to say that you, Bai Lan, are a big idiot in front of all the demons? Lei Ji laughed instead. Why wouldn't I dare? Bai Lan had an indifferent expression. Chapter 762. Long Chen didn't know that there was actually a bored old guy who would bet on this kind of thing. At this time in his world, the only thing left was this rotating astral energy that surrounded him. At this time, the leaves under Long Chen's feet had already been crushed by the astral energy, and everything that came close had already been crushed. So Long Chen could only use his true essence to float in the air. Here, there was Bai Lan's protection, so Long Chen didn't worry about anything happening. Under the encirclement of this astral energy, Long Chen felt as if he was surrounded by countless blades, and those drifting astral energy cut Long Chen's skin painfully. A long time ago, Long Chen had fused with something called the Thunderflame bead and formed the Thunderflame battle body. That feeling was also quite terrifying, but compared to the astral energy in the sky, the pain of fusing with the Thunderflame bead was really nothing. For the past 2 hours, Long Chen had endured it with all his might. However, his personality was like this. The more difficult something was, the more he wanted to challenge it. Although the pain from before was still vivid in his mind, Long Chen still used so much astral energy. His goal was to completely refine all the astral energy in his body. Even in the next 7 or 8 days, Long Chen had decided to practice this 7 glorious star body here. His kind of perseverance was unimaginable to anyone. Facing difficulties, this was the most tenacious quality of Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen completely closed his eyes, not caring about the influence of the astral energy on him. After that, he controlled the astral energy and separated a strand from it. Without thinking, he directed it towards his arm. With his previous experience, although he knew that it would still hurt, Long Chen had gained a lot of experience. Soon, the astral energy was attached to his body. Pain, endless pain, as if there were countless knives cutting his arm. Long Chen could only clench his teeth. At the same time, he also controlled more astral energy to flow into his arm, controlling the movement of the astral energy in his arm, strengthening his skin, flesh, bones, and blood vessels. Under the forging of the astral energy, Long Chen's flesh and bones were constantly strengthened. This was enough for Long Chen, so Long Chen endured. Only by enduring can I succeed. Sometimes, he was such a one-track-minded person. Time gradually passed. After clenching his teeth again and again, Long Chen's face was already pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat, but he did not stop his pace. At this time, his arm was full of entangled purple astral energy. These astral energy were like ferocious beasts, constantly roaring in his arm. Every roar represented the destruction and reconstruction of Long Chen's body. Time gradually passed, and Long Chen's arm was gradually strengthened. 2 hours passed very quickly, and the astral qi had already disappeared by 1/10. At this moment, Lei Ji, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. He said in astonishment, "This brat's tenacity is really beyond my expectations. The astral qi just now must have already caused him great pain." This time, not only did he draw in so much astral qi, he even refined another 1/10 of it. Don't tell me he really wants to finish all of it? If he does, I guess another night will come. Let's wait and see. This kid will give us a lot of surprises. If he didn't have this kind of temperament, how could he have obtained so many things with his weak strength? Most of the time, luck isn't the key factor. Instead, it's the person who can seize the opportunity. Lei Ji also felt that this was reasonable. Before this, he had always felt that Long Chen was just lucky. But from today onwards, he had a whole new level of respect for Long Chen. Time continued to pass, and under the astonished gazes of the two, the astral energy around Long Chen gradually decreased. By the time day arrived, only 4/5 of the astral energy was left. By noon, it was estimated that only 1/2 of it would be left. At this moment, Bai Lan and Lei Ji's faces were filled with shock. Even Bai Lan was just casually talking about it. In his heart, he didn't think that Long Chen would be so monstrous. However, Long Chen was just that monstrous. Very quickly, under the numb gazes of Bai Lan and Lei Ji, noon arrived. At this moment, Lei Ji's expression was extremely conflicted. One could see that the astral energy around Long Chen's body was only 1/2 of what it originally was. Go on, little brother. Don't be so polite with your elder brother. At this moment, the young-looking Bai Lan laughed. Just you wait. The humiliation today, I will return it to you one day, Lei Ji said in exasperation. Lei Ji said in exasperation. As a man, he had to keep his word. Since he had lost the bet, Lei Ji would naturally be willing to accept his loss. Thus, his body quickly disappeared from Bai Lan's sight. Not long after, a rumbling sound could be heard from below. I, Lei Ji, am a big dumb donkey. In Cyanwood Sky City, countless people raised their heads. They were incomparably shocked at first, thinking that someone was teasing Lei Ji and insulting him. But when they heard it clearly, it seemed that Lei Ji had said it himself. Although they didn't understand the reason why Lei Ji would say such a thing, The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Lei Ji had lost a lot of face this time. However, he was a person who could let go of things. Soon, he returned to Bai Lan's side. Bai Lan's sneering appearance made Lei Ji flustered and exasperated. However, when he looked at Long Chen, he saw that Long Chen was still absorbing the astral energy to refine himself. Doesn't this kid know what pain is? Lei Ji said in a speechless manner. He knows pain, but he is tenacious. In this aspect, many young people can't compare to him. At least, I know that no matter if it's Situ Yu or Xueqi, they won't be able to learn the 7 glorious star physique without spending a year. Especially Xueqi. She definitely can't endure such inhuman torture. Girls are afraid of pain, so they are much weaker in this aspect. Lei Ji laughed and said, "You still dare to say that? Xueqi and Yan are not spoiled by you. Their talent is very good, but they are far weaker than other young experts in actual combat. This time, you want Xueqi to participate in the 9 Clans Youth Martial Competition. I estimate that the chances of her winning are very small. Furthermore, the competition is extremely dangerous, so how can you be willing?" Bai Lan suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Who said I want my daughter to participate in the competition? It's not worth it to send my daughter to her grave for a spot in the 5 Emperor Keys. There is someone else who will participate in the competition." "Who do you think it is?" "Old ghost, don't keep me in suspense," Lei Ji said, puzzled. "Far away, but close at hand," said Bai Lan. Lei Ji now knew that he was talking about Long Chen. "There are still about 3 months left. That's just enough for this kid to save my precious Yan. With his talent and temperament, as well as treasures like the Martial God Tablet and the inheritance of the 7 glorious star monarchs, how much do you think he will grow in 3 months?" asked Bai Lan. 3 months. If he can pass the test in a month, then he will be very strong. I think Situ Yu is also very talented. I think he will probably reach the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. "Everything is unknown," said Bai Lan. The two of them no longer spoke. Instead, they looked at Long Chen. As time passed, their expressions became more and more unnatural. By the time night fell, Long Chen had already completely consumed the astral chi from before. At this moment, Long Chen slowly recovered from the intense pain. At this moment, his face was already deathly pale. The intense pain had not lessened at all from beginning to end. In fact, as time passed, it became more and more terrifying. However, Long Chen still endured it in the end. Clenching his teeth and persevering over and over again, he had succeeded. After a day, Long Chen had completely refined his right arm with stellar chi. It was obvious that his right arm was completely different from the other parts of his body. At least in terms of weight and density, it was dozens of times greater. Compared to his left arm, Long Chen felt that his right arm had no strength at all. Although the skin and flesh of his left arm looked the same as before, it could be seen from the occasional purple aura that his arm had been strengthened to a great extent, whether it was the skin and flesh on the outside, or the tendons and blood vessels inside. Long Chen only needed to completely refine his entire body with astral aura, and then draw in a large amount of astral aura to soak himself in for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then would he be able to finally complete the 7 glorious star body. From these steps, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the 7 glorious star body. Bai Lan was right. If it were Su Shui, she probably wouldn't be able to cultivate the 7 glorious star body in less than 2 years. Even Bai Lan and the others didn't believe that they could compare to Long Chen in this aspect. Bai Lan and Lei Ji were somewhat stunned as they looked at Long Chen's left arm from afar. What a powerful body! The 7 glorious star body is indeed terrifying. If it's successfully cultivated, it'll probably be even more terrifying than your demon god emperor body. Bai Lan nodded. The cultivation method of the demon god emperor body isn't that complicated, so what you said is very likely. Although they're both mid-emperor level body tempering battle skills, there's probably still a difference. The strength of the 7 lords isn't balanced either. The 7 glorious star lord is one of the strongest amongst the 7 lords, especially with the 3,000 star domain. No one can match its sharpness. So powerful. Lei Ji didn't really understand the exact strength of the 7 lords. That's only natural. Ah, look at Long Chen. He's actually drawing in stellar chi again. Bai Lan was stunned by Long Chen's actions. This was too monstrous. What? Lei Ji was also dumbfounded. He stared at Long Chen. That brat Long Chen was actually activating the astral chi in his body. Heavens! He just rested for a while. How can there be such a terrifying person? Is his flesh made of iron, or is his heart made of iron? Chapter 763. Under the speechless gazes of Bai Lan and Lei Ji, Long Chen continued to draw more astral qi than before. This time, he forged his left arm once more before starting on his right arm. Bai Lan and Lei Ji's eyes were filled with numbness. They already felt admiration for this young man. If this goes on, this brat won't sleep or rest. He might really be able to completely cultivate the 7 glorious star body before a month's time. Moreover, he will definitely find time to comprehend the martial god monument diagram, Lei Ji said speechlessly. Let's wait and see. This brat will give us a pleasant surprise in a month's time, Bai Lan said with a smile. As the days passed, Long Chen's performance simply exceeded Bai Lan and Lei Ji's expectations. In their eyes, the current Long Chen had completely turned into a super monster. They knew how much pain would be caused by forging the body with astral qi, but from Long Chen's performance, it was as if the pain simply didn't exist. It wasn't that it didn't exist, the pain was still there. It was just that after experiencing it for so many times, Long Chen had already become numb to it. After nearly 10 days of forging, the pain was still as intense as ever, even to the bone marrow. However, for Long Chen, this was already a very normal thing. Through the cultivation of the 7 glorious star body, not only was his physical body rapidly strengthening, but his willpower had also become much more tenacious than before. At least for now, there was no pain that could make Long Chen retreat. After 10 days, Long Chen's arms, thighs and torso were all forged by the astral qi. In the beginning, the forging of the arms was easier, and so was the thighs. After all, they were all muscles, but the torso had 5 viscera and 6 bowels. These viscera were actually very fragile, so Long Chen had to pay 120% attention. For several days, Long Chen's spirit was highly concentrated. When he finally stopped, Long Chen already had a feeling of being reborn. In less than 10 days, Long Chen was going to feed the blood of Xueqi. This time, Long Chen was already prepared, so he wasn't as hurried as last time. After finishing, Long Chen immediately returned to the top of the ancient tree. Because the astral qi from last night had already been used up, Long Chen used this time to comprehend the martial god steel. From the 6th level of the earth martial realm to the 7th level of the earth martial realm, it could also be considered a leap. After all, every 3 levels was a big level. From the 6th level of the earth martial realm to the 7th level of the earth martial realm, it could be considered a leap. However, with the martial god steel, as well as Long Chen's leap in this period of time, coupled with the comprehension brought by his extraordinary heavenly aperture and dragon-shaped martial spirit, Long Chen's comprehension of the fist technique in the 7th level of the earth martial realm was also very fast. There were still more than 20 days left. If he didn't cultivate the 7 glorious star body, Long Chen would definitely be able to cultivate to the 7th level of the earth martial realm. However, after thinking for a while, Long Chen still focused his attention on the 7 glorious star body. After all, he was already numb to this kind of pain. Therefore, he wanted to successfully cultivate this kind of super powerful battle physique in one go. Not only would he forget the feeling of pain when he cultivated again, but he reckoned that he would also burst into tears again. When night fell, Long Chen used the star nucleus and once again activated the astral qi. After so many times of forging, Long Chen's forging speed had already increased a lot, so this time he directly activated a huge mass of astral qi. This astral qi whistled down from the sky, like a huge astral beast, pouncing towards Long Chen. Change. Under Long Chen's control, the astral qi was bound by him. It gradually changed shape, forming a huge spinning purple ball of astral qi that surrounded Long Chen. The astral qi was like countless tiny purple knives combined together, reducing the surrounding trees to pieces. Nearby, Bai Lan and Lei Ji had long since prostrated themselves in admiration towards Long Chen. If he continues like this ancient tree will be shaved clean sooner or later, Lei Ji snickered. Astral energy is incomparably sharp. Even we don't dare to approach it lightly. This time, Long Chen has drawn in so much astral energy. I estimate that within a few days, he'll be able to reforge every part of it, Bai Lan estimated. The two of them had nothing to do at the moment, because the legacy of Long Chen, the 7 brilliant Star Lord, was rather important. Moreover, news of this had already spread to the outside world, so they could only truly be at ease here. Otherwise, It was even possible for Long Chen to suddenly be killed while he was cultivating. Chen Yong had also tried to assassinate him before. Amidst the endless torture, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Time passed day by day. After another 3 days, Long Chen's entire body had been forged. The only thing left was his head. The head was the most intricate part of the body, as well as the weakest part. If he was not careful during the forging, he could even lose his life. As a result, Long Chen had to grasp it well. He could not be impatient for the sake of speed, or it would be a tragedy. As long as he completed this step, he would have achieved minor success in the 7 brilliant star body. If he wanted major success, he would need to activate a huge amount of astral chi again, completely enveloping his body in the astral chi and bathing in it for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then would Long Chen be able to succeed. Now, Long Chen was working hard towards minor success. At this juncture, Bai Lan and Lei Ji were also prepared. If anything happened to Long Chen, they would definitely come to his rescue immediately. At this crucial moment, Long Chen slowed down. When his astral chi entered his head, Long Chen found that he was about to faint from the pain. Fortunately, he persevered. He gritted his teeth and finally woke up. As he gritted his teeth and persevered, time passed bit by bit. His work was completed step by step. At the beginning, the pain became bearable. Finally, he got used to it. When he finally got used to it, Long Chen had actually cultivated for about 10 days and 10 nights. His 7 brilliant star body was only half a day away from the day he needed to feed Xueqi on dragon blood. Long Chen had already grasped the time well, so he didn't have to rush. As he walked towards Xueqi, Long Chen was also observing his minor success 7 brilliant star body. At this moment, Long Chen felt like he was a planet. The core of the planet was his core. At the same time, his body was also forged by the astral chi to be harder than some planets. This wasn't just toughness. The strength of the 7 brilliant star body manifested in many aspects. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was swallowing and spitting out purple astral chi. This astral chi was completely emitted from his body. It was as if there were countless small blades surrounding his body. It was filled with a frightening madness. From a distance, Long Chen looked like a purple star floating in the air. This star was filled with endless explosive power. Of course, Long Chen could also retract the purple aura and return his body to its original appearance. This could also be considered a kind of disguise. However, if one looked closely, they would still be able to see that there were some specks of purple light on his skin and flesh. Seeing that Long Chen had already achieved minor success in the 7 brilliant star body, Bai Lan and Lei Ji were speechless. They walked to Long Chen's side. In fact, Long Chen had already discovered them on the first night. He had the spirit-devouring demon eyes. As long as it was a living creature that was not far away, it would not be able to escape his eyes. He knew that Bai Lan and Lei Ji were here to protect him. However, Long Chen had never met them before. Until now, when Long Chen had successfully cultivated the 7 brilliant star body. Boy, use your battle body and try to punch me. Let me see what kind of advantage the minor success of the 7 brilliant star body has compared to my ThunderClan's primary emperor-level battle technique, the heavenly lightning battle body. Okay. Lei Ji was a straightforward person. Long Chen quite liked his personality. Therefore, after saying the word okay, his figure flashed and in an instant, he rushed in front of Lei Ji. At that moment, Lei Ji's muscles tensed up. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on his body, completely entangling his body. The densely packed lightning appeared because his body tensed up. Lei Ji did not use any power of the sky realm. He only used his body to block Long Chen's punch. Long Chen clenched his teeth and shouted. He punched out. Immediately, the purple astral chi exploded from his fist, condensing into the shape of a giant beast of stars. In an instant, it hit Lei Ji's body. Lei Ji flew back. At the same time, Long Chen also flew back. He felt as if he had hit an iron wall. His fist was a little red and swollen. At that moment, his arm felt a little numb and slightly trembled. He hurriedly looked over at Lei Ji. At this moment, Lei Ji had retreated quite a distance away, and with a loud bang, he crashed into a huge tree branch, sinking deeply into it. The lightning on his body instantly turned the branch into a charred yellow color. At that moment, Long Chen could clearly see that Lei Ji's chest, the place where Long Chen's fist landed, was currently emitting green smoke. Lei Ji also seemed to be in pain. Seeing that, Long Chen was full of confidence. This was only the minor success of the 7 brilliant star body. To a certain extent, it was already superior to the heavenly lightning battle body. Before, when Long Chen attacked, Lei Ji was defenseless, so Lei Ji suffered a loss. Chapter 764. Not bad, not bad. When Bai Lan saw his good brother's embarrassing appearance, he quickly laughed. At this time, Lei Ji walked up with a gloomy face and said helplessly, "You're only at the small success stage, but you're better than my heavenly thunder battle body. If you're at the large success stage, I'm afraid even Bai Lan's demon god imperial body wouldn't dare to test you, right brother Bai? Don't try to provoke me, I won't be fooled." Bai Lan smiled. He knew that Lei Ji had endured Long Chen's punch more than him. How could he be fooled? For the strength of Long Chen's 7 luminary star body, they were completely convinced. This 7 luminary star body was indeed the best body refining battle technique in the ancient cemetery. In that case, I'll take my leave first. There's still half a day, Yan still needs me. Long Chen said goodbye to them and returned to Soyan's courtyard. These days, Soyan's body had recovered a lot, so she was basically immersed in cultivation. Seeing Long Chen come back, Soyan was of course happy, but she knew that there was no hope for her in Long Chen, so she still chose to bless Long Chen, so she still kept a small distance with Long Chen. Girls matured early. Soyan was 14 years old today. She was not young, she was in the age of budding. In this exquisite courtyard, Long Chen and Soyan chatted for a while. When it was almost time, Long Chen let Soyan take some dragon blood again, helping her to extend her life by 10 days. As long as 100 days passed, Soyan would be able to fully recover. After finishing, Soyan asked, "Big brother, I heard that you've been practicing the 7 luminary star body these days. Did you succeed?" "I've already reached the minor completion stage. After 10 days, I'll probably reach the great completion stage." "Fairy, there were only 10 days until the battle between him and Situ Yu. Is that so? Then you must quickly succeed, I heard. Soyan was somewhat embarrassed. She didn't dare to say it out loud. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked. Under Long Chen's gaze, even though Su Shui was afraid that Long Chen would be discouraged, she still said, "I have heard that Situ Yu has already broken through to the 9th layer of the Earth Qi layer. After breaking through to the 9th layer, his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. If you fight against him, I'm afraid. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart. He has already reached the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. It seems that Situ Yu's innate talent is even more terrifying than Feng Jilin's. If he also has an invisible whip like Feng Jilin's, then his battle strength will be even more terrifying than Feng Jilin's. Even if I reach the great completion stage of the 7 luminary star body, I won't be able to deal with him. Big brother, why don't we cancel this battle? I have a feeling that those people are up to no good. I think they want your 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy," Su Yan said worriedly. She considered Long Chen as one of her own, and other people, even if they were from the demon clan, were just outsiders in her eyes. Long Chen smiled and said, "Little Yan, you don't have much confidence in your brother. Let me tell you, no matter what, your brother will not lose, especially not to Situ Yu, you can rest assured." Soyan didn't understand Long Chen's self-confidence, so she asked, "But big brother, the gap between the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm and the 6th layer of the Earth Martial Realm is really big. No matter how big the gap is, it is not an insurmountable gap," Long Chen said with a smile. Soyan didn't really understand. 20 days had already passed. Long Chen only needed 7 days and 7 nights to completely reach the great completion stage of the 7 luminary star body. Moreover, he hadn't seen Soyan for several times, so Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. "Big brother, it's still early. At this time, you can't move the star qi, so why don't you accompany me for a walk? Since I came back with you, I haven't gone out for a long time. Those ordinary warriors have gathered in my outer city. They will sell the things they obtained in the ancient cemetery. There are many dazzling things and some good things. Let's go and have a look." Looking at the little girl's excited expression, Long Chen really couldn't bear to disappoint her, so he could only nod his head. Furthermore, for the past 20 days, his nerves had been stretched taut at all times. At the same time, he had endured that inhumane torture. Now, there was only one mission left. It was time to properly reward himself and let himself rest for a while. The Azure Wood Heavenly City was divided into 2 parts, namely the outer city and the inner city. The inner city was occupied by the Demon Clan and the Thunder Clan, while the outer city was occupied by the ordinary warriors. There were more than 8,000 ordinary warriors who came to the ancient cemetery, and more than 1,000 people came to the Azurewood Heavenly City. Moreover, as the news of Long Chen obtaining the 7 luminaries Star-Lord's inheritance spread out, more and more mysterious people who wanted to fish in troubled waters came here. There were more and more people in the Azurewood Heavenly City. However, this was the territory of the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan, so ordinary people could only stay here for a month. Now that the ancient cemetery had been open for 3 to 4 months, there were countless treasures in the ancient cemetery. Many people had obtained a lot of things. Of course, there were some things that they didn't need, so this led to many transactions, which would be carried out in some cities. In the outer city of the Azurewood Heavenly City, there was a special street that was used to trade goods. This street was jokingly called Taba Street by the people of the Azurewood Heavenly City. Xueqi brought Long Chen around half a circle in the outer city before they came to the middle of Taba Street. Long Chen looked around and saw that there were many stalls here. Those warriors were sitting casually, waiting for people to come to trade. There were also many warriors looking around one by one, and when they found something they needed, they would talk to the owner. Xueqi, as the daughter of the Demon Clan's clan leader, actually didn't need these things. However, she had a child's temperament and wanted to have fun. At this time, she brought Long Chen around here. Wow, big brother, what is this? It's so beautiful. Along the way, Xueqi exclaimed from time to time. The ancient cemetery had lost countless treasures left behind by experts in the Middle Ages. Many of them were rare things that had gone extinct, so Xueqi was making a fuss about nothing. Along the way, the young girl's bell-like smile and pretty appearance attracted many people's attention. Many people recognized their identities. Xueqi was still all right, as she often came to these places before, but it was Long Chen's first time here. For many people, it was their first time seeing Long Chen at such a close distance. Long Chen had a treasure like the 7 brilliant Star-Lord's inheritance on him. This was enough to make him the focus of everyone's minds. In fact, many of the warriors who came here were actually here for the 7 brilliant Star-Lord's inheritance. After all, the people in the outer city had changed a lot compared to 20 days ago. The newcomers were simply attracted by the reputation. Among them, there were even warriors in the 8th tier of the Earth Martial Realm. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Bai Lan had already said that he would attack anyone who dared to touch Long Chen. Who was Bai Lan? He was one of the top 3 experts in the entire ancient cemetery. Therefore, even though they saw Long Chen, this fat sheep, in front of them, the others didn't dare to make a move. They could only look at Long Chen, this young man who had obtained both treasures and beauties, with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Hey, big brother, what is this? At that moment, Xueqi picked up a shell-shaped object from a warrior's stall. Or rather, it was a shell, but this shell was quite beautiful. It was smooth and translucent, looking like a shell-shaped piece of jade. Little princess, don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, it comes from the body of a king-level demonic beast. However, this kind of demonic beast doesn't exist in the Myriad Kingdom territory. It can only be seen in the sea. This jade crystal shell looks simple, but it has the effect of concentrating the mind and nurturing the martial spirit. If you wear it on your body, it can double the effect with half the effort when cultivating. The owner of the stall quickly explained when he saw that Xueqi had taken a fancy to this item. Oh, it really has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the mind? Xueqi was a little curious. She looked at the jade crystal shell up and down for a long time before nodding in satisfaction. She asked, "How do I exchange for this jade crystal shell?" The warrior quickly said, "You don't need anything else. Just a high king-level battle skill will do. Princess is the daughter of the Demon King, so you must have a lot of battle skills. Just give me one of them." Although a small jade crystal shell was rare, its effect was not very great. This warrior actually asked for a high king-level battle skill at such a high price. It was a little too much. Xueqi did have a lot of battle skills, but most of them were unique to the Demon Clan and could not be passed on. Therefore she showed an awkward expression and said, "I'm sorry, but my father won't let me pass on the high king-level battle skills to others." Is there no other way? Long Chen saw that this little girl really liked this shell, so he took out the secret book of the Wind God legs that he had obtained from the leader of the Wind God sect. He said, "This is a mid-king level battle skill. Although your jade crystal shell is rare, it is not worth a high king level battle skill. This wind god legs, if you think it's okay, you can take it. The warrior was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to try his luck when he saw the princess. In fact, he also expected a mid-king level battle skill. After all, his strength was at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It would be difficult to practice a high king level battle skill. In that case, this jade crystal shell. Chapter 765. I want this jade crystal shell. Isn't it just a high-level king-level fighting skill? This earth-splitting 9 layers is a high-level king-level fighting skill. It's much stronger than that wind god's leg. Just by listening to the voice, without looking at the person, Long Chen knew who it was. It was Situ Yu. Hearing Situ Yu's voice, Soyan's face showed a displeased expression. She quickly hid next to Long Chen, tightly holding the shell in her hand. At this time, Situ Yu, surrounded by a group of young talents of the demon clan, walked towards Long Chen. At this time, Situ Yu was talking and laughing wittily, like a boss. After walking in front of Long Chen and the others, Situ Yu looked at Long Chen and Soyan for a while, then smiled and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's Princess Soyan and the legendary son-in-law of the patriarch. Through the perception of Situ Yu, Long Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. The rumors are indeed true. It turns out that Situ Yu has indeed reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. In terms of cultivation, he is already at the same level as Xueqi. However, because he has just stepped into the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, his Zhenyuan is still not stable. After a period of time, he will be able to completely use the skills of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. 10 days later, he would have to fight with the experts of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. There was a gap of 2 whole levels, and Situ Yu definitely had a lot of hidden cards. Long Chen knew that this was going to be troublesome. The battle in 10 days was very likely to be an unknown. It was very likely that the blood sacrifice would be the only way. However, the thing that Long Chen didn't want to use the most was the blood sacrifice. Every time he used the blood sacrifice, it would cause him to be weak for a long period of time. Just like the last blood sacrifice, although his strength was finally restored by the 7-colored Ganoderma, his martial spirit was not indestructible. If he was frequently injured, even with the help of the spiritual medicine, if he used it too many times, his martial spirit might collapse. Blood sacrifice was an abnormal move. Naturally, the less it was used, the better. There were laws in this world. It was already heaven-defying enough that his dragon soul transformation could increase the nature of his dragon soul transformation by 10 times. The final state of the blood sacrifice could increase it by 3 levels, and with the addition of the dragon soul transformation, it would be 4 levels. With such an abnormal divine ability, if there were no restrictions, Long Chen would have long been invincible in the world. If he used the blood sacrifice in the battle in 10 days, it would cause Long Chen's strength to be greatly reduced and his martial spirit to be injured again. If he had not had no other choice, Long Chen would never choose the blood sacrifice. Long Chen was able to make it this far because he rarely had any fear in his heart. Even though he knew that his opponent was already at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, Long Chen was not afraid. Situ Yu didn't restrain his qi. Instead, he released it unscrupulously, as if he wanted everyone to know that he had reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. At this time, a group of people stood in front of Long Chen and Soyan, looking at Long Chen boldly with fiery eyes. At this time, Long Chen's Wind God's kick had not yet been handed over to the warrior. Situ Yu threw an advanced king-level combat skill to the warrior. People were greedy creatures. Compared with Long Chen's Wind God's kick, the warrior naturally liked the advanced king-level combat skill more. However, he was not a fool. Although it was good, he might not be able to eat it. Therefore, he held the advanced king-level combat skill in his hand and waited to see what would happen. Situ Yu's intention was obviously to buy the jade crystal shell. His behavior was very excessive, because Su Yan had already discussed it with that martial artist, and that martial artist had also agreed. However, Situ Yu came out halfway. Situ Yu's status in the demon clan was still lower than that of Xueqi. Therefore, his action of not giving face to Xueqi was a bit provocative. Situ Yu, what do you mean? I obviously bought it first. Towards Situ Yu, Xueqi had a little bit of awe at the beginning, but now it had turned into disgust. Especially when he would be fighting against Long Chen, whom she respected the most, in 10 days' time. At this time, after hearing this, Situ Yu laughed and said, "Little princess, You misunderstood me. How could I dare to rob your thing? I just saw that someone can't even take out an advanced king-level combat skill. I was worried that he would lose the face of the demon clan. Therefore, I waited for someone to buy the jade crystal shell. In fact, I wanted to give it to you, Princess Yen-er. The other teenagers also laughed. That's right. Princess Yen-er is so stingy that she doesn't even want to take out a high-level king battle skill. Even I feel ashamed standing next to her. How can such a person be Princess Xueqi's son-in-law? Bullshit. Who said he could be Princess Xueqi's son-in-law? Don't you know that Brother Situ is already in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm? He is second only to the various patriarchs. Brother Situ Yu is young and he is also a disciple of the demon clan. Who is more suitable for Princess Su Xue than him? Princess Yen-er, you should keep your jade crystal shell. When Brother Situ becomes your brother-in-law, he will buy more things for you, unlike some poor people. These people's words were getting more and more excessive. In the end, even a girl with a good temper like Xueqi was so angry that her eyes turned red. These people were looking down on Long Chen, so she looked at Long Chen nervously. She was worried that Long Chen would be sad. But when she looked at Long Chen, she saw that Long Chen's face was indifferent, as if those people didn't exist. Big brother, don't mind what they said, who cares, silly? Long Chen smiled helplessly. He rubbed her little head and said, don't be angry. There are many puppies in this world. They always like to bark and bite people. If they bark and bite us, we can't bite them back. Just accept it. Long Chen's words made Soyeon smile. Soyeon nodded and said, I know what to do. Then she looked at Situ Yu and the others and said, I want to buy this jade crystal shell. It's not a gift from my big brother. I want to buy it for my big brother. After saying that, she looked at the warrior and then carefully took out a yellow secret book from her Cosmos sack. She said, this is a reward my father gave me when I was 10 years old. It's a high-level king-level battle skill called 9 Fingers of Wind. This is a cultivation skill my father obtained a long time ago. It's useless to me. Today, I'll exchange it for the jade crystal shell with you, okay? Since Su Yan was in front of this cultivator and spoke with such sincerity, the cultivator could only nod his head and quickly took the secret manual from Su Yan's hands. It was of special significance to her. Then, he looked at the other secret manual in his hand, which was thrown over by Situ Yu, at a loss. Give it to me. Soyeon took the secret book and then threw it in Situ Yu's direction without saying anything. Situ Yu could only catch it. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, the warrior quickly said goodbye to Soyeon and then hurriedly left. In his heart, he naturally had a good impression of Soyeon, this polite little girl. As for Situ Yu, he was just acting like a spoiled brat. Because of the dispute between Situ Yu and Long Chen, other people stopped doing business. They all looked over and pointed at Long Chen and the others. Situ Yu was very arrogant and wanted to use a high-level king-level battle skill to humiliate Long Chen. However, Soyeon took the initiative to take out an even more precious battle skill. For Situ Yu, this was simply a slap in the face. Moreover, Soyeon originally wanted to give this jade crystal shell to Long Chen. At this time, Soyeon didn't care about the gazes of others and placed the jade crystal shell in Long Chen's hand. She had a satisfied smile on her face and said, Big brother, you usually cultivate, I hope this can help you. I used my father's birthday gift to exchange for this. You must take good care of it. Seeing the serious look in the little girl's eyes, Long Chen nodded and said, Don't worry, it will always follow me. Even if I die, it will still follow me. That's good. Long Chen's answer made Soyeon very satisfied. She felt that she was very lowly, but to have something that belonged to her to stay by Long Chen's side forever, this was enough for her. Their conversation as if there was no one else present made the faces of everyone on Situ Yu's side incomparably ugly. At this moment, they looked at each other in dismay. Situ Yu had lost a lot of face this time. Long Chen didn't say anything and just left him there like a clown. He had easily won the battle. Situ Yu's face darkened. Looking at the intimate appearance of Long Chen and Soyeon, the fire of jealousy was burning in his heart. At this time he sneered and said, Long Chen, don't make a mistake. The patriarch said to betroth Princess Su Xue to you, not Princess Soyeon. You two are so close. Aren't you afraid of other people gossiping? Long Chen raised his head and looked at Situ Yu, who had just reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm and was somewhat itching to fight. Long Chen's eyes were calm and he asked, "You are the grandson of the dignified patriarch Situ Yao, but you say such improper words. Aren't you afraid of losing your grandfather's face?" What Situ Yu hated the most was Long Chen's fearless appearance. He was obviously much stronger than Long Chen, but why Long Chen wasn't afraid? This made Situ Yu anxious to prove to Long Chen. Only by letting this boy know how strong he was could he really vent his anger. "Long Chen, there are still 10 days before the duel. Do you want the duel to start in advance today?" Situ Yu sneered and said. Long Chen knew that this guy couldn't help but want to beat him, but Long Chen wasn't that easy to beat. So he smiled and said, "I don't think so." After saying that, he said to Soyan and said, let's go. The puppies here are too noisy. It's rare for us to have some peace and quiet. We came out for a walk and met these puppies. Our luck is really bad." Chapter 766. As they talked, they left the place, completely not putting Situ Yu in their eyes. Long Chen's insults made Situ Yu mad. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Situ Yu coldly looked at Long Chen and roared in a low voice. "Long Chen, stop right there. If you're a man, then fight with me. Don't just use your mouth." Unfortunately, Long Chen ignored him and walked away. "Trash, stop right there." Situ Yu roared. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew towards Long Chen, causing Long Chen's and Soyan's clothes to flutter. "Big brother, what should we do?" Soyan said in a panic. Long Chen's eyes darkened and said, "Let's go back. We'll see in 10 days. Strength is our own. There's no need to fight to the death just to vent our anger." Long Chen had matured a lot. He no longer called others trash and lost his rationality. Soyan looked at the young man in a trance. Even though Situ Yu was much stronger, she had the illusion that Long Chen was invincible. This made Soyan feel a lot more at ease. "Okay, just treat them like puppies barking, hee." The two left unhurriedly under Situ Yu's arrogance. The people next to Situ Yu also started cursing. What a trash. After seeing Big Brother Situ's strength, he immediately ran away like a turtle. Yes, this Long Chen is a turtle. Apart from deceiving women, he doesn't have any other skills. A person like him can't be considered a man. He's not worthy of Princess Xueqi or the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star monarchs. All of this should belong to Big Brother Situ. Big Brother Situ is a true genius. What kind of dog is this Long Chen? I called him a dog and he didn't even dare to look back. Everyone look, haha. The group of people scolded him merrily and burst into laughter. But Situ Yu's face was still cold. So many insults landed on Long Chen's body, but it was as if they were hitting thin air. Long Chen did not have the slightest reaction. The feeling of punching thin air made Situ Yu want to vomit blood. "Long Chen, I've reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm and obtained the Great Demon Spear of Myriad Transformation. In 10 days, I'll definitely let you have a taste of what it's like to have your body crushed to pieces. I, Situ Yu, will obtain everything you have, including the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance." Situ Yu clenched his teeth and swore. At this time, Long Chen had already returned to the inner city. After comforting Su Yan, Long Chen prepared to cultivate. At this time, Su Shui leisurely walked towards him. She seemed to have heard the news today. She worriedly said, "Did you have a conflict with Situ Yu today?" "It's just a small quarrel." "It's nothing," said Long Chen. Su Shui frowned and said, "I heard that Situ Yu has reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen, what are you going to do in 10 days? They all looked more nervous than Long Chen, but in Long Chen's heart, there was nothing to be nervous about. Although he knew that he was far from being a match for Situ Yu in terms of Zhen Yuan, but he was not worried at all. This was the mentality that he had cultivated for a long time. No matter how much he worried or feared, it would be useless. It would be better to continue to cultivate steadily and steadily. Adapt to the situation. Long Chen's words made Su Shui speechless. "I can't stand you anymore. You shouldn't have agreed to Situ Yu's request. That guy obviously wants to trick you. Your goal is to quietly practice the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star monarchs. Is it necessary to fight with him?" Su Shui looked at Long Chen reproachfully. She sounded like a young woman complaining to her husband. "People live to fight. You women don't understand that. If you don't have any other questions, I'm leaving," said Long Chen, rolling his eyes. "You go. I'll see what you'll do. Don't get killed. My sister needs you." Xueqi was a little mad at Long Chen. Did he eat leopard's guts? 10 days was neither a long time nor a short time. Even though the outside world was in an uproar because of the battle between him and Situ Yu, Long Chen remained calm and unperturbed. For the remaining time, he planned to spend 7 days to complete the 7 glorious star body. Then, he would comprehend the martial god tablet diagram and wait for the battle to begin. Of course, before the fight, he had to feed Xueqi on some dragon blood. Under the nourishment of Long Chen's blood, the girl became more and more spirited. A strong life force burst out of her body. Even Bai Lan was amazed. He asked Xueqi many times what pill Long Chen gave her, but Xueqi wouldn't say. Bai Lan was so anxious that he rolled his eyes. At night, Long Chen returned to the top of the ancient tree. This time, he prepared to complete the 7 brilliant star body. Inside the ThunderClan, no one would have thought that in that dark room, the 7 of the ThunderClan were having a memory that would decide the fate of their clan. It was a meeting of the highest level of the ThunderClan. The 7 of the ThunderClan, who were in the 9th level of the Earth Realm, were all present. The only one missing was the patriarch of the ThunderClan, Lei Ji. The 7 sons of the ThunderClan were actually the 8 senior elders of the ThunderClan. Every single one of them were over 250 years old. They were the old antiques of the ThunderClan, not only in name but also in reality. Among them, the senior elder of the 7 sons of the ThunderClan was already over 400 years old. If he could not break into the Heaven Realm, his life would not be long. Even so, this grand elder of the ThunderClan, Lei Yuan, had a status comparable to the current patriarch of the ThunderClan, Lei Ji. Lei Yuan was in existence from the same generation as Lei Ji's father. When he was young, he had made countless contributions to the ThunderClan and was one of the heroes of the ThunderClan. The meeting was initiated by Lei Yuan. He gathered all the 7 of the ThunderClan and hid it from their patriarch, Lei Ji. Everyone had been silent for a quarter of an hour. At that moment, Lei Yuan used his hand to lightly knock on the wooden table, making thumping sounds. Everyone, I gathered everyone here but hid it from the patriarch, Lei Ji. I think everyone knows what I'm thinking. What do you think? Said the aged Lei Yuan with a hoarse voice. Everyone looked at each other. At first, no one said anything. After Lei Yuan's gaze swept through the crowd, a tall and sturdy man said, I have to say that this is the chance for the ThunderClan to rise up and no longer depend on the Demon Clan. Well said. Lei Yuan clapped his hands. Very quickly the others also clapped. Since it's been made clear, I'll say it directly. For so many years, our ThunderClan has been living in the shadow of the Demon Clan. We've been following the Demon Clan's lead. We're like servants of the Demon Clan. Wherever the Demon Clan goes, our ThunderClan goes. We're not the only ones who've had enough of that. Other than the patriarch, I think everyone else has had enough of that. Lei Yuan's voice made everyone listen to him with solemn expressions. I think everyone understands what I mean, continued Lei Yuan. One of the men said, Grand Elder, we do understand. I agree with your opinion as well. I'll raise my hand first. What about the others? When the man raised his hand high up, the others gritted their teeth and also raised their hands. Lei Yuan smiled. Since everyone is of one mind, I'll cut to the chase. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is the most important opportunity for our ThunderClan. No matter what happens to Lei Ji, we must first obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, then break away from the Demon Clan and find our own stronghold in the archaic cemetery. As for Lei Ji, if we obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords and lead the entire clan away, yet he still stands on the side of the Demon Clan, we won't need a patriarch like him. In the entire ThunderClan, only he, Lei Yuan, could say such words. Without a Heaven Realm expert, how can our ThunderClan survive? Said one of the Grand Elders. Don't worry, Lei Ji won't be that stupid. The ThunderClan is his root, so how can he not return? What's important is that we must act first and report later. We must finish this quickly. When we break off our relationship with the Demon Clan and obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, he will stand on the right side. As long as he stands on the right side, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords will belong to him, said Lei Yuan with a deep gaze. Lei Yuan's gaze was deep. Indeed, in their eyes, the Demon Clan had the inheritance of the Demon God Emperor, the God Clan had the inheritance of the White Lotus Fairy, and if the patriarch of the ThunderClan could obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, he would become in existence on the same level as them. We, the 7 sons of the ThunderClan, have no selfish motives. I I, Lei Yuan, have gathered everyone here today for the sake of the Thunder Clan. Patriarch Lei Ji, other than being able to cultivate, is following Bai Lan. He will not be able to achieve anything great. What we must do is to force Lei Ji to break off the relationship between them, so that he can become a qualified patriarch of the Thunder Clan. Lei Yuan's intentions were the intentions of the other 7 sons. First Senior Elder. Just tell us what we should do. The patriarch has indeed rarely considered the interests of the entire clan. We will all listen to you. Lei Yuan shook his head. I am already old and cannot support the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan still needs Lei Ji to hold down the fort. The only thing I want to do before I die is to make Lei Ji ruthless and break away from the Demon Clan, so that our Thunder Clan can become an existence like the Demon Clan. After a pause, Lei Yuan said, I already have an idea of the specifics of the plan. When do we make our move? Long Chen has been cultivating the 7 brilliant star body for the past few days, while Bai Lan and the Patriarch are watching from the side. Lei Yuan said, I have already arranged the specific time. It will be 10 days from now, when Long Chen and Situ Yu fight. At that time, our Thunder Clan will give them a pleasant surprise. Everyone was stunned. Isn't that the time when there are the most people? All the experts of the Demon Clan will appear. How can we succeed? Chapter 767. Aside from the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, no one else knew what was happening in the Thunder Clan. Even the upper echelons of the Thunder Clan were unaware of this important internal meeting. However, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had grasped their thoughts. The Thunder Clan was a clan that loved freedom. They didn't like the feeling of living under someone else's roof. What Lei Ji and Bai Lan didn't know was that although their relationship was very good, the lower echelons of the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan weren't on good terms with each other. This was especially true for the younger generation. Between the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan was much more powerful than the Thunder Clan. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, it was generally believed that the Thunder Clan existed as a vassal of the Demon Clan. This caused the youths of the Demon Clan to be arrogant in front of the Thunder Clan. They even looked down on the Thunder Clan. Of course, Lei Ji and Bai Lan didn't care about these conflicts. However, other than Lei Ji, the rest of the Thunder Clan had some resentment towards the Demon Clan. After the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords appeared, not only were the 8 elders of the Demon Clan moved, but the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan and everyone else in the Thunder Clan were also moved. A storm silently arrived without anyone knowing. Of course, Long Chen also didn't know that he was currently immersed in the cultivation of the 7 glorious star body. As long as he completed this step, Long Chen would be able to cultivate the 7 glorious star body to the Great Accomplishment Realm. Long Chen had already reached the Great Accomplishment Realm in his control over the star core in his heart. At this moment, Long Chen was controlling the star core, extending his perception towards the distant horizon. There were countless astral energies in the endless stars. Long Chen searched the horizon. Only after he had drawn enough astral energies did Long Chen draw them down. Long Chen was going to go big this time. On the side, Bai Lan and Lei Ji were both stunned, because the amount of astral chi Long Chen had attracted this time was too much, 10 times more than the maximum amount Long Chen had attracted before. Such a large amount of astral chi transformed into a huge purple astral beast, exploding in the sky with a loud bang, causing a huge commotion as it swooped down. Such a huge amount of astral energy was something that Long Chen nearly couldn't control. If he didn't control it, it would be very dangerous. Because it meant that Long Chen would destroy the entire Cyanwood Sky City. Perhaps many people would die in there. But the good thing was that he controlled it. Bai Lan and Lei Ji heaved a sigh of relief. The foundation of their Thunder Clan and Demon Clan was here. If it was destroyed, the two of them would probably cry to death. However, when they saw such a huge astral beast soaring in the sky, they still felt fear in their hearts. Fortunately, Long Chen needed a very long time to draw the astral energies. Furthermore, it could only be drawn at such a high altitude. If he was able to casually summon countless astral energies in a normal battle, even Bai Lan would have to avoid it. The purple astral energies were spitting out sharp cold light as they revolved around Long Chen. The astral energies that were as huge as the stars alarmed everyone in the Cyanwood Sky City. Everyone looked at this place with envious eyes. They knew that Long Chen was cultivating the 7 glorious star body, and Bai Lan and Lei Ji were protecting him. On this night, there were too many people who couldn't calm down. Within the Situ clan, Xueqi stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the violet astral chi in the sky. A sneer appeared on his face as he said, "So what if you've successfully cultivated the 7 glorious star physique? You're 3 levels lower than me in terms of true energy. This isn't something that can be made up for with any treasures or battle skills." Thousands of people were paying attention to Long Chen. Those who knew how terrifying the astral aura was, at this moment, felt even more awe towards Long Chen. They roughly knew that the 7 glorious star body needed to be forged with astral aura. From the metal-devouring chi and so on, they could imagine how terrifying the astral aura was. However, Long Chen had completely bathed himself in this astral aura. The crowd didn't believe that Long Chen wouldn't feel pain. Long Chen knew it was pain, but he could endure it. At this moment, he used the power of the stellar nucleus to firmly grasp the astral energies that were like a huge beast. The astral energies gradually condensed into a huge sphere around him, completely enveloping him. This time, the spinning sphere was 10 times bigger than the previous one. The range of the astral energies also increased by 10 times. Within this range, all the branches and leaves were turned to dust. Even Bai Lan and Lei Ji had no choice but to move a distance away. They didn't want to be accidentally injured. "Brother Bai, this brat has caused such a huge commotion. I know that there are people who don't know the difference between life and death and are eager to make a move. The sphere formed by the astral energies is so big, I'll go to the other side," Lei Ji said. Bai Lan nervously stared at Long Chen and nodded at the same time. The news that Long Chen had obtained the legacy of the 7 glorious Star Lords had spread. They were also worried that some people who didn't fear death would come and disturb them. Bai Lan had already spoken. If there really were people who didn't fear death, he wouldn't mind making a move. However, those who dared to make a move tonight were only ordinary cultivators who didn't know the difference between life and death. The true experts, at least in the Sky Realm, didn't come. Sky Realm experts were the absolute experts here. The myriad kingdoms didn't have more than 10 of them. Under the protection of Bai Lan and Lei Ji, Long Chen was able to cultivate safely. Of course, this was also a great challenge for him. After all, he had to endure for 7 days and 7 nights, and the intensity of the torture would be even greater than before. Surrounded by the astral aura, countless astral aura surged towards him. This time, he had to forge violently in order to finally achieve the 7 glorious stars physique. As long as he clenched his teeth and endured for 7 days and 7 nights, he would be fine. Honestly speaking, the cultivation of the 7 glorious star physique didn't require any knock on the door, nor was it related to comprehension. The only thing that was required was patience and control. As for the latter half of the cultivation, there was only one thing that was required, and that was patience. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships could one rise above others. The suffering Long Chen had suffered this time was definitely the most in history. Countless astral energies surged into his body and completely surrounded him. Countless astral energies entered his body and furiously forged it. It completely forged his body that had already been forged before, and not just once, but twice and thrice. After 2 rounds of forging, the 7 glorious star body would finally be completed. Time gradually passed. There were many times when Long Chen couldn't help but want to give up. After all, enduring this terrifying pain for 7 days and 7 nights was not an easy thing to do. Throughout history, many people could only reach the initial success of the 7 glorious star body, but they couldn't complete the 7 glorious star body. That was because many people couldn't endure it this time. Long Chen also wanted to give up, but when he thought of Lingxi, he persevered. Only by persevering over and over again could he finally succeed. Little she. When he was in a trance, Long Chen thought of this girl, and in that trance, he felt that his body was filled with strength. After countless struggles, Long Chen persevered again and again. Below, many people were paying attention to this change. They also saw that the astral energies surrounding Long Chen were decreasing. "Big brother, you must succeed." Soyan closed her eyes and prayed. From Bai Lan, the 2 sisters roughly understood the situation. They knew that the astral energies would cause extreme pain, and from Bai Lan's description, they knew exactly how painful it was. But what made them admire was that Long Chen persevered again and again. "I didn't think that he would be able to endure such pain. It's already been 7 days, right? After this last night, he will succeed." Looking at the astral energies in the sky that were getting smaller and smaller, Xueqi couldn't believe her eyes. 7 days passed just like that. "Yeah, Big brother is always the best. No matter how strong Situ is, he will definitely not be his opponent in the end. Xueqi also had some blind faith in Long Chen. Under their expectations, the last night passed. At this moment, they were already high up in the sky, standing beside Bai Lan and Lei Ji. In the past few days, Bai Lan and Lei Ji had killed many desperados. These desperados didn't have the strength to match their strength. However, if they didn't stop them, it would still affect Long Chen to a certain extent. The huge astral energies were now only the size of a human. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered with a thin layer of astral energies. Even this trace of astral energies was gradually absorbed by Long Chen's body. At this moment, Long Chen's appearance was also revealed. Previously, when the Seven Glorious Star body was at the minor success stage, one could see astral energies on Long Chen's body. But now, Long Chen seemed very reserved, as if he had returned to a state where he didn't cultivate at all. This was the major success stage of the Seven Glorious Star body. Only when Long Chen truly attacked would the power of the Seven Glorious Star body truly appear on his body. Long Chen closed his eyes and sensed for a while. He discovered that the strength of his body was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the minor success stage. The boundless physical strength filled Long Chen's body. Long Chen was confident that his current physical strength was second to none among the experts in the primordial cemetery. He might even be in the top 3. The inheritance of the Seven Glorious Star Lords, the Big Dipper Steps and the Seven Glorious Star body, had been truly completed by Long Chen. These two parts together were the complete contents of the Seven Glorious Star technique. Chapter 768. Lei Ji, do you still dare to let Long Chen try his strength? Said Bai Lan, pointing at Long Chen. Lei Ji hurriedly shook his head and said, I've already tried it last time. Now it's your demon god imperial body's turn. Speaking of which, both of you have medium emperor tier body refinement battle skills. The way the two of them rejected each other made the Bai sisters smile at each other. Forget it. In 3 days, he will fight against Situ. We'll just watch. I don't want to suffer, said Bai Lan. After saying that, he looked at Long Chen and said, At that time, I was just talking about it casually. I didn't think that you would actually be able to completely practice the Seven Glorious Star body within a month. However, Situ has also reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. It won't be easy to defeat him. In the remaining 3 days, prepare well. Long Chen nodded and said, Many thanks to the 2 patriarchs for protecting me these past few days. Don't worry about it. It's natural for you to protect your son-in-law, said Bai Lan with a teasing smile. This guy was used to being disrespectful. His words made Xueqi feel embarrassed. She originally thought that her sister would be unhappy, but what made her feel strange was that Su Yan was still looking at Long Chen with a sweet expression. Why is this little girl in such a good mood? What did Long Chen say to her? Xueqi was puzzled. After Long Chen finished practicing the Seven Glorious Star body, Bai Lan and Lei Ji left. Long Chen, Xueqi, and Xueqi went back to their residence. He didn't want to waste the remaining 3 days. The martial god tablet was in front of him. After returning, Long Chen immediately immersed himself in the martial god tablet. In 3 days, he would fight against Situ, who was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. So Xueqi didn't dare to disturb him. Sister, do you think Big Brother has a good chance in 3 days? Xueqi murmured as she stood under the pavilion in front of Long Chen's door. In order to not let her sister worry, Xueqi said, Don't worry, Long Chen is very stubborn. No matter what, he won't die. No matter what, he won't lose. Sister, you're lying. You clearly thought Big Brother would lose. Xueqi opened her eyes wide and looked at Xueqi. Xueqi forced a smile and said, Don't make wild guesses, I don't think so. Moreover, look at how hard-working he is. He definitely won't disappoint you. Yes, Long Chen did not relax for even a moment. 3 days passed very quickly. On this day, Long Chen called Xueqi into his room and there was no sound. When Xueqi came out, everyone asked, Yan, why did Long Chen call you in? It's already been 10 days. I ate the medicinal pellets Big Brother gave me and he's still cultivating. However, I feel that he still hasn't reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Everyone was a bit disappointed, but they soon understood. After all, it wasn't easy to reach the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. The fight was at noon, and it was still early in the morning, so they weren't in a hurry. However, the place where the fight was going to take place was already full of people. Situ and the 8 great elders who supported him had already arrived. It was a huge platform. There might have been people living in the Cyanwood Heavenly City in the past. There might even be a martial arts arena in the city. At this moment, the side of the huge platform was already filled with people. The training ground was in the outer city of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Today was a big day in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Everyone in the Cyanwood Heavenly City had already arrived. The battle between Long Chen and Situ had already spread like wildfire. This battle was not only related to whether or not Long Chen could become Bai Lan's son-in-law, it was also related to who the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance belonged to. Although everyone knew that Long Chen had successfully cultivated the Big Dipper steps and the 7 brilliant star body, the most important inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, the 3,000 star domain, Long Chen definitely could not use it. Therefore, many people coveted the 3,000 star domain. A person's greed was boundless. Even with a super expert like Bai Lan overseeing, it could not extinguish the burning greed in everyone's heart. At this moment, the demon race, thunder race and ordinary martial artists formed 3 groups. They stood on 3 different sides of the platform. On the side of the demon race, Situ stood under the escort of the 8 elders. Even the 8 elders were standing, but Situ had his own seat. This was his treatment as a participant. Of course, from this, it could be seen how much importance the 8 elders placed on this battle. As long as they defeated Long Chen, the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance would not belong to Long Chen. It was very likely that after a fight, it would fall back into the hands of the 8 elders. At this moment, the 8 elders were talking to Situ. Most of them were praising him. After all, Situ was already in existence in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He was not far from their strength. Moreover, Situ was still young. His potential was far from being used up. In a few years, he would definitely become a strong demon in the Sky Martial Realm. Xueqi was also in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. They were both from the demon race. In everyone's eyes, Xueqi and Situ were a true couple. After Situ's strength had increased, Situ Yao's position in the 8 elders had also increased. Many elders had already started to build relationships with Situ Yao. With a good grandson like Situ, it was very possible that Situ would be the one in charge of the demon race in the future. If Bai Lan died. Of course, because Bai Lan had reached the Sky Martial Realm, he could still live for a long time. The demon race was very lively. Situ was very proud of himself. This feeling of being surrounded by countless people made him feel very good. Even behind him, his subordinates were flattering him. Brother Situ is in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He will definitely reach the Sky Martial Realm in the future. He is the rising superstar of our demon race. Long Chen is in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He is simply wasting the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. If he gives the inheritance to Brother Situ, he will definitely become the strongest person under the Patriarch. Even the 9 great clans don't have such a strong person at such a young age. Of course, when Brother Situ has the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, coupled with the magic weapon 3000 Star Field, even Wu Guangyu won't be a match for Brother Situ. Hearing these words, Situ felt very good. When he reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he knew that he would definitely win today. Moreover, he still had an important trump card in his hand, which was the Million Melting Demon Spear, a low-level Emperor-level magic weapon. The demon race was very lively, but the Thunder Clan was very quiet. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan were quietly standing together. Behind them were the leaders of the Thunder Clan and then the ordinary disciples. The ordinary warriors were also very lively. They were scattered all over the place. When they met someone they knew, they would unscrupulously chat with them. It was even noisier than the demon race. What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? It's almost noon and Long Chen hasn't arrived yet. What does the person who got the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords look like? Is he afraid to come because his opponent is so strong? How can such a person get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? It's pure luck. Why can't I be that lucky? I wonder if I'll be lucky today. At first, it was just the demon race's side that was noisy. Soon, the demon race was also noisy. Only the Thunder Clan's side was very calm. What's going on? Why hasn't he come yet? Situ said impatiently, looking in the direction of Long Chen. Don't worry. Calm down and deal with it. This brat's willpower is quite astonishing. He has already successfully cultivated the 7 glorious star body. His physical body will be quite astonishing. You better deal with him seriously. This brat is very strange. Situ Yao said in Situ Yu's ear. I know. Situ Yu said impatiently. In the past few days, Situ Yao had already talked about the 7 glorious star body in his ear several times. Situ Yu was annoyed when he heard it. If he hadn't reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he would still care about it. But now, in front of absolute strength, any battle skills were just unorthodox methods. When Situ Yu's patience was about to disappear, Long Chen and the others walked over. Bai Lan and Lei Ji, the 2 patriarchs, stood together. Su Shui and Xueqi followed behind them. As for Long Chen, he followed behind them. After comprehending for 3 days and 3 nights, Long Chen still hadn't reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In fact, he had already reached the final juncture, but because of time constraints, he could only come out first. Long Chen guessed that if he was given another 10 days, he would definitely be able to reach the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. If he had the strength of the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm, Long Chen would have it easier. And today, it would be a very difficult and bitter battle. The people who originally thought that Long Chen wouldn't appear all looked at the young man who was said to be envied and hated. They thought that the young man would be very frightened, but they didn't expect to see his calm face, as if the person who was about to fight was not him. Are you sure this is Long Chen? His strength is at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but why doesn't he seem to be afraid at all? Maybe he's pretending. To be honest, he's probably scared to death. I heard that he agreed to Situ Yu's challenge, but I didn't expect that Situ Yu would reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm a month later. He even made a promise that if he lost, he wouldn't marry Princess Su Shui. Now this guy is in trouble. Under the pressure of all the big shots, the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lords will be lost. Su Shui was a little unhappy. She said with slight anger, "These people's mouths are really cheap. They don't know anything, but they still talk nonsense. Yeah, they're not good people. Big Brother didn't offend them, but they talk nonsense." Chapter 769. But what made her happy was that Long Chen didn't seem to be angry. Time's up, let's go. Bai Lan turned around and said to Long Chen when they reached the platform. Long Chen nodded and walked to the center of the platform before Situ Yu. His pace was neither fast nor slow as he walked step by step towards the center of the platform. It was spacious enough for Long Chen and Situ Yu to fight. As for Bai Lan and Lei Ji, they stood between the Thunder Clan and the Devil Clan. They did not stand together with their own clans. Su Shui and Su Yan stood behind them. Thus, there were a total of 4 groups of people. Seeing this, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan and the others looked at each other and smiled. Everything was going according to their plan. In their plan, the patriarchs of the 2 clans and the 8 great elders of the Demon Clan would stand like this. Everything was going according to their plan. As long as they stood together, the Thunder Prison would be able to cover them. As long as they were covered by the Thunder Prison, even Bai Lan wouldn't be able to escape. In this way, the Thunder Clan would have enough time to make their move. Of course, nobody knew what the Thunder Clan was doing. Even the patriarch of the Thunder Clan, Lei Ji, was kept in the dark. After Long Chen went to the platform, Situ Yu couldn't wait anymore. He laughed and slapped his chair. Without saying anything, he rushed to the platform and stood 20 meters away from Long Chen. The 2 of them immediately attracted everyone's attention. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm was really terrifying for Long Chen. At least in terms of true qi, he was 10 times stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen was considering whether to use the blood sacrifice or not. But after seeing Situ Yu's fierce and arrogant face, he gave up and used the Dragon Soul transformation. The Dragon Soul transformation increased the nature of his true qi by 10 times. The standard of his true qi had also reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Although there was still a long distance between him and his opponent, for Long Chen, this gap was just right. Basically, there weren't many people in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm who could be his opponent. The Dragon Soul transformation made everyone finally see that there was something special about Long Chen. The Dragon Soul transformation was fierce and terrifying, as if it was born to kill. The bone spurs and scales were flashing with a threatening light. This appearance is not bad. It has the feeling of a beast. Sure enough, it can't be compared with our human clan. Situ glanced at it and said with a sneer. Long Chen didn't pay attention to him. He felt the power in his body. After transforming into the dragon soul transformation, the power of the 7 glorious star body and the dragon body, even if he didn't use true qi, his body was full of an explosive power. At this time, Long Chen gently clenched his fist. On his arm, a purple gang qi swallowed and spat out, condensing into a star pattern on his hand. It was as if there was a purple star map on his body, bright and vast. This is the 7 glorious star body. Situ Yu's face revealed a look of jealousy, but it quickly turned into excitement and greed. He could feel that the 7 glorious star body was indeed full of very strong power. He even had a feeling that he didn't dare to touch Long Chen. The reason why he was excited was because he knew that this 7 glorious star body would one day be his. Everything would be his. One could imagine how strong he would be after he had the 7 glorious star body. How could he know what kind of torture he would have to go through to successfully cultivate the 7 glorious star body? Situ Yu didn't know if he could succeed in cultivating the 7 glorious star body even if he spent a year. What he needed to do now was to take it from Long Chen's hands. To be honest, I really can't believe that you actually dared to come here. Situ Yu continued to talk nonsense. His contemptuous words couldn't make Long Chen, whose heart was as still as water, move the slightest bit. Cultivation was more about the cultivation of the mind. After experiencing the torture of the 7 glorious star body, Long Chen suddenly felt that there was nothing in the world to be afraid of. Therefore, even if it was Situ Yu, who was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he could calmly face him. The star chart formed by the purple gang qi was circulating on Long Chen's body. His mind was already immersed in a kind of still water realm. At this time, Long Chen forgot the level between the two of them and forgot the gap between their strength. Only the opponent in front of him existed in his only world. What is he doing? Why does it seem like he is in a trance? When everyone saw Situ Yu's contemptuous words, but Long Chen didn't have any response, they all thought that Long Chen was scared silly. What is he doing? If you don't dare to come, then don't come. Coming here and not saying anything, what is this? Everyone was already scared silly by Long Chen and didn't dare to speak. Only Situ Yu understood that with such a peaceful Long Chen, he couldn't find a chance to attack. This made him somewhat doubtful. Towards this brat, Long Chen, he had already harbored thousands of resentment in his heart. Therefore at this time, he didn't speak anymore. His body moved and he already rushed towards Long Chen to kill. In an instant, the battle was ignited. According to Patriarch Bai, this Situ Yu cultivates the Situ family's Heavenly Devil Transforming Art, which contains body refining battle skills, body movement battle skills, and 3 powerful fist techniques. Heavenly Devil Transforming Art is a primary Emperor-level battle skill. This is probably Situ Yu's trump card. On the way here, Bai Lan had already introduced a lot of things about Situ Yu to Long Chen. This was also to let Long Chen be prepared. Even Feng Lin could use the Emperor-level battle skill 1000 Handprint, so there was no reason that Situ Yu couldn't use it. The fist technique in the Heavenly Devil Transforming Art was called Heavenly Devil Transforming Fist. However, in this first attack, Situ Yu didn't use the Emperor-level battle skill. To deal with a small 6th-level Earth Martial Realm cultivator, using the Emperor-level battle skill was too shameful for him. In an instant, he approached Long Chen. Situ Yu's true essence of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm gave him an extraordinary speed. In terms of speed, he was almost the same as his grandfather Situ Yao. Devil's Netherworld Finger. With a whistling sound, in the middle of Situ Yu's right index finger, there was suddenly a yellow stream of air revolving around it. It was like the legendary Netherworld. At this moment, the yellow whirlpool suddenly increased and in an instant, it rushed towards Long Chen. In the center of the Netherworld, there was a black star. A huge attack burst out from this star. In fact, the power of the Devil's Netherworld Finger was in this black star. This was the real power of the Devil's Netherworld Finger, which was also Situ Yu's fingertip. This Devil's Netherworld Finger was actually a high-level king-level battle skill. It was not much different from Long Chen's Desolation Divine Seal. At this time, Situ Yu used the strength of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm to display the full power of the Devil's Netherworld Finger. Using the Devil's Netherworld Finger to deal with Long Chen was obviously underestimating Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were calm. When the opponent attacked, his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Even his body didn't move in the slightest. This immediately caused a burst of noise. What's going on? Why isn't Long Chen resisting? Is he looking to die? Under the attack of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he still doesn't resist. This guy's brain is rusty. Or is he looking to die? All kinds of discussions came. Behind Bai Lan, Xueqi and Xueqi were also very nervous. They couldn't help but want to go up and help. In the end, it was Bai Lan who stopped them and said, "Don't look down on Long Chen too much. It's not certain who will win or lose today." Since Bai Lan said such words, it proved that Long Chen still had a possibility of winning. Hearing these words, Xueqi immediately relaxed a little. At this time, under Situ Yu's puzzled gaze, his devil's netherworld finger lightly touched Long Chen's chest. Situ Yu felt that he had hit his opponent, but what made him shocked was that he suddenly saw the star patterns on Long Chen's body actually converge towards his chest. When Situ Yu hit his opponent, a lot of purple gang qi had already gathered on his chest. These purple gang qi suddenly turned into a fierce beast. When Situ Yu's devil's netherworld finger poked Long Chen, the beast suddenly roared and bit Situ Yu's finger. Ah! Situ Yu let out a scream. He hurriedly used all the true qi in his body to finally shake off the purple gang qi. Only then was he able to retreat in embarrassment. The power of this purple gang qi came from Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, which was beyond his expectations. And the power of Situ Yu's devil's netherworld finger also directly sent Long Chen flying. He retreated a few steps before he could stabilize his body. Under the resistance of the 7 glorious star body, the devil's netherworld finger only caused a certain amount of impact and didn't hurt his body. Long Chen's body had been tempered time and time again by the stellar qi, and its toughness had already far surpassed that of others. Now, even if he stood in the middle of the glazed gold domain and let the gold-devouring qi envelop his body, it wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. This was the pinnacle of body-refining battle techniques in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. As soon as the battle began, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. They all thought that Long Chen would be killed in the first move. Who would have thought that the situation would be like this? Situ Yu used all his strength to attack Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't fight back. The result was that Situ Yu was sent flying and his finger was slightly injured. How strong did Long Chen's 7 glorious star body have to be to create such an effect? Long Chen looked at Long Chen in a daze. They knew that Long Chen used the 7 glorious star body to block the attack. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 7 glorious star body was. This made them even more envious of the 7 glorious star body. They thought that they would be invincible in the world after obtaining the inheritance of the 7 glorious star body. How could they know that the cultivation of the 7 glorious star body required such terrible torture? Chapter 770. Long Chen had taken risks again and again. He had endured pain again and again. Only then did he have the strength he had today. Seeing Long Chen's performance, everyone laughed. At this time, Long Chen had already begun to shine. The people on Situ Yu's side were naturally angry. Among them, Situ Yu was the most embarrassed one. Before, he had made a solemn vow, but now that he thought about these people, it was simply a slap to his face. Although his finger was slightly injured, but for Situ Yu, it seemed that his face was even more painful. Courting death, you are just relying on the 7 glorious star body. The inheritance of the 7 glorious star body will sooner or later belong to me. Situ Yu. Situ Yu let out a roar in his heart. At this time, without saying anything, he roared and rushed towards Long Chen. Since the advanced king-level battle skill was useless, he had already decided to use an emperor-level battle skill to let Long Chen have a good taste of pain and failure. Heavenly Demon Transformation Art. As Situ Yu was moving forward, a fierce black whirlwind suddenly swept around him. He was enveloped by this black whirlwind. This black whirlwind roared and suddenly turned into a giant beast that rushed towards Long Chen. Heavenly Demon Chaos Dance. This was one of the agility battle skills of the Heavenly Devil Transformation Art. This was an emperor-level agility battle skill. At this time, Situ Yu moved. His entire body suddenly turned into a devil shadow. Even the current Long Chen couldn't clearly see where his body was. Of course, an emperor-level battle skill couldn't be simple. In the eyes of everyone, at this time, the entire platform was filled with Situ Yu's shadow. There was no shadow of Long Chen at all. However, for Long Chen, this kind of agility skill had very little effect on him. This was because Long Chen had the spirit-devouring demon eyes. As long as he was under the spirit-devouring demon eyes, no shadow would be able to escape from Long Chen's eyes. As soon as the spirit-devouring demon eyes opened, Long Chen saw Situ Yu's body quickly moving in the air. He was using a roundabout method to attack behind him. Long Chen's mouth curved into a trace of a cold smile. At this time, a golden light suddenly appeared in his right palm. Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Long Chen struck behind him. Suddenly, the huge Golden Emperor's seal rumbled behind him and suddenly slashed down. Situ Yu happened to be at Long Chen's position. Boom boom. Situ Yu was originally preparing to attack Long Chen. He didn't think that Long Chen would be able to find his position. In this critical moment, Long Chen's Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal emitted a vast and cold energy. This energy represented that this was definitely a Emperor-level battle skill. Facing an Emperor-level battle skill, Situ Yu didn't dare to be careless at all. Demonic Fist of Life. Qi Transformation. In this critical moment, Situ Yu could only use the first move of the Demonic Fist of Life to fight against Long Chen. Under Situ Yu's control, thousands of demonic shadows appeared on his fist. In this small space, the group of demons howled and exploded in the form of a fist. They collided with Long Chen's Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. The clash of the two had their own advantages. Long Chen won because he grasped the opportunity, forcing Situ Yu to react hastily. On the other hand, Situ Yu won because of his dense true energy. The two Emperor-level battle skills collided. Immediately, the entire Greenwood Sky City trembled. With an explosive sound, the two of them flew backwards. Among them, Long Chen received the most impact. He flew back more than 20 meters before he stabilized himself on the ground. He almost rolled on the ground. Although Situ Yu was in a hurry, he was able to stabilize his body. In this confrontation, what shocked Situ Yu the most was how did Long Chen know his position. He had enough confidence in his demonic flurry. This kid's luck is really good. He can actually guess my position so easily. But next time, your luck won't be so good. From the exchange just now, Situ Yu clearly understood Long Chen's real strength. He knew that in a normal battle, Long Chen would absolutely not be his opponent. So, he was very excited in his heart. To be honest, Situ Yu was indeed a very difficult opponent to deal with. At this moment, Long Chen was slightly injured. The attack of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm made his blood and qi churn. His whole body was very uncomfortable. It was with great difficulty that Long Chen finished suppressing his body. At this time, Situ Yu once again madly laughed and rushed towards Long Chen to kill. Up until now, Situ Yu had taken the initiative to attack. Long Chen realized that the gap between the two of them was really too big. The only thing he didn't use was the double seal combination. However, he knew that the double seal combination wouldn't be able to kill Situ Yu no matter what. So, he had to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would lose today. Thinking of this, Long Chen took a deep breath. He immersed his mind in the martial god tablet in the great virtual realm. In fact, he was only a little bit away from the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Because he was pressed for time, he came here. Who said that I, Long Chen, can't comprehend the martial god tablet during a battle? If others were to know of his current state, they would definitely be too shocked. This brat was really too heaven-defying. Facing such a battle against an opponent that was far stronger than himself, he actually split his attention to comprehend the martial god monument diagram. In my current state, I can only defeat Situ Yu with the blood sacrifice. However, I can't use the blood sacrifice. The martial god tablet is my only chance, said Long Chen. At that moment, Situ Yu was rushing towards him. He was ready to kill Long Chen and steal his 3,000 star field as soon as possible. As long as it recognized him as its master, even Bai Lan would have nothing to say. After all, the 8 great elders would protect Situ Yu. Long Chen's mind was half immersed in the great virtual realm and the other half was watching Situ Yu. The fist technique of the figure in the martial god tablet was gradually overlapping with Situ Yu's fist technique. Die! Situ Yu once again used the first move of the Devil Transformation Fist. Big Dipper Steps. Under Long Chen's control, a huge astrolabe appeared on the platform. Golden runes flickered on the blue astrolabe. When Situ Yu's Heavenly Devil Transformation Fist erupted with formidable might, causing the entire platform to shake, Long Chen had already appeared on another star on the astrolabe. His speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. Even Xueqi himself was stunned. This is the Big Dipper steps. Whether it is the 7 glorious stars body or the Big Dipper steps, they are both very heaven-defying. Long Chen is so lucky to get this thing. Does he want to keep dodging like this? After dodging Xueqi's first attack, Long Chen kept dodging like this. He didn't make a single move. Therefore, everyone saw this scene. On the platform, Xueqi was chasing Long Chen angrily, insulting and ridiculing him. He wanted to punch Long Chen and kill Long Chen. But what made him crazy was that Long Chen was able to dodge his attack every time. While dodging with the Big Dipper steps, Long Chen was still comprehending the picture of the martial god tablet. At the same time, he was also pondering over Xueqi's punching skills. No matter what, Xueqi was already at the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. His punching skills of the Earth martial arts realm and the profoundness of every move were of great help to Long Chen. Time gradually passed. That one point of doubt was soon cleared up in Long Chen's mind. If he had comprehended the martial god tablet normally, it would have taken Long Chen a few days. But in this tense situation, with the help and pressure of Xueqi's attack, Long Chen's speed of comprehension was super fast. After failing to hit Long Chen several times in a row and being played around by Long Chen, even the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this time, Xueqi couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly stopped and then displayed the devil flurry dance. He rushed towards Long Chen and instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. "Let's stop here," Xueqi furiously roared. Immediately, a black whirlwind completely enveloped him. That berserk power completely surrounded him. Countless devil shadows appeared around him and revolved around him. Devil Transforming Fist. Tribulation of 3 lives. This was the second move of the Devil Transforming Fist. The Devil Transforming Fist had a total of 3 moves. Xueqi only knew the first 2 moves. After all, he had just reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, not the Heaven martial arts realm. For him, only when he reached the Heaven martial arts realm would he be able to comprehend the last move of the Devil Transforming Fist. With one punch, Xueqi struck out 3 fist prints. These 3 fist prints condensed into countless demonic shadows. From 3 directions, they instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. This guy's Devil Transforming Fist had already completely surpassed Feng Jilin's 1,000-hand print. And now, Long Chen was in a situation where there was no blood sacrifice at all. Just when Xueqi was using the Devil Transforming Fist, Long Chen's martial god tablet in the Great Virtual Realm was also practicing the fist skill of the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm to the last degree. Finally, he withdrew his fist. The illusory figure withdrew his fist at the same time as Xueqi's fist. This withdrawal and release gave Long Chen a feeling of sudden enlightenment. He felt that a certain barrier in his heart was suddenly broken through. This kind of refreshing and carefree feeling made Long Chen's martial spirit undergo a huge leap. The profoundness of the martial god tablet in addition to the pressure of fighting with Xueqi made Long Chen, at the last moment, completely understand the fist skill of the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Next, as long as he absorbed enough true origin, his martial spirit would solidify and he would be able to reach the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm during the battle. However, at this critical moment, Xueqi's royal level battle skill was already rushing towards Long Chen. Chapter 771. Therefore, Long Chen was preparing to resist as much as he could before using time reversal. With time reversal, as long as Long Chen didn't die, he could adjust his body's time to 10 breaths time. Although it was a little troublesome and dangerous, it was the only way. Before, Long Chen only relied on the Big Dipper steps to avoid the attacks again and again, which was very impressive. This made everyone change their opinion of Long Chen. He was only at LV6 of the Earth martial arts realm, but he was able to hold on for such a long time and make Xueqi run around in circles, which proved his strength. The only regret was that his realm was too low. No one knew that while Long Chen was dodging the attacks with the Big Dipper steps, he was also comprehending the martial god tablet. However, at the final moment, Long Chen had been stunned. It seemed that he had been unable to dodge. Just like that, he had been exposed to the Sky Demon Life Transformation Fist. Everyone was extremely nervous. The winner is about to be decided. Long Chen is going to be miserable. Although his performance is very impressive, his strength is too low. It's already very good to have such a performance. Xueyan and Xueqi were still looking at their father. They wanted to hear their father say that even in such a situation, Long Chen still had hope, but they saw the seriousness and doubt in their father's eyes. "He's making a breakthrough," Bai Lan suddenly said. His words stunned Lei Ji, Xueqi and Xueyan. Long Chen was making a breakthrough at this critical moment. Although the breakthrough was quite amazing, the problem was that even if Long Chen made a breakthrough, he still couldn't survive Situ Yu's attack. Long Chen would probably die before he had time to make a breakthrough. The situation was extremely urgent. Even Bai Lan was ready to take action. He wouldn't let Long Chen die in the hands of Situ Yu. The first move of the Heavenly Devil Transformation Fist was indeed terrifying. Long Chen also frowned. At this time, his martial soul was rapidly condensing. Once his martial soul successfully evolved, he would be able to have quintessential essence that matched his realm. At this moment, Kitten, who was in the great virtual realm, said, "Kid, continue to advance. I'll help this kid." Kitten's words made Long Chen feel a lot more at ease. If he just stood there and let Situ Yu attack, although he could reverse the flow of time, Long Chen didn't know what the consequences would be, so at this moment, with Kitten's Dream Demon attack, Long Chen was completely relieved. He completely immersed his mind in the promotion of his martial spirit, completely giving up resistance. This time, the Heavenly Demon Transformation Fist had almost drowned Long Chen. At this time, Kitten's furry body appeared on Long Chen's chest. Situ Yu, who was in the middle of casting the Heavenly Devil Transformation Fist, was startled by this sudden appearance. This little guy's black shining eyes made Situ Yu somewhat immersed in it. Suddenly, he saw Long Chen using the Big Dipper steps and appeared on his left side. What a fast Big Dipper steps! You can even dodge like this, but can you really dodge? Situ Yu let out a sneer. At this time, he suddenly changed the direction of his attack, moving towards his left side. In his ferocious eyes, Long Chen was smashed to pieces. 3,000 star field. The sky was full of flesh and blood, but there was no 3,000 star field. This made Situ Yu a little dumbfounded, but what made him even more dumbfounded was that in the end, even the flesh and blood disappeared. What happened? Situ Yu was dumbfounded. He shook his head and suddenly sobered up. However, he saw that Long Chen was still standing in the original place. He had changed the direction of his attack just now, unexpectedly hitting the air. Situ Yu didn't know what was going on, and the people below were even more confused. Why did Situ Yu suddenly show mercy and not kill Long Chen, but instead change the direction of his attack? The people of the devil race, especially the 8 great elders, were even more confused. Situ Yao, what's going on with your grandson? He could have killed his opponent. Why did he change the direction of his attack? Several elders angrily asked Situ Yao. They thought that this was Situ Yao's arrangement. I also don't know what this brat is doing. Situ Yao said somewhat speechlessly. He was originally about to succeed, and his mood was extremely excited, but Situ Yu had ruined this success just like that. Why? Situ Yao also couldn't figure it out. At this time, he suddenly saw a small black kitten on Long Chen's chest. It suddenly disappeared into Long Chen's chest. Situ Yao searched in his mind for a long time before he finally thought of the information of this demon beast. This is a dream demon. It can create illusion techniques. Xiaoyu must have been hypnotized by this dream demon before. Fortunately, this dream demon is still small. I guess this time, it has already exhausted its strength. Xiaoyu will be able to kill Long Chen soon. Situ Yao guaranteed. Hearing that it was a dream demon beast, several elders finally understood. No wonder Situ Yao would dodge for no reason just now. But then, something even more sluggish happened. Long Chen. He actually broke through to the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. That's right. His true essence is rapidly growing. Everyone cried out in surprise. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually break through to the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm in the middle of a battle? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Only Bai Lan and the others laughed. Bai Lan was clear about Long Chen's strength. His only weakness was true essence, and now, Long Chen's true essence was already equivalent to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He also had many Emperor-level battle skills, so he didn't need to be afraid of Situ Yu. An endless amount of spirit qi rushed into Long Chen's body and was swallowed by Long Chen. He knew that it was transformed into his Dragon Soul True Essence, allowing his Dragon Soul True Essence to gradually grow. In the short period of time that Situ Yu was lured away, Long Chen completely had the cultivation of the 7th level of the earth martial realm. Damn, this god is really tired. This brat's martial spirit is so powerful. After hallucinating him for a while, this god's strength is gone. Brat, I'll leave the rest to you. You must avenge this god. Returning to the great void realm, Kitten shouted. That's natural. The corner of Long Chen's mouth curved into a trace of an evil smile. The strength of the 8th level of the earth martial realm appeared in his body. The improvement of the true essence made Long Chen improve a lot in all aspects. Especially with this kind of true essence, he had the strength to drive the 7 glorious star body. He lightly clenched his fist, and the explosive power burned in his body. Long Chen had never felt that he would be so powerful one day. Rumble. The true essence was sweeping through his body. Situyu turned his head and saw a strong light bursting out of Long Chen's eyes. It was a fierce and bloody light, and in his body, there was a purple cold light that belonged to the star gang Qi. He unexpectedly broke through. Situyu was stunned. But he was not afraid. His strength is low. Even if he broke through, he is only at the 7th level of the earth martial realm. What can this kind of strength do to me? Situyu sneered, and his body swept again. He used the martial art of Sky Demon Flurry. It looked like he was coming from countless directions to kill Long Chen. Sky Demon Life Fist. Tribulation of 3 lives. Once again, 3 fist prints condensed into countless demonic shadows, whistling towards Long Chen. Those demonic shadows let out hundreds of millions of screams, disturbing Long Chen's mind. In Long Chen's hand appeared the Red Emperor Burning Seal. The power of the Golden Crow's fire, the power of the Red Emperor Burning Seal, and the power of Long Chen's 7 glorious star body suddenly burst out. Although Long Chen's true essence was 1 level lower than his opponent's, in terms of strength, there was no difference. The Red Emperor Burning Seal, a huge fiery red seal, suddenly rotated and collided with Situyu's attack. This time, the power of the Red Emperor Burning Seal, with the support of Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, unexpectedly overshadowed Situyu's tribulation of 3 lives. With a huge explosion, the flames swept towards Situyu. How can he be so strong? Situyu was shocked to find that Long Chen's attack was still suppressing him. He crazily rotated his body, creating a huge black wind, which made the flames break away from his body, but the powerful force still made him roll on the ground several times. His clothes were somewhat burnt. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded by Long Chen's actions. The demons were the most in disbelief. Aside from Bai Lan, practically the entire demon race supported Situyu. After all, in their eyes, Long Chen was an outsider. They would rather Situyu obtain the legacy of Su Shui and the 7 brilliant Star Lord than have it be Long Chen. Situyu had completely suppressed Long Chen. How could Long Chen break through in the middle of the battle and suppress Situyu? He is only in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, but he can suppress a cultivator in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm in a head-on battle. Is the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lords so powerful? Everyone's heart was burning with excitement. Situyu, is Situyu going to lose? The other elders' faces darkened. They had planned for a long time for this day. If Situyu lost in the end, everything would be in vain. Don't worry, Xiaoyu hasn't taken out his Myriad Devil Spear yet. Once the Myriad Devil Spear is taken out, no matter how strong Long Chen is, he won't be a match for him. Situyu was calm and unworried at all. Situyu was just careless. Once he took out the Great Demon Spear, how could Long Chen be a match for him? The huge gap in true essence couldn't be made up so easily. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Situyu slowly stood up. He looked at Long Chen with a venomous gaze, took a deep breath, and then smiled. Sure enough, you're my biggest enemy. You didn't let me down. Situyu laughed. He didn't seem to be worried about losing at all. Take out your Great Demon Spear. I know you have it. On the way, Bai Lan had told Long Chen about the Situ clan's treasure. Long Chen knew that Situyu definitely had it. You even know about this. Situyu's face darkened. He moved his hands and a pitch-black spear with countless demonic shadows appeared in his hands. There's a lot I want to say, but forget it. In the past month, I was really exhausted. In order to prepare for this grand eruption, when I made the decision, I didn't have a draft, but I still stopped. My fingers hurt countless times, and I wanted to sleep countless times, but I endured it. Madman said that as long as you like it, I will definitely not let you down. I'm on holiday for the Qingming festival. I'm tired and want to rest a little. So I'll write 50 chapters today. Tomorrow and the day after, I'll write 1 chapter every day. I'll start writing 3 chapters every day on the 7th. Everyone won't blame me for being a little lazy, right? Hee hee. I'm really tired. My wife blames me for not accompanying her. If I don't play with her and she doesn't allow me to write, you won't be able to read it. Hee hee. Chapter 772. Sure enough, Xueqi had the Great Melting Demon Spear. The small Great Melting Demon Spear seemed to contain 10,000 demonic shadows. Countless demonic shadows were howling and screaming inside the Great Melting Demon Spear. From the Great Melting Demon Spear, Long Chen could feel the monstrous power. It was a kind of negative power, gloomy and terrifying. Holding the Great Melting Demon Spear, Xueqi regained his confidence. Just now, he had been beaten back by Long Chen, which made him lose face. At this moment, the more he looked at Long Chen, the more furious he was. His fingers that were holding the Great Melting Demon Spear made cracking sounds, which showed how much strength he was exerting. There seemed to be a black whirlpool around the Great Melting Demon Spear, which sucked in the surrounding light. Xueqi waved the Great Melting Demon Spear, and wherever the Great Melting Demon Spear went, the surrounding light was sucked in. Seeing the Great Melting Demon Spear, Long Chen thought of the invisible whip that Feng Zhilin had used. The power of the two was about the same. The invisible whip was the treasure of the Feng clan. He didn't expect that the Xueqi clan would have such a weapon in the Demon clan. It showed that the power of the Thunder clan and the Demon clan was much stronger than that of the Wind clan and the Thunder clan. If he hadn't reached LV7 of the Earth Martial Arts realm, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to deal with the Great Melting Demon Spear. But now, he had reached LV8 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Let's stop here. Holding the Great Melting Demon Spear, Xueqi walked towards Long Chen step by step. Soon, he was standing 10 meters away from Long Chen. 10 meters away, Long Chen could already feel the sharp and gloomy aura of the Great Melting Demon Spear. Under everyone's gazes, Xueqi raised the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear in his hand and pointed it at Long Chen. Within the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear, countless demonic shadows howled. Long Chen's genuine essence, which was equivalent to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, was circulating majestically in his body. At this moment, Long Chen stretched out his palms. Suddenly, the Gold Emperor Seal and the Red Emperor Seal lit up. Long Chen had already fused the Great Emperor Seal with the Great Melting Demon Spear in front of him. This was the most powerful thing he had at the moment. Of course, Long Chen could use more powerful things, but he didn't need them to deal with Xueqi. Ordinary people could tell that the fusion of the two seals was a very powerful king-tier battle skill. But when Bai Lan and Lei Ji looked at each other, they could see quite a bit of understanding in each other's eyes. As expected, his current attack has both metal and fire attributes. He must have combined Supreme Jin's and Scarlet Supreme Emperor's attacks together. The power of a dual attribute attack is unimaginable. As expected, he has the aura of the 5 emperors. He's the one chosen by the 5 emperors. The two of them discussed in low voices. Other than themselves, no one else could hear their conversation. While they were talking, they didn't notice that 2 of the ThunderClan's 7 sons were no longer in their original positions. One of them quietly went to the Demon Clan's side, while the other stopped not far behind Xueqi and the others. The 2 of them looked at each other and stood there naturally. They were still very far away from their target, so for a moment, no one noticed them. At this moment, Long Chen and Xueqi began their final confrontation. With the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear, it was the last chance to kill Long Chen and obtain his 3,000 star domain. Xueqi crazily circulated his genuine essence and poured it into the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear. At this moment, the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear burst out with a fierce black light. The vortex around the spear gradually expanded and even extended towards Long Chen's direction. The corner of Xueqi's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Suddenly, his body shot towards Long Chen. The distance of 10 meters was covered in an instant. The Myriad Transformation Demon Spear in his hand burst out with violent power under his crazy dance. Endless power turned into thousands of demonic shadows that swept towards Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen found that the whole world was shrouded by such demonic shadows. Amidst the endless demonic shadows' laughter, Only a suffocating starlight pierced towards the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. Long Chen knew that this was the myriad transformation demon spear. At this moment, the two emperor seals in Long Chen's hands had already successfully fused. The devouring world of blood. Long Chen had held back from using it, just to give Situyu a little surprise at the last moment. At the last moment of the confrontation, Long Chen suddenly used the devouring world of blood. Suddenly, a blood-red space spread from Long Chen's side to Situyu's space, completely covering Situyu. This is the power of domain. It should be a type of domain divine ability. At the Sky Martial Arts realm, Bai Lan and Lei Ji were very sensitive to it. They could see that the devouring world of blood contained the power of a domain. Long Chen has this type of domain divine ability. Through the use and familiarity of this domain divine ability, he actually has a certain understanding of it. When he reaches the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm and touches the wall of the Sky Martial Arts realm, I believe that his speed of entering the Sky Martial Arts realm will be much faster than others. Bai Lan and Lei Ji both had the same thought at this moment. However, they didn't say it out loud, because at that moment, Long Chen and Situyu were deciding the winner. The two deadly attacks collided with each other. Sky-burning red Emperor Seal. Sky-covering gold Emperor Seal. The two seals merged into one. In front of Long Chen, the two seals fused and exploded, forming a powerful destructive power. This destructive power suddenly burst out in the dark space created by the great melting demon spear. After Long Chen reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, this explosive power was even more powerful than when he had reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm through the blood sacrifice. At that time, Feng Jilin had used the Emperor-level combat skill together with the invisible whip, but now, Situyu had only used the Emperor-level weapon, the Great Melting Demon Spear. Under the infusion of Long Chen's true essence and the sudden suppression of the devouring world of blood, the more powerful Emperor Seal suddenly exploded. A huge wave swept towards Situyu. The golden and red power mixed into a long dragon, directly piercing through the dark space created by the Great Melting Demon Spear. Rumble. The entire platform exploded in an uproar. The crowd burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that a mere clash between two juniors would actually trigger such a powerful force. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with a dull expression. In front of Long Chen, the two Emperor Seals exploded. Under the explosion of the two Emperor Seals, even the Great Melting Demon Spear didn't last long before it was blown away by Long Chen. Impossible! That huge power made Situyu feel like he had been struck by lightning. He had the Emperor-level body refining battle skill, and the myriad demon spear had also resisted a lot of the power of the two Emperor Seals, so Situyu did not die immediately. However, under the collision of Long Chen's huge power, his body had already been flooded with a lot of destructive power, which made his body in a mess. With an explosive sound, Situyu's entire body was covered with wounds. Even his handsome face had many bloody scars. At the same time, he also suffered serious internal injuries. Although it wasn't enough to kill him, it wouldn't be easy for him to recover. On one hand, Situyu couldn't believe that he was seriously injured. On the other hand, he felt endless fear. I lost to Long Chen, who is in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Situyu's mind was blank. When he used the Great Melting Demon Spear, he absolutely didn't think that Long Chen would launch such a powerful attack. This kind of attack couldn't cause any danger to him before, but now it could. On one hand, Situyu carried the hopes of the 8 great elders. On the other hand, he also had his own face. He had many subordinates. Before, Situyu had boasted a lot in front of his subordinates, but now he had been defeated by Long Chen. He had lost a lot of face. At this moment, Situyu really didn't have the face to see anyone. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. At the same time, his hatred for Long Chen was growing stronger and stronger. Long Chen. Long Chen. Situyu's heart was burning with endless anger. He held the Great Melting Demon Spear in his hand. At this time, the attack of the 2 great Emperor Seals still hadn't dissipated. In addition, with the power of the devouring blood world, the people outside couldn't clearly see the situation of the battle. No, I haven't lost. Even if I lose, I won't die. I lost to him once. It was just an accident. I still have a chance to make a comeback. Although he was injured, he still had a lot of true chi. At this time, Situyu completely poured his strength into the Great Melting Demon Spear. The Great Melting Demon Spear burst out with endless power. It was like a big demon, roaring in Situ Yu's hand. Through the devouring demon eye, Long Chen found Situ Yu's position. You think you can survive? In Long Chen's mind, Situ Yu was a person who would die. Big Dipper 7-star steps. Using the Big Dipper 7-star steps, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of Situ Yu. He stood 2 meters in front of Situ Yu. When Situ Yu saw Long Chen, he was immediately frightened and took 2 steps back. His face was full of hatred, but there was also panic in the depths of his heart. Long Chen die. The great melting demon spear once again rushed towards Long Chen. Who will die? A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Long Chen's mouth. This time, Situ Yu didn't think that he would lose. At such a close distance, Long Chen didn't have the slightest reaction. How could he resist the power of his great melting demon spear? However, the smile on Long Chen's face made Situ Yu feel a little uneasy. At this time, he saw countless stars appearing on Long Chen's body. These blue stars quickly gathered in Long Chen's hand, finally forming a magnificent blue divine spear. This incomparably shocking divine weapon was the 3,000 star field that countless people coveted. Seeing the 3,000 star field, Situ Yu was completely stunned. This was the thing that he dreamed of. The appearance of the 3,000 star field made him even more crazy. He used all his strength to stab it. Without saying a word, Long Chen waved his hand. The 3,000 star field turned into a blue light and suddenly pierced the tip of the great melting demon spear. Chapter 773. At this time, the devouring blood world had completely covered the surroundings. The 2 great emperor seals and the myriad demon spears' attack had caused the platform on the ground to completely shatter. The sand and stones flew into the air, blocking everyone's vision. No one knew that Long Chen was actually holding the 3,000 star field and stabbing it against the myriad demon spear. Situ Yu used the last bit of his strength to annihilate Long Chen and obtain the 3,000 star field. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. Then, Situ Yu saw a scene that made him despair. His face suddenly became incomparably pale because he saw that starting from the spearhead, the myriad demon spear started to shatter under the attack of the 3,000 star field. The black spearhead started to explode, followed by the body of the spear. The myriad demon spear, an emperor-class divine weapon, was shattered bit by bit under the attack of the 3,000 star field. Impossible! Situ Yu's eyes widened. Nothing is impossible. Dang! Long Chen's 3,000 star field, which was emitting starlight, shattered the myriad transformation demon spear and pierced through his heart. Long Chen put away the 3,000 star field. As for Situ Yu, his heart was completely destroyed by Long Chen's explosive power. Even his internal organs were crushed by Long Chen. In a short moment, he was already dead. At this time, Long Chen withdrew the devouring blood world. The surrounding movements gradually disappeared. Everyone could see clearly what had happened on the battlefield. Although Long Chen had only taken out the 3,000 star field for a short moment, many people could already feel the terrifying and sharp power of the 3,000 star field. After the power of the 3,000 star field disappeared, Long Chen and Situ Yu stood opposite each other. Long Chen was currently unharmed, but many people with sharp eyes could already see that there was a huge bloody hole in Situ Yu's chest. Bright red blood was gurgling out of the wound. Situ Yu's life force quickly disappeared, and by the time everyone found out, Situ Yu was already dead. Long Chen's attacks had always been clean and ruthless. When he hit his opponent, he showed no mercy. In the first instant, he destroyed all of Situ Yu's vitality, not giving him any chance to turn the tables. The more certain he was of victory, the more he wanted to beat his opponent to death. The scene was completely silent. No one thought that such a situation would happen. At first, everyone thought that Situ Yu would win. There was no other possibility. Long Chen breaking through in the middle of the battle was already shocking enough. But who would have thought that he not only broke through, but also directly killed Situ Yu in front of all the devil race people? Many people had guessed that someone would die in this battle. If they wanted to obtain the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, they had to kill Long Chen. However, no one had expected Situ Yu to die. At first, there was a short silence, then a loud noise broke out. The loudest noise was on the side of the devil race. Until now, they had not treated Long Chen as one of their own. Previously, they had also placed all their hopes on Situ Yu. Who would have thought that Situ Yu would actually lose? Xiao Yu. In just a short moment, Situ Yao had never thought that his grandson would die like this. The hope that he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years died in Long Chen's hands just like that. It was suddenly gone. How could Situ Yao's heart accept this? He was first stunned, and then his eyes revealed a crazed hostility. Hatred quickly erupted from his eyes. You're courting death. Situ Yao roared and madly rushed towards Long Chen. In a short moment, he arrived beside Situ Yu. He first hugged Situ Yu. At this moment, Situ Yu had already completely lost his breath and became a dead man. Long Chen. Situ Yao raised his head and stared at Long Chen with bloodthirsty eyes. Seeing this, Lei Ji moved and asked Bai Lan, Situ Yao is clearly going to attack Long Chen. I'll go. He only asked this because Bai Lan did not move. Bai Lan smiled mysteriously and said, It's fine. We'll just stay here obediently. Even with the myriad demon spear, Situ Yu is not Long Chen's match. Why do we need to worry about Situ Yao? Lei Ji thought about it and felt that this was true. Therefore, he did not make a move. What Lei Ji did not see was that a strange light flashed in Bai Lan's eyes. It was not because of Long Chen, but because of the strange movements of the others, which attracted his attention. At this moment, Situ Yu's death immediately caused a huge uproar. Many people rushed towards the center, wanting to see what happened. Especially the people of the demon race, each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. Their faces were filled with anger, and they shouted that they wanted to tear Long Chen to pieces. If it were not for the remaining elders presiding over the overall situation, it was estimated that there would have been a big mess. Even the ThunderClan's side seemed to be restless. Everyone rushed towards Long Chen's side. The originally quiet scene instantly became explosive. Elder Situ, kill him. He violated the rules and actually killed Big Brother Situ. Kill him. Among the demon race, seeing that Bai Lan did not move, one by one, the people of the demon race shouted. For a moment, the crowd was enraged, wanting to put Long Chen to death. Seeing the miserable state of his grandson, Situ Yao had long been unable to control himself. At this moment, his whole body erupted with anger. After putting away Situ Yu's body, he coldly looked at Long Chen. When everyone was at their most nervous, he angrily made a move, completely disregarding the presence of Bai Lan and Lei Ji. Moreover, as soon as he made a move, Situ Yao used the killing move of the killing move, the third move of the demonic transformation fist. Everyone let out a loud cry. Sure enough, Situ Yao still made a move. Situ Yao's strength was not necessarily much stronger than the current Situ Yu, but in the past 100 years, his position in the demon race was still very high, unshakable. Even his contribution to the demon race was quite great. In the entire Devil God dynasty, Situ Yao's reputation was very high. Apart from Bai Lan, there were not many people who had a higher reputation than him. However, at the moment when Situ Yao was about to make a move, an accident happened. At this moment, in the ThunderClan, in one place close to the demon race and the other place close to Bai Lan, there stood two members of the ThunderClan's 7 sons, the ThunderClan's Grand Elder. At this moment, a violent lightning suddenly burst out from their bodies. The speed of that glittering teardrop was simply too fast. As soon as it appeared, it instantly appeared in front of Bai Lan and the Devil Clan's sect elders. What is it? The thing that the ThunderClan suddenly released had an extremely powerful destructive power. For a moment, that scorching and explosive lightning made countless disciples with weaker cultivation let out miserable screams. Under the influence of the lightning, even if they were not hit, they were still bombarded until their skin and flesh were lacerated. Of these two attacks, one was aimed at the remaining sect elders, while the other was aimed at Bai Lan and Lei Ji. At this moment, Bai Lan did not say a word and protected his two daughters, but did not do anything else. As for Lei Ji, he knew what it was the moment it appeared. At this moment, his face turned ashen. But very quickly, that bolt of lightning suddenly exploded into a cage-like lightning cage, completely trapping Bai Lan, Lei Ji, and the other 3 sect elders. Whoever released the Thunder Prison will use the ultimate power of my ThunderClan. At this moment, Lei Ji's anger reached its peak. He let out a heaven-shaking roar. Those nearby, except for those protected by Bai Lan, were all shaken and took a few steps back. Even some of the weaker ThunderClan members directly vomited blood due to Lei Ji's anger. This teardrop suddenly turned into a cage that looked like a lightning ball, completely trapping them. The lightning in this lightning ball wasn't ordinary lightning, It was a ferocious purple lightning. The violent electric serpent kept flashing in front of the four people, swallowing and spitting out endless cold light. The scorching power caused everyone to hurriedly dodge. Even Bai Lan and Lei Ji were temporarily trapped, let alone the remaining sect elders. At this moment, those sect elders were completely trapped. As for the disciples beside them, they were not like Su Shui and Xueqi, who were protected by Bai Lan. Under the purple lightning, a few of them died instantly. Those sect elders clearly remembered what it was, and for a moment, they did not dare to move. After all, they saw that even the ThunderClan's patriarch was imprisoned by the 7 sons of the ThunderClan. What is the ThunderClan trying to do? The same question appeared in everyone's mind. They were simply dumbfounded. Today, Long Chen had already caused the outcome of the battle to be beyond their expectations. And now, the ThunderClan that had coexisted with the Devil Clan for so many years had also received a surprise. 7 sons of the ThunderClan. What are you guys doing? Lei Ji calmed down. At this moment, he turned his head back. The 7 sons of the ThunderClan were all standing in front of him. Behind them were the other members of the ThunderClan. There were still many people in the ThunderClan who did not know about this matter. However, this was a conflict between Lei Ji and the 7 sons of the ThunderClan. They were the super giants of the ThunderClan, representing the conflict between the 2 major forces of the ThunderClan. The 7 sons of the ThunderClan had the advantage of being deeply rooted, while Lei Ji had the advantage of being strong and winning the hearts of the people. At this moment, even Situ Yao, who was on the platform, stopped what he was doing when he saw such a thing happening in the ThunderClan. At this moment, other than Situ Yao, the remaining sect elders of the Devil Clan were all imprisoned. This situation made Situ Yao narrow his eyes, and he immediately began to ponder. Clearly, the ThunderClan actually used such a method at this moment. They used the final strength of the ThunderClan, 2 of the 5 lightning prisons, to trap the 2 patriarchs of the Devil Clan. They definitely had a motive for paying such a huge price. Their motive was undoubtedly the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Chapter 774. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike. Here at that moment, everyone's gazes were looking at the 7 sons of the ThunderClan. The 7 sons of the ThunderClan were standing in front of Lei Ji. They were looking at him with glittering eyes, waiting for his reply. Lei Ji's face had always been ashen. After hearing what they said, Lei Ji gnashed his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Accept this prison of thunder, and I'll spare your lives or else." As he spoke, he tightly clenched his fists. Immediately, bolts of lightning twined around his arms. Purple electric snakes flicked their tongues and made hissing sounds. A horrifying chi burst out from Lei Ji's body. It was the power of a domain. Lei Ji had reached the first level of the heaven realm, and he was already able to use the domain in the beginning. That horrifying chi made the 7 sons of the ThunderClan's expressions change. They didn't need Lei Ji's reply. From Lei Ji's actions, they already knew what Lei Ji was thinking. Towards the actions of the 7 sons of the ThunderClan, he very cleanly opposed them. Disperse. Don't go near their domain. After Lei Ji exploded, the 7 sons of the ThunderClan's expressions changed. They quickly led the people of the ThunderClan and quickly retreated. At the same time, they glanced at each other and a sharp, cold glare burst out from their eyes. After that, every single one of them without saying anything, went towards Bai Lan and Lei Ji, and went towards Long Chen. The power of the domain was mainly reflected in suppressing and not attacking. Bai Lan and Lei Ji could not come out from the prison of thunder, so they could not attack them. Seeing that scene, Lei Ji was so furious that he was about to explode. He roared a few times, but the people of the ThunderClan were mostly afraid of the patriarch's strength. As the 7 sons of the ThunderClan moved together, the others could only watch the show. After all, what the 7 sons of the ThunderClan said was right. In these years, under the protection of the Demon Clan, although the ThunderClan was safe, they also lost their freedom. Especially the disciples of the younger generation, they were often bullied by the disciples of the Demon Clan. 7 sons of the ThunderClan, you are looking to die. After the effect of the prison of thunder is over, I, Lei Ji, will definitely teach you a lesson. Lei Ji's furious voice still did not stop. Hearing the Heaven Realm experts roar, everyone's hair stood on end in their hearts. Lei Ji's face was filled with anger and unwillingness, but contrary to everyone's expectations, Bai Lan didn't show any expression. At this time, he smiled and gently stopped Lei Ji, whispering into his ear, "Little brother, don't be too agitated. We'll just wait and see." Lei Ji turned his head and saw that Bai Lan, who should have been even more angry and shocked, was not affected by this matter. His expression was still calm. Only then did Lei Ji realize that this omnipotent Bai Lan might have his own methods. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he still spoke in a helpless tone. "Brother Bai, I'm sorry this time. The one who should be sorry should be me." What they said was correct. The Thunder Clan and Demon Clan were originally brothers, but I didn't restrict the actions of my subordinates, nor did I let them set up a correct concept. Today is a good opportunity for our two clans to be even more united. Lei Ji's expression changed. Seeing Bai Lan's smiling face, he finally understood Bai Lan's thoughts. At the same time, he also saw that Bai Lan very possibly already guessed the Thunder Clan's actions this time. In the other clans, Bai Lan was an existence that caused people to tremble with fear just by hearing his name. Having such a brain and scheming was also one of the reasons for his success. "Brother Bai, whatever you want to do, I'll listen to you," said Lei Ji after thinking for a bit. His relationship with Bai Lan started when they were young, and their brotherly love was deeply rooted. However, sometimes, they only focused on themselves and thought that anyone from the Thunder Clan and Demon Clan could get along harmoniously. He didn't think that there would still be many flaws and contradictions, and today was precisely the day when the contradictions exploded. Lei Ji relaxed a lot when he heard that Bai Lan had a solution. He looked at the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, who were currently making their way towards Long Chen. In order to kill Long Chen as quickly as possible, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had already surrounded Long Chen and Situ Yao from 7 different directions. Situ Yao looked at Long Chen, then stared at the other 7 sons of the Thunder Clan cautiously. His eyes constantly darted around as he tried to think of a solution. In the current situation, because the Thunder Clan had taken out their final strength, Thunder Prison, and used up 2 of them, they successfully imprisoned the Demon Clan's forces. Now the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had control of the situation, and the Demon Clan only had Situ Yao standing outside. "Situ Yao, go. Although the Thunder Clan's actions today have exceeded your expectations, our 2 clans have fought together many times. We can be considered brothers. We have no intention of killing. Once we obtain the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy, we'll leave immediately," said the leader of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. At this moment, the leader of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, Lei Yuan, said. Although the Thunder Clan had suddenly started a rebellion, they had no intention of provoking the Demon Clan. They only wanted to obtain the legacy and strengthen the Thunder Clan so that they would no longer have to rely on the Demon Clan to survive. If they still killed Situ Yao, Bai Lan would definitely not spare the Thunder Clan when he escaped from the Thunder Prison. Situ Yao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that they did not dare to kill him. His eyes darted around and he quickly thought of a solution. He stared at Lei Yuan and said, "Brother Lei Yuan, you've temporarily restricted the experts of my Demon Clan. I'm not your opponent alone, so I won't resist you and seek my own death. I can step aside and let you obtain the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy, but I have a condition." Situ Yao's weak way of doing things made the proud Demon Clan members secretly despise him. At that moment, there were already people on the Demon Clan's side who were continuously discussing Situ Yao. However, they did not dare to speak loudly. Situ Yu was not in the wrong. He was only trying to preserve his life. More importantly, Bai Lan, as the patriarch, did not say anything. He was only an elder. He did not need Situ Yao to die pointlessly. From start to finish, Bai Lan did not say anything. It even made the crowd forget that he was already in the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm and had the Demon God Emperor's legacy. "Situ Yao, speak. What is your request?" Lei Yuan did not want to waste time. He only wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible and obtain the legacy. When Long Chen died and they had the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy, they would see whether the Demon Clan would risk their lives against the Thunder Clan or not. If they did, the Thunder Clan would very possibly be destroyed, but the Demon Clan would not have a good ending either. The Thunder Clan was also gambling. They were gambling that the Demon Clan would not dare to risk their lives against them at that moment. After all, there were 3 great powers in the primordial cemetery. The Divine Wind Clan and the 5 Elements Alliance were not to be trifled with. If they had internal strife, the final result would only be them being swallowed up by the other 2 powers. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Situ Yao did not hesitate and directly said, "This Long Chen took my grandson's life. I will only be at peace if I kill him with my own hands. However, I will not take the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. I will say this first. If you don't let me kill Long Chen today, I will risk my life against you, and even the Demon Clan will risk their lives against your Thunder Clan." Situ Yao was only representing his own interests. It was a bit far-fetched to drag the entire Demon Clan into this. Bai Lan did not say anything. Nothing counted. However, what made the crowd feel strange was that Bai Lan did not say anything. Even when his precious son-in-law was about to be besieged and killed, he still had a calm appearance. The crowd could not fathom what Bai Lan was thinking. Even his 2 daughters were worried half to death at that moment. However, Bai Lan was not worried. There was another person in the same situation as Bai Lan, and that was Long Chen. Similarly, Long Chen also had a calm expression. He looked at Situ Yao and the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. They all had the battle prowess of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but Long Chen's expression did not change at all. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan agreed to Situ Yao's request after a short discussion. Lei Yuan coldly said, "Situ Yao, you'd better finish it quickly. We don't have time to waste with you. Also, if you touch the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, you will not rest until you die. You know, we have already reached this point. There is no way out." "Alright, I don't need 10 breaths of time." The Thunder Clan's permission made Situ Yu's eyes filled with excitement. The legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords was very far away from him, but for him, to be able to kill Long Chen and avenge his grandson, that was already enough. The other things could be done later. After saying that, in the midst of the crowd's cries, Situ Yu did not say anything and directly attacked Long Chen. He originally wanted to use this move to kill Long Chen, but at that time, the Thunder Clan suddenly went berserk. Demonic Fist of Life. Demonic Death. This was the last punch of this set of fist techniques. The last punch of a low royal battle skill was suitable for cultivators in the 3rd layer of the Heaven Martial Realm. However, Situ Yao's talent was not low. He was only in the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm, but he could already use this last punch. With an explosion, Situ Yao's fist suddenly shot out. The black light exploded into thousands of fist blurs, condensing into a single point and imprinting itself on the center of Long Chen's eyebrows. Long Chen saw a huge demonic figure on the small point. It was currently trying to devour him, and the bloody mouth arrived before Long Chen in an instant. Buzz! With the punch, the surrounding space trembled. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan looked at each other, shocked by the powerful force. They could not help but take a few steps back. Only then could they eliminate the effects of the attack on them. Prepare to fight for the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Prevent Situ Yao from playing any tricks. Lei Yuan secretly reminded the other original members. In their opinion, there was no chance for Long Chen to survive under this kind of fist technique. The fist technique of Heavenly Devil Parish instantly descended. Long Chen let out a light shout, and his expression did not change. Rays of starlight emerged from his body, and at this moment, in front of everyone's eyes, it turned into a gorgeous blue spear that overflowed with light. Under Long Chen's control, this spear was imbued with all of his power, and instantly pierced towards Situ Yao. Chapter 775. 3000 Star Field. Without a doubt, Long Chen was using the 3000 Star Field. At the beginning, Long Chen was only in the 6th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. Everyone thought that he only had that little bit of strength and it was not enough to use the 3000 Star Field. If he wanted to use the 3000 Star Field, he would need to have the strength of at least the 8th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. At that moment, Long Chen's Zhen Qi was already in the 8th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. Moreover, his Zhen Qi was much stronger than other people's. Therefore, when Long Chen used the 3000 Star Field, he was able to use it with ease. The 3000 Star Field was composed of 3000 star points. Each star point contained an endless amount of star power. This star power existed in the form of star aura qi. This star aura qi was equivalent to the devouring metal aura, a calamitous aura qi. Long Chen used his Zhen Yuan to trigger this star aura qi, causing it to erupt from the 3000 star field. Even if he didn't use any combat skills, he could still create a terrifying attack effect. Long Chen's Zhen Qi was poured into the star energy. The dragon spirit Xueqi and the star energy mixed together. A purple and red chi suddenly burst out and pierced towards Situ Yao. The strength of the 3,000 star field was beyond Long Chen's imagination. Long Chen didn't know the level of the 3,000 star field. Now, it seemed that it was a high-level Emperor-level divine weapon. It was only a step away from the legendary divine weapon. Such a divine weapon could be considered a treasure even in the three great imperial regions. 3,000 star field. Situ Yu's expression changed. He used up all of his Xueqi and used the Tianma Fall. Was the Tianma Fall stronger or the terrifying 3,000 star field? The answer was quickly revealed. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Chen shouted explosively. He suddenly used his strength and the dazzling blue spear immediately pierced through Situ Yao's fist. What? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, including Situ Yao. He was very confident in the strength that he had cultivated for many years. However, that confidence was being ruthlessly destroyed by Long Chen. Long Chen's 3,000 star field divine weapon transmitted a kind of sharp power that he could not resist. Previously, even the Great Transformation's demon spear was directly pierced through by the 3,000 star field divine weapon, not to mention Situ Yao's fist. The power of the 3,000 starfield's breakthrough had also exceeded Long Chen's imagination. The massive astral energy formed a vortex that surrounded the 3,000 starfield spearhead. It directly pierced through Situ Yao's attack range. Finally, the berserk energy stabbed into Situ Yao's body. Ah! Situ Yao let out a miserable shriek. It was not only his spear that had pierced into his body, but also the star field. Long Chen had been tortured by the star field for so long. At this moment, there was finally someone who had suffered with him. When Long Chen had first suffered the starfield Xueqi, he had the protection of the 7 starfield Xueqi and the control of the star core. However, Situ Yao was different. The starfield Xueqi that rushed towards his chest directly destroyed his body. Why? The 3,000 star field that he coveted had pierced into his own body at this moment. This made Situ Yao feel as if he was struck by lightning. His mind was blank. The burning pain in his chest was burning his divine weapon at this moment. Explode! Explode! Situ Yao used all the strength in his body to explode the 3,000 star field from his chest. At the same time, he also sacrificed a part of his flesh and blood to finally drive the devastating star field out of his body. He's only at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How can he have the power to kill me? Situ Yao could not believe this fact. After blasting the 3,000 star field out of his body, he once again used the last move of the demonic life transformation fist. He wanted to kill Long Chen. But at this moment, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He took out the 3,000 star field and suddenly spun it. It directly hit Situ Yao's arm. His arm was directly smashed. His flesh was badly mangled and blood was dripping. Situ Yao let out a miserable shriek and was directly swept away. After his arm was destroyed by Long Chen, it was difficult for him to use any attacks. He was practically a cripple. Long Chen! Situ Yao roared. His eyes were already blood red. His hatred for Long Chen was simply boundless. It's normal for people to be greedy. I am greedy too. It's just that some things depend on luck. My luck is better than yours. That's why I obtained the inheritance of the 7 luminaries Star Lord. But you will never get it. You want to steal from me, so you are my enemy. Against my enemies, I, Long Chen, only have one method. And that was death. When Long Chen sent Situ Yao flying, the 3,000 star field in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. It directly pierced Situ Yao's heart. With a boom, Situ Yao could not dodge in time. His heart was directly pierced by Long Chen. His corpse fell to the ground with a bang and rolled a few times. Blood dyed the surroundings red. Then, there was no more movement. At this moment, Situ Yao's eyes were still wide open. Seeing this scene, the scene was simply silent. Everyone looked at each other. At first, they did not dare to speak, especially the ordinary warriors. This was a conflict between the demon race and the Thunder Clan. They did not leave now because they wanted to take advantage of the situation. As for the Thunder Clan, they could only be shocked by Long Chen's strength and the superiority of the 7 luminary Star Lord's inheritance. They did not dare to think about anything else. Everything in the Thunder Clan was controlled by the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. As for the demon race, they were naturally unwilling to see their patriarch killed by Long Chen. Especially the other patriarch, they had been friends with Situ Yao for many years. Now that both Situ Yao and his grandson had died in the hands of Long Chen, the Situ family was basically destroyed. Long Chen held the 3,000 star field in his hand and looked down on the crowd. His gaze finally fell on the demon race. At this moment, the demon race was looking at him with righteous indignation. Long Chen, you dared to kill the patriarch of the demon race. You are the son-in-law of our patriarch. In the demon race, killing one's own people is a serious crime. That's right. You are such a cruel and merciless person. You must be punished. Patriarch, you must not let this Long Chen go so easily. We are bitterly disappointed. The Situ family has contributed a lot to the demon race. Now, two of the most important figures in the family have died in the hands of Long Chen. If the patriarch let him go so easily, we will be bitterly disappointed. Many people began to clamor. Even the patriarchs of the demon race who were trapped by the thunder prison were chattering non-stop. Bai Lan's expression was indifferent. No matter how much the demon race shouted, he didn't look at them. Instead, he looked at Long Chen with approval. It was as if he was guessing how Long Chen would deal with the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan next. At this moment, Long Chen faced the demon race and grinned. Everyone, don't you understand the current situation? You are all trapped. You should be thinking about how to escape. Not me, Long Chen. Long Chen looked around, paused, and continued in a clear voice. Everyone, you are not children anymore. Can't you see that Situ Yao and Situ Yu want my life? I am just returning an eye for an eye. People die for wealth and birds die for food. The people of Situ family want to rob my things. Naturally, they must be prepared to die. The same goes for everyone. If you want to rob my things, then just do it. I, Long Chen, will accept it. What kind of man are you? Do you still know how to write the word shame? Long Chen's sarcastic and sharp words made the demon race's face turn red. However, they couldn't refute him. The law of the jungle was the rule of this world. Indeed, Situ Yu and Situ Yao wanted Long Chen's life. Instead, they were killed by Long Chen because of their lack of strength. Although Long Chen was decisive and ruthless, what he said was indeed reasonable. Even the remaining 7 elders of the demon race were looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. The battle between Long Chen and Situ Yao only took less than 10 breaths of time. The 7 sons of the Thunder Tribe didn't have that much time. Looking at Long Chen, although they were shocked, the 3,000 star field still attracted them. The stronger Long Chen was, the more they coveted the 3,000 star field. At that moment, Long Chen had finished talking with the demon race. The 7 sons of the Thunder Tribe looked at each other and surrounded Long Chen. 7 ninth layer Earth Martial Realm cultivators surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen was only a 7th layer Earth Martial Realm cultivator. In this kind of situation, even a cultivator who had just entered the Sky Martial Realm would have to think carefully about how to deal with it, not to mention Long Chen. 7 ninth layer Earth Martial Realm cultivators, in the entire Myriad Kingdom territory, could be considered an abnormally strong force. The Wushu Sage dynasty simply couldn't take out one of them. They couldn't even take out a 5th layer Earth Martial Realm cultivator. And at that moment, Long Chen had to face 7 of them. Long Chen, be careful. Su Shui and Soyan had tears in their eyes. They were shocked by Long Chen's strength, but at that moment, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. The opponents were 7 ninth layer Earth Martial Realm cultivators. In the entire Thunder Tribe, besides Lei Ji, they were the strongest force. Father, you still can't open this thunder prison? Soyan said in a panic. Yan, what are you worried about? Father promises you that Long Chen will definitely be fine. Bai Lan smiled faintly and stroked Soyan's head. Yes. Soyan nodded heavily. Even Lei Ji didn't understand Bai Lan's strength. Big brother, you should be able to open this thunder prison, right? Sky Martial Realm cultivators knew Sky Martial Realm cultivators the best. The 7 sons of the Thunder Tribe might have underestimated Bai Lan's strength, but Lei Ji definitely wouldn't. He knew how terrifying Bai Lan was. Who said that? Bai Lan chuckled. Chapter 776. Long Chen, we'll give you a chance. Remove your connection with the 3,000 star territory and tell us the cultivation method of the Big Dipper steps and the 7 glorious star body. Then we'll let you leave safely. That's right. Otherwise, even if you can kill Situ Yu and Situ Yao, the 7 of us 7 sons of the Thunder Clan will definitely be able to take your life. If you don't agree, we can only take it from your corpse. You're talented, but your cultivation level is low and you don't have a reliable background. Bai Lan only got close to you because you have the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lords. If you didn't have that inheritance, he wouldn't even care about you. So don't be naive. Hand over what we want as soon as possible. We'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you don't listen to us, we'll attack, said Lei Yuan. At this moment, their bodies were wrapped in lightning and they surrounded Long Chen. The lightning between the 7 of them directly connected together, forming a net that tightly surrounded Long Chen. This wasn't the glazed gold domain. Even if Long Chen wanted to use the profound golden soul to escape, it would be impossible. However, what made everyone speechless was that Long Chen's reply was, "Hurry up and attack. Don't waste time. I have the 3,000 star territory. Let's see what you can do to me. Let me tell you, I can kill Situ Yao and I can kill Situ Yao again. As for the others in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, I'm not afraid. If 1 comes, I, Long Chen, will kill 1. If 2 come, I, Long Chen, will kill 2. Long Chen's words were extremely arrogant. This kid was definitely the most dazzling person today. Whether it was the demons or the Thunder Clan, or even the ordinary cultivators, no one had thought that Long Chen would have such a dazzling performance. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, apart from Long Chen, who would dare to tell the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan that they would kill 1 if they came and kill 2 if they came? The Thunder Clan's 7 sons were originally giving Long Chen a chance. But after hearing Long Chen's words, they were enraged. They looked at each other angrily. In the end, Thunder Abyss nodded and said to everyone, "Let's take this kid down. The most important thing is to be careful. Pay attention to your safety, and pay attention to the 3,000 star field." All right. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan shouted in unison. At that moment, the 7 of them moved at the same time. They attacked Long Chen with the pure chi of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning wrapped around Long Chen, sealing him in a closed space of lightning. The lightning made crackling sounds. One after another, the shadows of lightning punches flew towards Long Chen. World of devouring blood. At that moment, Long Chen moved. A blood-red space appeared, instantly covering the space of lightning created by the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. That huge blood-devouring power immediately acted on the bodies of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan frowned. They could clearly feel that they had to use their pure chi to suppress it. Only then could they move their bodies flexibly. Long Chen's world of devouring blood could suppress at least 2 levels of their pure chi. The Golden Crow's fire was burning above Long Chen's 3,000 star field. All kinds of power were concentrated on the 3,000 star field in his hand. When he used the world of devouring blood, Long Chen's body moved. He suddenly rotated his body and in an instant, he rushed towards the leader of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, Thunder Abyss. Thunder Abyss was already old. To be honest, although he was the most authoritative, in terms of strength, he was indeed the weakest among the 7. After all, he was old and his body had already aged. He couldn't be compared to the past, unlike Bai Lan who had already reached the Sky Martial Arts realm and obtained a new life. Protect the Grand Doyen. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan were quite united. Thunder Abyss was a person of virtue and prestige within the Thunder Clan. He was their current spiritual leader. Therefore, they had to ensure his safety. However, the more nervous they were, the more Long Chen knew of the importance of Thunder Abyss. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen was going all out. He completely ignored the attacks of the others and rushed towards Thunder Abyss with the 3,000 star field in his hand. "You want to deal with me? Do you think I'm a pushover?" Thunder Abyss sneered. He suddenly rotated his body and kicked out. In an instant, a leg silhouette of lightning shot towards Long Chen. The leg silhouette flickered like lightning and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Long Chen. It was as if it was a real lightning bolt. Galloping lightning leg technique. After the leg silhouette of lightning, Thunder Abyss didn't stop at all. This galloping lightning leg technique was clearly not a weak leg technique. Under the use of his leg technique, the leg silhouettes shot towards Long Chen like lightning. Child's play. These attacks didn't scare Long Chen at all. Long Chen didn't stop. He executed the Big Dipper footwork. Immediately, An astrolabe flickered under his feet. Long Chen's figure flickered on the astrolabe. His movements were incomparably fast. Not a single one of the hundreds of leg silhouettes managed to hit him. This caused the others to be dumbfounded. In fact, they finally admitted that Long Chen didn't rely on treasures to achieve his current strength. In terms of movement techniques, body tempering, and even weapons, he had very deep attainments. The only thing he was lacking in was his true yuan. However, with the martial god steel diagram, it was only a matter of time before his true yuan improved. Using the Big Dipper footwork of the 7 brilliant star monarchs, Long Chen not only dodged Thunder Abyss's attack, but also the attacks of many other senior elders of the Thunder Clan. His figure flickered unceasingly in the encirclement of the crowd. Finally, he approached Thunder Abyss in an instant. He actually still hasn't been hit. Thunder Abyss's pupils slightly widened. The other senior elders of the Thunder Clan also revealed astonished expressions. At this moment, Long Chen was already very close to Thunder Abyss. They instantly became somewhat anxious. If Long Chen fought alone and used the same method he used to deal with Situ Yao, Thunder Abyss would most likely be killed. If Thunder Abyss died, this matter would probably become even more serious. Quick! Protect the Grand Senior Elder. The other senior elders immediately rushed towards Long Chen with no regard for their lives. Under the suppression of Long Chen's devouring world of blood, although they were very close, because they were separated, only a few of them could catch up to Long Chen from the side. Courting death. At this moment, 2 people had already caught up to Long Chen. They attacked Long Chen from the left and right. Thunderbolt Fox. One of them roared. His body rapidly spun and a lightning fox shot out from his hand. In an instant, it condensed into a true form and whizzed towards Long Chen. Boundless lightning flickered on the lightning fox. Scarlet Emperor Burning Sky imprint. Long Chen didn't even turn his head. His left hand held onto the 3,000 star domain while a fiery red seal appeared in his right hand. He threw it behind him. Instantly, the fiery red seal shook the lightning fox, shattering it into pieces. Long Chen made use of this impact to get closer to Thunder Abyss at an even faster speed. Good lad, not bad. On the other side, another senior elder of the Thunder Clan had already caught up. His expression was rather interesting. When he got close to Long Chen, he suddenly took out 2 lightning blades from his Cosmos sack and slashed towards Long Chen. 2 bolts of lightning instantly struck towards Long Chen. Clang! A sharp sound of friction could be heard. Long Chen directly used the 3,000 star domain to deflect his attack. Courting death. That expert sneered because he still had another blade that was slashing towards Long Chen. If Long Chen was hit by it, his head would probably be split in half. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the lightning blade in front of everyone's stunned eyes. A crisp sound was heard. Long Chen directly grabbed the lightning blade. The flickering stars and runes of the 7 glorious stars body all gathered on Long Chen's palm. What made everyone speechless was that Long Chen actually used his hand to grab the opponent's attack. This blade isn't even at the Emperor level. How dare you take it out to make a fool of yourself? Long Chen sneered. He exerted strength in his hand and the lightning blade was actually broken by him. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although that lightning blade wasn't at the Emperor level, it wasn't far from it. No one would have thought that Long Chen's 7 glorious stars body would be so strong that he could actually break the lightning blade with his fingers. Even the doyen who used the lightning blade was stunned for a moment. He couldn't figure out how this brat Long Chen's body was able to break the lightning blade. However, Long Chen was also in a hurry. He didn't waste time talking nonsense with the doyen and directly swept out with the 3,000 star domain, sending the doyen flying. At this time, there was no one left standing in front of Lei Yuan. Long Chen originally wanted to kidnap a random person to force the other Thunder Clan members to not dare to make a move. However, Lei Yuan was clearly the core of the group. To capture the bandits, he had to capture the leader first. As long as he dealt with Lei Yuan, the rest would be easy to deal with. Using the Big Dipper steps, Long Chen finally passed the last person and rushed towards Lei Yuan. At this time, the other 6 people were chasing after Long Chen in a frenzy as they launched attacks at Long Chen. Break! With a loud roar, the 3,000 star domain in Long Chen's hands started spinning rapidly. Beams of starlight gathered on the 3,000 star domain, and the 3,000 star domain exploded instantly, turning into countless stars. Under Long Chen's control, the 3,000 shining stars shot towards Lei Yuan. To think that the 3,000 star domain can be used like this. Lei Yuan was shocked as he tried to retreat. However, Long Chen's speed was simply too fast. While the 3,000 star domain was moving, Long Chen was also using the Big Dipper steps. One by one, Long Chen arrived beside Lei Yuan and blasted out a golden Emperor Heaven covering seal towards Lei Yuan. Heaven and Earth Thunder Palm. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.